delighted to welcome you as one of the founders of the Design Science Studio, an educational incubator for the art of the Regenaissance. One of our amazing revolutionaries, evolutionaries is going to welcome all of you with a little bit of invitation into this special moment and this special day. Here's Adele.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harris Adele, and today marks the turning of the seasons. The equinox is the point in the Northern Hemisphere where the invisible life underground starts to make itself visible through new shoots, buds, leaves, and sprouts of spring. All the decomposition of the season before has created the perfect conditions for a rising new world, a vibrant new beginning. And just like the growth of spring, our regenerative future is living just below the ground, invisible to most. But to those of us with a keen eye for the signals of change, a listening ear for the stirrings of new growth, to those of us with our finger on the pulse of Earth's rhythms, we know there is a whole new world rising up, building energy, bursting forth, using the decomposition of old dying systems to create whole new worlds filled with life, springing forth from the most unlikely places, the edges, the margins, the peripheries, the artists, the culture makers, the change shapers. Let's celebrate a new season of life on Earth, a season of regenerative art, action, and culture that can take us out of the long winter of colonization, separation, and expansionism. This season begins with our radical imagination, our creative dreams, our visions. It begins with our will to create new structures, systems, spaces, and stories that make the previous model obsolete through the revolutionary process of innovative experimentation and collaboration. This is how we make the invisible visible. There's a thriving new world blooming into being before our very eyes. Let's take a look.
And welcoming us, Subtle Vortex. This was created by Maria Andrea, and this performance invites you to recognize the magic of life, the subtleties and intricacies of creation, and the power each of us holds within when we forego the limits of materialism and individualism. I welcome you to call in your presence through a deep breath. And with that,
once upon a time, humans were part of the all. They danced and played and lived in ecstasy as individuals praised nature as part of themselves. Then, ego was born. Mankind was born. Divine creators became shackled in an ongoing battle against themselves, their source, and their home, severing their connection with Mother. For centuries, the wounds of shame, guilt, and fear reigned their civilizations. It spread like a wildfire, taking over and slaying everything on its path. The link between humans and magic was broken. Logic, data, mind, words. Lost awareness, symbols became all humans could trust. Layers of masks and walls, containing themselves in little solid squares. Now, there is a threshold of hope. The shackles are cracking. The veil has been lifted. A new world is possible. The new, the old, the perennial. All the colors are shining through. it's all coming together again. It's all falling into place. Where do we start, you may ask? Feel, breathe slow, sway as you go. What's the temperature? Where is the pressure? Can you feel your heartbeat? What makes it beat? Does it require batteries? Do you plug yourself into a wall socket at night? Where does life come from? Who can take credit? Life cycles on and on and on, ever in expansion, connecting, companion. Breathe. Let it out. Sigh. Like an ocean wave comes and goes. Shake. Shake a little more. Like an earthquake with a roar. Touch. Feel. What can you sense? Mantis shrimp has 16 color receptors. Humans only have 3. How much of life are you missing by trusting only what you've learned to see? What about time? What about culture? Where are your thoughts? Where do feelings live? Maybe goosebumps or red cheeks, a silent sigh, or even a flinch. Human senses are senseless to the unknown. Spirit into matter, back and forth. Never-ending cycles. I'm yet to read your reaction. Is this real or a mere fantasy? What is a dream if not what you are experiencing? Is something valuable only when it's tangible? When does a house become a home? Why is your expression blank or your stomach turn? Where does intuition come from? How do you feel safe if you don't listen to your gut? Why do you trust your eyes before trusting your soul? There's so much more than what we agreed upon. Life goes beyond the words we've named her for. Regenera is a way back home. This floating city emerged to host even our wildest dreams of a future that works for all, not only some. Where curiosity is a virtue and kindness is the law. See this symbol? It's the portal to reconnect, where the heart of the regenescence shines, weaving together dreams, skills, hope, and deeds. Can you hear it? It's the call of the fierce urgency of now.
Wow, that was so inspiring. Thank you, Maria, for your gift on this beautiful day of the equinox.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be a part of this and to be able to share this intertwined vision with all of you.
What a wonderful way to begin. To begin yet another journey into the depths of the hearts and minds of the Design Science Studio's visionaries from many different paths of creation, and looking forward to this day. So thank you for kicking this off. And here we have Neha with all those beautiful butterflies flying around with you in the land of your dreams with the trees. It's such an honor to be with you here in the space. And for those that are tuning in and aren't familiar with who I am, my name's Amanda Sage, and I was a part of the Design Science first cohort, and we're here on the Vision Train, and that is also one of my homes. So it's beautiful to bring the family together here. And Neha is a contemporary eco-folk artist, poet, and an award-winning global climate justice advocate. Neha's Earth Stewardship-centered multidisciplinary studio builds bridges between private, collective, and planetary healing through the power of art. Neha grew up in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, whose soulful vibrancy is a part of her creative DNA. America is her adopted home, where she embodies powerful creative reclamations of reimagination for transformational world building. Welcome, Neha.
Thank you, Amanda. And namaste, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time travels from wherever in the universe and Earth you may be joining us from. So thank you so much for being with us, for Design Science Studio and friends, this very special salon making the invisible visible for planetary renewal. Thank you, Maria Andrea, for starting us with absolutely magical, soul-moving sharing in both images and your powerful presence and movement. Thank you so much. So I want to invite us today into our circle with a blessing and a praise and a poem. So the special blessing is from Joy Harjo from Muskogee Creek Nation, who is also the second, in her second term as the Poet Laureate of United States of America, which is the Turtle Island. That is also my adopted home, which I so deeply love. This blessing and also the praise is from her beautiful, beautiful book, which I highly recommend. It's called Conflict Resolution for Holy Beings. And I selected this because there is so much conflict in the world we are all witnessing and living through. And to remember I hope we can embody and carry through our day to day. Bless the poets. Bless the poets, the workers for justice, the dancers of ceremony, the singers of heartache, the visionaries, all makers and carriers of fresh meaning. We will all make it through. We will all make it through. Despite politics and wars, despite failures and misunderstandings, there is only love. Join me in taking a deep breath. So with that blessing, we enter into praise. So praise for everything that is holding us today, wherever in the world you are, the space, the elements, the human beings, the magical beams and magic beings that are holding you today. Praise to all. This is also a poem from Joy Harjo. Praise the rain. Praise the rain, the seagull dive, the curl of plant, the raven talk. Praise the hurt, the house slack, the stand of trees, the dignity. Praise the dark, the moon cradle, the sky fall, the bear asleep. Praise the mist, the warrior name, the earth eclipse, the fired leap. Praise the backwards, upward sky, the baby cry, the spirit food. Praise canoe, the fish rush, the hole for frog, the upside down. Praise the day, the cloud cup, the mind flat, forget it all. Praise crazy, praise sad, praise the path on which we are led. Praise the roads on earth and water. Praise the eater and the eaten. Praise beginnings, praise the end. Praise the song, praise the singer. Praise the rain, it brings more rain. Praise the rain, it brings more rain. And if I may add, humbly praise each and every one of you sharing your time and presence today, which is one of the biggest gifts we can give to each other, even as we inhabit our timelessness. So I wanted to share, when I first heard about our theme, making the invisible visible, the first thing that came to my being was being an artist, because I feel art in all its manifestations and forms is about making the invisible visible, and at the same time honoring the mysteries of this universe that maybe we are not supposed to solve, maybe we are not supposed to take the veil from everything, but honor. So reflecting on that, I wanted to share this final poem with you in this segment of our beautiful opening circle, which honors and celebrates the power of art. And this is a poem I birthed and had the opportunity to channel in our world. So thank you for receiving. And as you're listening, I hope you will behold the artist that you are yourself as an artist of life, whatever be your vehicles and channels and means and dreams of creation. So it's called If Change Were a Piece of Art. If change were a piece of art, I will make a start, knowing that you get there part by part, knowing that it gets messy before it gets pretty, knowing that the lines may not be perfect. Maybe it will be a blank canvas made by someone's rough hands, waiting for me to splash my colors, waiting for me to give it a form, waiting for me to change its destiny and my own hand in hand. Maybe it will be a discarded piece of art found under the rubble at the local Goodwill store, waiting for me to pick it up despite the scratches, waiting for me to not give up on it, waiting for me to tell it I see beauty, not junk. Maybe it will change the world or someone's world. I will paint the elephant in the room pink. I will give wings to the frog of the well. I will make the sun shine in the darkest corners of the earth and the human heart. If change were a piece of art, I will take my brush and make a start, knowing that inch by inch a painting is completed, knowing that as a child, I had the courage to sketch mighty rainbow castles, knowing that a tiny iridescent hummingbird migrates miles and miles and miles, starting with the little flap. So start, even if you do not see the end of the road, for you can imagine the end of the road. For what you can imagine, you can create. For you have to start somewhere, someday. So start. Let's make change an art. What better day than today? what better place than here and now? What better person than the one you see in the mirror every single day? So thank you for receiving and welcome. And let's carry forth. Thank you.
You're such a blessing. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Well, welcome everybody, and we're incredibly happy to have you all here on this equinox. We have so many surprises for you today. It's going to be a packed day filled with revolutionaries, incredible speakers, and we're very grateful to have your presence. And talking about presence, I'm really excited to introduce you to our next speaker. She's one of my favorite humans on this planet, and her name is Amanda Joy. She's a henna artist. She was introduced to henna almost 10 years ago when she was resettling refugees and dove deep into these ancient art. She's been painting and blessing people with like incredible drawings on the skin. She will be able to tell you a little bit more about the what's behind these art. She also so she runs an organization called Happy Henna and also a nonprofit called Crowns Henna Crowns, where she paints henna crowns to cancer patients, and it's yeah, her work is really profound. And so Amanda, all yours.
Thank you, Nico, for such a beautiful introduction. I'm so honored to be here with all of you incredible artists who have chosen to take action to choose love over fear. And that's one of my biggest missions in life, is to shift our mindset to choose positive over negative and love over fear. And that takes a lot of courage. And courage starts with that inner knowing of that inner truth of who you are, and choosing the things that are maybe seem hard or difficult and scary, and still going after it, and still saying, fuck yes, I'm going to choose love, even when all odds are not on my side. So yes, I am a henna artist, and this is plant medicine for me. This has helped me to come back to my breath, come back to my conscious awareness of my subconscious thoughts. And as we all know, that art is a powerful tool for us to slow down, to breathe, to listen, and to consciously create action of what we'd like to manifest. And it starts with our thoughts. And it starts with our breath. And so I'd like to guide you guys through a simple awareness of breath and planting our intention, the seed of intention of what we'd like to manifest throughout the day today, of being present not only with how we speak, how we show up, but also encouraging each other, because each one of you has taken a fucking courageous act to go after your dreams, to do what you love, and you are sharing it vulnerably with each other, and fully the fullness of your heart to create change and action. And it starts with that love. So I encourage you to keep your feet on the ground, to sit up straight. I'd like to just guide you through a breath. So maybe placing one hand on your chest, one hand on your stomach. And we're going to begin by breathing deep within our nose. We're going to hold at the top, and then we're going to slowly release through the nose as slow as possible. And we'll do this a couple times, and I'll just guide you through that breath and through how to really shift your mindset into just being present with your temple. So together, we'll take a deep breath in through the nose, holding at the top, relaxing your shoulders, relaxing your body. Slowly releasing through the nose. Sinking deeper. Go ahead and take another deep breath in. Holding at the top. Holding your highest alignment, your highest joy for today. Maybe there's something that you'd really like to share. Slowly release any fears or doubts. Sinking into your body. Go ahead and take another deep breath in. Holding at the top just a little bit longer. Letting go of the past and the future. Just becoming aware of this present moment. Aware that you showed up today, that you're here. Slowly release any distractions. Sitting deeper into your body. I want you to breathe deep within your stomach and the form of creation. Breathing deep into this fire, this passion. Why you're here. Why are you creating? What is it that seed that was planted inside you from the very beginning? The seed that you've allowed to water, to nourish. You allowed to crack open. To share a story. Connecting back to the earth. You need to imagine, as you breathe in, that seed begins to have roots into the earth, going deep down your legs, your feet, into the ground, into the core of Mother Earth. Breathing deep into the energy of what the earth brings and pulling it up all the way up your legs, into your stomach, into that moment of choice. A choice to continue to water that seed and allow it to grow. Maybe remembering moments on this path of creation, this path of being a creator, creatrix, an artist. Moments of taking a courageous act, a courageous choice to choose love, to choose from your heart space, breathing up into their heart. And imagining this seed growing in to a beautiful tree. Moving up through your throat. Remembering the voice that you've had to activate to share your truth, to share your mission, your purpose, your values. Allowing that seed to grow even bigger, all the way up through your third chakra, your throat chakra, your heart, your third eye, all the way up into your crown. And breathing this energy of the earth through you, all the way up to your crown chakra, and imagining you just becoming this tree, this seed of creation. Sharing the fruits of your labor, the fruits of the essence that you bring. And holding your heart with gratitude. Gratitude for sharing your heart, feeling being connected with others and witnessing each other's hearts in this group. Maybe planting a word of intention of how you'd like to embody, how you'd like to show up and feel. As you witness each other's seeds in this group, those who have taken the courageous act to choose love. And to connect on that heart level. Just taking another deep breath in. Just closing with saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For yourself and for others. As you scroll through and just like look at each person in here. For showing up fully. That each one of you has a gift. Each one of you has that seed. And that we're all connected. Thank you, Nika.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for that gorgeous embodied journey into the essence of spring. Thank you for bringing this equinox into our bodies and our hearts and our minds. I'm so excited to introduce our next guest. Benny is a member of the studio, and Benny's mission is to aid in humanity's process of becoming fully expressed and intimately interrelated beings through music and storytelling. He has carried out this mission across the globe as a performer, singer, and through a commitment to receiving and sharing sacred songs. The poetry and harmony of his music is delivered with a broad spectrum of vocal styles and intricate guitar work, predominantly inspired by the richness of Brazilian and American folk traditions, as well as Eastern music and jazz modalities. It's such an honor and delight to have Benny on the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harris. I'm going to bring up a beautiful video that Benny recorded for us under the full moonlight. So as we're teleported to Mexico City, where he recorded this, welcome this beautiful being who's been such a light to everyone in the studio this year. And thank you, Harris, for such a warm introduction. Here we go.
I know I belong to you. You belong to me too. And the winds are changing. I feel what you feel too. I know that you feel me too. And the winds are changing. Everything that's true. I am reflecting back to you, and we are the winds that are changing. I see the light in you's the light in me, together for eternity. And the winds are changing. I cry when I need to heal inside. The healing of the earth is mine, and the winds are changing. You are everything that's true. I am reflecting back to you, and we are the winds that are changing. I will try to understand the meaning of the cosmic plan, and the winds are changing. I know what it is I need to grow, and all the seeds I will sow, and the winds are changing. You are everything that's true. I am reflecting back to you, and we are the winds that are changing. And we are the winds that are changing. And we are the winds that are changing.
The winds are changing. Sending again, just deep, deep beams of gratitude for the courage, the care, and for all of you for coming together, for making the invisible visible. If you've just arrived, we are joyously hosted on the Vision Train, which is an amazing community and project from one of the first cohort members of the Design Science Studio, Amanda Sage, lovingly stewarded by an incredible community and full of painters and visionaries. And we are here as the Design Science Studio. Today we're celebrating that we're almost just, I think, a few days under a month away from the launch of 144 international multidisciplinary projects who have all come together to direct their creativity towards facilitating an equitable and just future for all life. And this is the second cohort, so this is now 288 creators who have directed their creativity towards this mission, connecting with the regenerative movement and with the potential of what's possible when we come together to work for all life to thrive at the expense of none. The future is always first an idea, and we're coming together to radically reimagine our way towards the future of planetary regeneration now. And today we will have digital immersive art installations, deep dives, compelling conversations, interactive workshops, artist talks. And it is a vision that we welcome you to hold with us, to shape it, to grow it, to nurture it. We are but one community connected to an entire planet of human-bodied individuals who know that there is more to life than just focusing on the future of humanity, but focusing on the future of all life. And that we're in a very delicate time, and we must find ways that we can find both grounding and presence and buoyancy in our missions, but also rigor and focus and refinement and sense making, so that we can direct our unique gifts and skills and passions in a way that can really uplift and accelerate the transition to a future that is equitable and just for all. And if we can hold this vision together and we can focus on this life-aligned work that's happening in the margins, the periphery, these decentralized networks, then we really can play, and through this work together to co-create a world that works for all. So let's play. Let's make the invisible visible. I am so delighted that I get to introduce one of my dearest friends who I look up to so much for the devotion that she has directed her life's work towards in a big way, towards supporting education in some very important kind of fringe spaces that we're going to get to have a collective experience now around navigating some of the core principles of. Her name is Margie Marlowe. She is the executive director and founder of the consent bystander intervention-based nonprofit Guardians of the Vibe. She holds a bachelor's degree in social science with a double minor in psychology and Spanish language. And she is a member of the Design Science Studio's second cohort and is one of my favorite playmates in this world. Hi, dear. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Wow, I am so honored to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction, Roxy. You are also one of my favorite people to navigate this playground of Earth together. And I would just like to extend a big greeting to my fellow revolutionaries, change makers, activists, artists, designers, everyone in this space right now. This is such a beautiful web that we are creating. And I truly believe that it is a viable and just incredible triumph to get together to center the Earth and 100% of all life in our mission to, extend forward and create change. So thank you all for being here. And I hope that you are all excited for a beautiful day of exploration, creation, and making the invisible visible. My name is Margie Marlowe, and the center of my work is making the invisible visible around how we approach consent, uncovering power dynamics, and integrating our discoveries into creating a cultural shift away from a world that values power over rather than empowerment. So we're trying to create this place of empowerment rather than seeking domination and power. And I truly believe that the makers in this space are all just keeping that at the center of their work. So thank you all for doing that. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the non-consensual nature of the stolen lands of Turtle Island that I am able to educate and create upon. So I encourage us all to take a moment to reflect on who is here before us and who still carries that lineage today. No matter where you are, there has been and still is resistance and strife. In the same vein, there is love and connection since the beginning and in the now. No matter where you sit, there has always been ingenuity, creativity, change making, and whether some of it has been lost to the sometimes cruel sands of time or protected by the original keepers, we as a humanity continue to alchemize art, design, and ultimately positive change into being. So take a breath, absorb where you are, who is there, who is still there, and be grateful and mindful as we steward forward into the new world that we are creating together. Many hands create a space of safety and love as we are all here together creating this container. An excellent way to cultivate any space from the ground up is to center consent. Consent is beyond permission. It takes into account that every human, every piece of life on Earth has some sort of voice and deserves choices that cultivates a container of agency around oneself in any interaction. Consent is something we engage in every single day, from making decisions with friends, to asking someone for a hug, to telling someone no. While consent is something we engage in every day, we also engage in non-consensual systems every day, such as capitalism, white supremacy, the patriarchy, and any system that forces us to participate in order to maintain power. Sometimes all it takes is naming things to uncover them. The Earth is regularly forgotten in conversations around consent and boundaries. How are we not listening to the Earth's boundary when the Earth holds the most power of all? The Earth is both invisible and visible, visible like a storm or a rainbow, invisible like a mycelium network or a gentle breeze. It speaks to us with power and love every day. The Earth decides our fate as humanity, which is equal parts terrifying and reassuring. Our future as humanity is somewhat of an invisible mystery in the crystal ball of life. I dream of a future and applaud the people in the present who look at creating from a standpoint of intersectionality with Earth at the very center. At its core, consent is regenerative. It is infinite and something we can practice with one another and the planet every single day. It is freely given, uncoerced, and non-exclusive. It asked the question of, where do I hold power? And what am I doing to empower other people to the agency that they have within themselves? Reflecting on something we often don't see can be both challenging and enlightening. Love is also a regenerative gift that we give each other. As one of my most favorite scholars, Bell Hooks, wrote, "Love is more than a feeling, but an act." Love has been commodified and it has been placed in a box as something that is finite, when in reality, we can act in love every day, and consent is a loving act. It is care, it is both tangible and intangible, invisible and visible. Digital boundaries are a newer and more nuanced sector of how consent operates. So how will we support one another in this space today as we meet globally across cultures on the internet? As we enter this space of questioning and discovery and learning today, I encourage all of us to just get out of our comfort zones to learn these new concepts. Growth begins at the edge of your comfort zone, and sometimes emotional activation can be the vital tonic that we need to learn something new. So I encourage everyone to take care of yourselves and to take care of each other today while engaging digitally. I hope that you join me at 12:30 at the Invisible Stage to learn more about uncovering power, where we will continue the conversation around consent and power. And I really hope that everyone just enjoys all of the beautiful offerings that my fellow revolutionaries have put together with so much love and care and creativity. And we will usher in this new creative world together. So thank you to all of Design Science Studio, habRitual, and the Buckminster Fuller Institute for everything that you're doing.
Thank you so much, Margie. And I hope that you all find your way over to the workshop. It's an hour of some of the most important work that we need to be doing and practicing. And every time that I encounter the work that you carry forward, I learn something new. And it's in a way that makes me realize and feel grateful for my blind spots, and in a way that also is my pruning. And as we're entering spring and this season of composting, this is a journey, an embodied journey, and not just a destination. And so the way that you like hold the space, and not just like a fun and beautiful way, but one that like doesn't lean into, at least for me, doesn't provoke a space of guilt or shame. And I think that you have really delicately crafted that through your study and devotion for so long. So I'm so excited for everyone to get to experience your work. Yay! And with that, I'm curious if Vortex is around. She was floating before, and she was coming back soon. Well, Vortex, who welcomed us today, will sweep into our sessions and sweep out. And so we'll see the next time that we get to play with Vortex in the space. But in the meantime, I am going to warmly welcome one of the incredible team members of our partners of the Future of Cities, Ochuko. Faith, I want to welcome you to the stage to be a part of this moment with me.
Hello, welcome Ochuko, and welcome everybody to making the invisible visible. We're so overjoyed to have you all here, and we're so happy to have you here, Ochuko. It's such a pleasure. I'm gonna share a little bit of your background with our community, and then I'm happy to have you talk through placemaking and building the future that we'd like to see together. So Ochuko is a graduate of the Masters of Architect program at Columbia University, the GSAP program, and currently a research fellow at the Future of Cities with Tony Cho, who's a partner of ours. She has a keen interest in interweaving sustainable and socially conscious responses into design interventions. And let me just see if I can see the rest of this, sorry. Ochuko specializes in sustainability research, concept development, and building technology, and has been mentored by many top professionals in the design field. We are so overjoyed to have you, and would love to hear more about your background and the work that you're doing with Future Cities. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm really happy to be here. Like Faith said, everyone, my name is Ochuko, and honestly, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here and just share the stage with such amazing speakers, and in the midst of all these tremendously talented artists that are participating and pushing for this relevant conversation of global cooperation. It's very inspiring. I mean, I'm sure like we've all heard like the talks about rising climate change threats and how we do this and that, but you know, I think we can agree that we want to see more implementation of these changes. So we've definitely discovered that a lot of things are not working, you know, beyond our climate systems to our justice systems to down to our ways of life. And I think that we're in need of catalytic change in our systems and our conversations and adopting this co-mentality and just co-creation, cooperation, and just thinking about everyone and everything. And which is one of the reasons why I like admire Design Science Studio, habRitual, and you know the Buckminster Fuller Institute, and just FOC. And I'm really just grateful for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen, just a brief presentation that I made. Can you all see that? Yes. Okay. So I mean, Future of Cities is a relatively new company, and we are almost like 1 year old, and we're actively trying to implement this co-creative way of thinking in our projects, in events we participate in, and just what we do in general. And we're doing this through what we call regenerative placemaking. So this is like a tool that, you know, involves a lot of rethinking, and we believe it's a tool for urban transformation. And the goal is to like design livable neighborhoods that are self-sustaining, community-driven, inclusive, and environmentally conscious. Regenerative placemaking in general involves systems thinking. So how I feel systems thinking translate is, you know, like thinking of the ecological, community, economic, and environmental systems all in a place. And also just, I think it comes down to a level of cooperation, you know, with different stakeholders, and that are all, different stakeholders that are all part of these systems, whether they're global or local. Regenerative placemaking, I think, is a people-driven tool, which I love, and the approach can be different, whether it's from art to research, and which, at least in my approach with Future of Cities, it's been to research and what we call, I guess they call thought leadership in regenerative placemaking. So I do a lot of like copywriting of articles, sustainable research, and inclusive development research. So for instance, one of these articles would be looking at cities that are participating globally in this regenerative placemaking concept, and then working with, you know, DSS to launch the Regenaissance, which was the Regenaissance era, which was really fun, a fun event that happened in December. And then we're also touching on crucial topics like affordable housing, you know, highlighting the need for radical change in the way we approach this affordable housing crisis. So yeah, and at the same time, I'm working on inclusive development research in Florida, community research in one of our real estate development projects. Like, although the research is in the early stages, we want to work with the community to design and create a community that is authentic, realistic, and just build a relationship with the community and understand what their needs are. So we're asking key questions like, what are critical needs of the community? Stability and quality of life, you know, what are the housing needs, sustainability, and just general questions to get to know what they need and how we can respond realistically as a company. And that leads me to my second research, which I'm actually working with NYU Urban Lab to analyze like current metrics on like inclusive development stuff. So what we're doing is actually looking into our developers and companies actually doing what they say they're doing, you know, evaluating these different measurement metrics, looking at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the GRI, which is a global global, I cannot remember right now, but it's one of the ratings that they use to, measure like the impacts of our projects on communities. And I guess in conclusion, one of the things that I really like about FOC, is unique to FOC, is that we're located in Florida, which is a region of like high risk geography, so prone to sea level rise and flooding. And FOC has been fortunate enough to participate in, conversations and events that are just looking at Florida's sustainable regenerative future. But I think that we're doing more, like it doesn't end there. Like we try to make this events as global as possible. So for instance, we hosted our own event at COP26, and we talked about like the radical need for change, again, like touching on those, reinforcing these topics on global environmental changes, identifying place-based and community-driven solutions, and how we can take concrete steps towards effective and political and ecological solutions. And we have hopefully many more international or just local events coming up, and you can stay tuned on that on our social media if you want to connect with us to hear more about our events or just keep track of our physical projects. Yeah, and I do want to say that this fire for change and cooperation and just this humanistic approach that I'm witnessing here in this group is really exciting to see. And I want to say to every artist here or every speaker here that your work is very inspiring, and I encourage each and every one of you to not let that fire die out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chuko.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Chuko. It's really exciting to hear about the work that you're doing with Future of Cities and the work that you're doing with NYU and Columbia. Is there a place we can go to find out more about this?
Most of the articles right now are on the website, the FOC website, the Information Hub. I think for the NYU stuff, we might be announcing that in April. So I guess that's something we can share later on. But yeah, the other research about the community development stuff has not been finalized yet. We're in progress, reaching out to community members and local organizations. So that's still in progress.
Beautiful. Excellent. Well, we look forward to finding out more, and I'll put the link for Future of Cities in the chat as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
I have a question for you both.
Okay.
And for everyone listening, like, how does it feel, the future that you're building? How do you feel in this regenerated cities? How does it feel, the community, and how does it feel in your body?
Connected. It feels community, like we're catalyzing a connected community. And
what about you, Chuko? Sorry.
Powerful. It feels powerful.
Yeah, I feel like it's that you took my word, powerful. I think, I don't know if this is not a word, but it's just like, it's very, I think, inspiring to see like everyone's coming together and making this change in different ways that they can. No one's just like, you're not being limited to feel like you can't do anything, but I don't know, that's what I think. It's I guess liberating, if that's yeah.
Beautiful.
I feel lighter just to hear you speak, and I also feel like if I had stars underneath my face whenever I feel something's right. And I feel lighter. And well, this is an invitation to gather that feeling so our bodies can lead the way into building this new world.
Thank you.
Well, it is such a delight to welcome our next speaker. Marley, I've gotten to know personally throughout the years, and it's such an amazing honor to be circling with you here in the Design Science Studio. This woman is such a powerhouse. Marley is an experiential artist, community builder, and voice activator, just to like name a few of like the great expanse that she is. She catalyzes collective transformation through play, magic, and sound. She is the founder of the artist collective Gaia Temple and the somatic singing method Harmonize, which she has amazing courses. Check out her website. All of her content is so rich and so juicy. Marley focuses her creative vision toward the earth being recognized as the rising divine feminine, and all sentient life is respected equally. I'm so excited to receive what you have for us today, Marley.
Thank you so much, Harris. Wow. I mean, what a beautiful reflection this is. And you, Miss Mama, were probably the first Hawaiian energy that I ever had true encounters with. So thank you, and thank you for all the work you're doing to steward the voice of the earth. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here today. This gathering, this collective has really inspired me in unimaginable ways and kept me like a flaming arrow alive through this year and throughout COVID in general, for us to really catalyze our creative visions and our creative abilities and skills and our networks in a way to use art as a transformative tool to spread a large vision of a new civilization for everybody. And so what I'm going to share with you today is a piece of work in progress. It's a piece of art that I filmed when I was living in Hawaii. And when I was living in Hawaii in the thick of COVID, I had a lightning bolt idea to open a community center, a community arts center. I was receiving visions for months about the architecture of Gaudi in Barcelona and the way that sound moves, the spatial resonance of the architecture, and how it was created to carry sound in very specific ways that I don't think we've unlocked yet in today's modern day civilization. And so for months, I was like, oh, I'm going to Barcelona. I'm going to go to Barcelona. I'm moving there. And when I put in my 30 days notice, I was living at the Garden of Eden in Deep Pahoa, and I was all ready to go. And the week before, my friend walked up to me and showed me a listing for this gorgeous historical chapel and was like, Marley, this is yours. You're supposed to be here. With very little persuading from my good friend and coach, Bobby Breckenridge, I decided to stay in Hawaii and spend a year transforming this dilapidated, gorgeous, old historical chapel. And so I'm going to take you into the experience. Over the course of the year, we use the space as an incubator to study New World development, to really pull in the vision of the future, as well as vibrational medicine and what is possible whenever we go into a psychedelic space together without any type of medicine besides vibrational medicine, and how we can journey together. I'll go ahead and take you on. I'm going to share my screen here. And let's see, the audio is a little shaky. It is pretty loud where I am. Let me see if I can, let me pull up this video, okay? And then I'll see if I can move myself. All right. So the image that we're seeing here is Gaia Temple in Hawaii. I'll go ahead and start. Gaia Temple is an artist collective for visionaries. Oh, you know what? One more thing. Let me try one more thing. Thanks, you guys, for being patient with me while I figure out this tech stuff. There we go. All right. Try this. Okay. So this is the church that we had a year of pure play spaces to sing, to dance, to meditate, to study, to vision, to teleport. And the history of this church was that it was the first building in Kayao where the Filipino and the Japanese races came together as two different races under one house to share their beliefs. And so that was one of the primary concerns, was creating a space where people all the way deep in Silicon Valley on the mainland could relate with those in deep Pahoa who were completely unraveled. And no matter how different they were still able to come together in their deep belief and passion for a coherent humanity. And the second thing that I was really working to undo the karma of is when you think of chapels, the karma of colonization, right? That's what these buildings stand for. And so I went all the way to the root of colonization, which is colonizing the earth. So this is all about listening to the earth.
Welcome, Sea Star. Thank you for being here today. It is a pleasure to be activating your voice as we come together to restore the voice of Gaia, of Mother Earth.
So I'm going to fast forward here a little bit just to show you guys, this is an experiential art piece that is still in practice. So it's in its raw form. And the reason I'm sharing with you in its raw form is because we're collaborators. Let's go ahead and just listen in for a minute or two. And if you can, follow along with the guided exercise.
We are making manifested the vibration of our words and of our sound. Allow yourself to come undone, to feel this one in your blood and your bones in your body, but it's coming through you as you, through me as me. Taking a deep breath in through our nose, exhaling and sinking down to our hips, down to our womb, down to our roots. Taking another deep breath in, connecting to the golden seed of life force within your heart, breathing in through the skin. Exhaling, letting it all go, releasing through the surface of the skin. You are safe to expand. We begin by listening. Your blood are her rivers, your lungs are her trees. Feel the palms of your hands, feel into the tips of your fingers. Breathe down to the bottom of your feet. And let yourself breathe into every part of your body. Feel
I'm going
free.
to fast forward, but this is a really cool 360 experience shot with a VR camera, and this is in our digital world. So if you want to go through and experience the whole voice activation, go visit it in the digital world. You can walk in and actually move around in a circle. Serena set that up. Thank you. And the whole purpose of it is to create a voice activation for those with wombs, which is everybody. And whenever you speak, whenever you sing, you want to go all the way into your womb space. This is a somatic exercise that helps bring you deeper into your body. Whenever you go deeper into your body, you're able to more clearly hear not only your own inner voice and intuition and create and relate from that space, but you're also able to begin to hear the voice of the earth. And this is so important as we go into New World community development, as we're developing Civilization 2.0. And so this is a guided exercise for you to play along. And I'm just going to fast forward to the part where we're closing it and all the women are singing together.
Beautiful. Continue.
going to share with you today of this video. Thank you so much for being the first people that I've ever shared this with. It's definitely a tender share because it's completely raw. And like I said, if you are interested in playing along, if you like producing music, going into the VR space, doing digital effects, reach out to me. There's so much more. This is just sort of like the baby tiptoes in the water, seeing what's possible whenever we come together and share our vision and our creative abilities. And if you'd like to get in touch, you can email me at hello@GaiaTemple.org. And if you aren't already a member of the Gaia Temple Artist Collective, please, please, please come join. I'm not sure where it's going yet. It's going to self-inform itself. So thank you, everybody, so much. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Yay, thank you so much, Marley, for bringing your beautiful, magnificent presence. And I loved seeing the preview of the temple, which is such a wide and deep and inviting space. So thank you so much. And I hope we can continue together with your beautiful spirit and absolutely gorgeous voice that I just love so much. I hope we can continue to honor that together, both in Hawaii and Gaia being everywhere, wherever we are. So thank you so much, Marley. And with that, I would love to now welcome Damien. Do we have Damien here?
He's coming in, but you can begin. Actually, maybe while he tunes in, because he's just texting me that he's entering right now, Neha.
Okay.
I want to bring in the wisdom of the words.
Yeah, I have an abundance of poetry for us today. So here is some poetry sprinkling while Damien is coming. This one is from Walt Whitman. It's called When I Heard the Learned Astronomer. And I say this, Roxy, who is also a student of astronomy, and me, who has been a student of physics. And I love all things science and geeky as much as I love all soul poetry. I think both are really deeply tied together. So this is Walt Whitman. When I heard the learned astronomer. When I heard the learned astronomer, when the proofs, the figures were ranged in columns before me, when I was shown the charts and diagrams to add, divide, and measure them, when sitting, I heard the astronomer where he lectured with much applause in the lecture room. How soon unaccountable I became and tired and sick, till rising and gliding out, I wander off by myself in the mystical, moist night air. And from time to time, I looked up in perfect silence at the stars. So I offer that with all my love to astronomers as well, and to the silence of stars. So, and just in time, here is wonderful Damien. Welcome, Damien. Thank you for being with us today. So everyone, Damien is the co-founder and chief imaginer of Glint.Worlds. Together with his group of Imagineers, they are imagining Parousia, a world that exists in a culture of connection. In Parousia, there are beings who help you explore your essence through somatic technologies we call presence, gratitude, compassion, play, vulnerability. So with that, with so much gratitude and love, Damien, welcome. Here's to Imagineers. What a beautiful term. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Neha. And that was a really beautiful poem. I've been studying Walt Whitman as of recent. So thank you for sharing that. Hi, everyone. My name is Damien. And yeah, as Neha said, oh, Roxy, I'll share and then we'll go through and then I'll come back to you. Let me share my screen if that's possible. Here, one sec. Okay, screen share. Perfecto. All right. Awesome. So yeah, with that intro, today we're going to be doing a listening session. And the first thing is I would love for you to join me in this. If you can hold your phone up and scan the QR code and follow along with this presentation, that would be amazing. Whilst you do that, I will just build on a little on what Neha shared, which is that, yeah, I'm the co-founder of Glint Worlds. We are a company that has a group of Imagineers, and we're all building and creating this story world called Perusia. So if I'll give a few more minutes for everyone to join with the QR code. As we create this, my background is in experiential design. So I'll talk a little bit about myself for a bit. My background is in experiential design. I've been doing it for the past 7 years in San Francisco. I did a lot of underground immersive experiences, and that's how I started my journey in this world of creating experiences that aims at stewarding people to become better version of themselves by engaging with psychosocial skills like presence, compassion, gratitude, vulnerability, and play. So that's a little bit about me and currently what I'm focusing on. If we can go to the next slide. And Roxy, if you can just drop the link in there for anyone else who wants to, who joins later, that'd be great. So a bit about Perusia. Yeah, Perusia is this story world that we are imagining a group of about 12 to 15 people right now that are imagining this world. And it's a world that is beyond space and time. In this world, the local inhabitants, they're called the Inishiki. And we are really learning about Perusia from the Inishiki, the indigenous people there. And in this world, the Inishiki relate and interact with what they call Manidus. And these Manidus are, it translates to mean spirit guides. And in relating to these spirit guides, they activate these somatic technologies within themselves that allows them to live in harmony with self, other, and their living world. So we're learning a lot about this and wanting to share it. So what we're gonna go into, before we move forward, I have one thing I would like to ask everyone in the presentation. If we can take a moment, if we can take a deep breath and just do a body scan. And in that body scan, I'd love for you to share how you're feeling right now. So for me, I would say, to be honest, I feel vulnerable and I feel nervous and I feel excited. So those would be like some of the words. So if you can drop in the different words that captures your state right now, that would be amazing. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun with this. What we're gonna do, the intention here is to feel into our current state. And then we're gonna go into listening to this audio experience that Roxy is gonna share. And then we're gonna explore how we felt after. So what do we have? We have curious, calm, open, inspired. I like that inspired is like center there, and it's not moving. Excited, grateful, smart, vulnerable, present, motivated, in awe. Amazing. Thank you all so much. So we're gonna go to the next slide. If you're done putting in your words. So we're gonna do a listening session with the scripter. Scripter is one of the Manidus in Perusia. And the scripter, they activate the somatic technology of what they call, in Perusia, they call it Nungum. So that's N-O-O-N-G-O-M, Nungum. And that really translates in our world, in our language, English, to be presence. So we're gonna go into a recorded journey, a recorded audio of the scripter, and a little bit of what they do in the world of Perusia in terms of activating the somatic technology. In order to start, what I would love for us to sit up, have our spine straight, feet firmly planted on the ground. And I would love for you to take 3 deep breaths in your own space and time. On the breath, I want you to count to 4, hold for 4, and count to 8 on the way out. And you're gonna do that 3 times. On the 3rd breath, we will begin the audio journey. One thing before we go into this, if you have headphones, this will be much better. If you don't, that is okay. Ideally, you're in an environment or a situation where someone wouldn't like walk into the room and interrupt the experience. With those 2 things in place, I think we're good to go. So yeah, let's take those 3 deep breaths and then go into the experience, which will start from the 3rd breath. So Roxy, the 3rd breath is your cue, and I can stop sharing. Yes. So 1st breath. 1 more all the way in to the top. Hold for 4. On the way out, count to 8. Now on the 3rd breath, all the way in. Hold for 4. And let go.
Twameva Mata Chapita Twameva Twameva Bandush Chisaka Twameva Twameva Vidya Dravinam Twameva Twameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva. Find your way into a comfortable seat. Place your feet on the ground beneath you. Close your eyes Lay your hands on your lap, palms facing up. Straighten your spine. Relax your shoulders and open your chest, pushing your heart forward. Now bring your attention to your breath. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. In and out. In and out. Notice the subtle sensations on your body. Bring your attention to the air entering your nose. With each inhale, keep breathing while gradually slowing and deepening your breath, and eventually finding yourself in harmony with your own breath. Tune into its rhythm and flow, and allow yourself to get very curious about every facet of your breath, from the physical experience to the energetic and the multidimensional space that your breath opens you to. Through your awareness of your breath, you are here. You are there. You are everywhere. You are everywhere. You are everywhere. Through your awareness of your breath, you are connected to the cosmic consciousness of the stars and planets in the universe. Through your awareness of your breath, you unlock the wisdom of your lineage living inside of yourselves. Keep breathing. Deeper. Deeper. Increase the pace. And breathe deeper. As you breathe, inhale the feeling of deep connection to all that there is. Breathe in. Take a moment to sit with the reverberations of this unifying sound in your body. And give yourself permission to stay with this feeling of aliveness and with this gift of presence.
Awesome. Let's take a moment. Thank you all for doing that. And if you can join me back on the slide presentation. The next one is, how do you feel after listening to this audio? So I would love if you can drop the words in there that expresses your feeling after hearing that. I would be really grateful. Thank you. And I'd love to see your faces too, if you can come on camera. It's like, sorry about that, I just lost. Let me share my screen again. Okay, here are some of the words that have been coming in. Grounded, balance, serene, inspired, calm, peaceful, which is center and bigger here. So that's amazing. Fantastic, inspired, alive, happy, amazing. Open and immersed. Cool. I like that immerse comes up. We're really going for immersive here. So while you put the words in, I'll just share a little bit more to give some context of what you just experienced. Part of Perusia and imagining it and bringing it forward, we're creating these audio immersive journeys. So we have a library of this content that we're creating, and each one of these audio is meant to bring you into a state of these words that you're sharing here with us. And you know, a lot of it is based on the principle that sound, or the philosophy, I should say, that sound is creation. And one of the best ways to explore the inner realm is through vibration and through sound. So that's one of the ways we're imagining Perusia as of right now. And a lot of it is listening and bringing forth these experiences from these beings from another world. So the next question that I do have, if we can jump forward, is would you like to listen to more audio experience like this? Because what I'm trying to understand and what I'm trying to learn here is, should we create more of this? Does the world need this? Do we want to create more of this in the world? So yeah, if we were to offer a library of these audio immersive experience from different beings that often like uses poetry, music, binaural beats, 360 sounds. If you listen to this with headphones, you can hear the spatial component of the music. So yeah, that's one question that I would love to know. Would you like to listen to more audio experience like this? And I have like, there's 100% yes. I don't, doesn't say how many people said yes, but 100%. I'm gonna assume all 26 people. And if you have questions, by the way, feel free to jump in and ask. I'm open to questions here. The next question I have for you is, if I were to create a library of this type of content, what would you pay to access a library of these audio experiences? Would you pay $4, $8, $12? Like, what would you pay? Because as we know, to create these things in the world, it costs, and we have to make it regenerative, which I know is a word that this community appreciate. And so we're trying to understand what's the value, and you know, would you pay for it and how much? So that could help us make decisions in how we move forward, I should say. Awesome. So coming in, well, the good thing is 0% of I wouldn't pay, so that's great. Sorry, I like to make myself laugh. So, okay, we've got 50% at 54, 53. Okay, awesome. That's really great to hear. I want to open it up for questions to me. When I say Chief Imagineer earlier, I'm the creative director in a more traditional sense. So if you have any questions about the creative process, how we're doing this, if you want to get involved, if you're a musician, an artist, a facilitator, a poet, we have capacity. We have openings for all sorts of creatives. So feel free to ask me questions about that. And if you want to learn more and join into the community, you can do so at perusia.world, and you can enter your email into our mailing list. And then you'll also get a PDF of the story. So it's a short story on Perusia World, and it's by the young boy that we got this story from. His name is Ezel, and he is the one whose journey we're actually following here. So you can read all about his story and learn more about the world, the beings of the world. And in the next, in the next few weeks and months to come, we'll be sharing a lot more about Perusia in terms of like the mythos and the culture, the indigenous who live there, the Manidus that they relate to, and there's going to be different ways of engaging with them. Audio is one way. We also have live experiences in the metaverse as another way. So those are the two ways to interact with Perusia right now.
And we actually made a whole breakout room for Damien so that we don't have to rush the conversation. It looks like Elise has a question. So Elise and Damien and anyone else, Bobby maybe. Oh, Bobby, I'm glad you're here. Bobby comes to all our events. You are such a huge support. I am so happy to see you. So yeah, I think that it would be wonderful to have this opportunity to continue the conversation in the breakout, if that sounds good to you, Damien.
Yeah, that's pop me into that room, and I'll be in there for a bit and open to questions. And yeah, if once you join the community, you'll have access to the content, and you'll be able to use headphone, which is really where the fun is in the experience. And thank you, Elise, for the Newcom reference. Okay, so there's one question that came up. Why the name Perusia that reference second coming of Jesus Christ? I love that question. One, Perusia actually means presence in Greek. That's where it came from. And then second, I realized that in Christian theology, it means the second coming. And I actually can work with that because how I reframe it is the second coming of self, which is a reframing that, Jesus Christ is basically a person who came into cosmic consciousness, and cosmic consciousness resides in all of us. So Perusia is a place for you to come into yourself. And when you do that, you will come into connection to others, nature, and cosmic consciousness.
I hope that everyone takes the time to read the story of Perusia as well, which is linked in the profile for Damien in the Catalyst event navigation website. I also just want to say Damien's one of my dearest friends, one of the best designers I know in this world, a huge supporter of the Design Science Studio. Literally everything that every time we had an event for our entire first cohort, we ran it on Damien's previous platform, Presence, which obviously Presence is still the root of everything that he does. And he's just such a huge creative in every way and supporter of the arts. And we love you so much, Damien. And so glad we got to have this experience. I'll say that personal storytelling, we had like a myriad of crazy technical problems. Like our entire program crashed yesterday, and this morning Zoom changed its settings, and it's just been like this kind of like, okay, we made it, we got in there, all right, we're together. And so it's like really lovely to have had a moment to just like really slow down and not only experience something to help us slow down, but like reflect about it together. Because I mean, as we saw through the responses, it literally helped everyone just kind of around.
I'm super glad to hear that. And Roxy, thank you so much for the opportunity in creating the space. You have an amazing community here, as you know. And I will be in the breakout room for more questions. And I see there's a lot of direct messages. It's hard to respond to all of them. So if you join me in the breakout room, I'll be there for a bit. Thank you.
And if you click the breakout, you can literally click the join button. But if you say in the question that you have a question in the chat, we can also just move you over there. And I'm really excited about this moment where both of you are on the screen. You're two of the most incredible humans in my life. And I've been talking to each of you about each other. So D'Empress, Damien, D'Empress.
Hi. Lovely to meet you, the Empress. I've heard a lot, and I would love to connect with you and have a conversation.
Beautiful. Me too. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much. My heart is flowering in this moment. So I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure.
Yes, let's collaborate. Let's co-create.
Yeah, definitely. Roxy can connect us, and yeah, I'll let you continue with your programming, Roxy, and I'll be in the breakout room. So lovely to meet you, the Empress.
Thank you, Damien. Damien's also one of the advisors of the studio. Just the all-around supporter. Hi, D'Empress. How are you?
Very happy to be here. Greetings and good night. Greetings and good day, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It's really beautiful to be here. Very well, thank you.
It's our such deepest delight to have you. And I'm so happy that we're hugging the earth right now. You're in the UK. And I just want to kind of introduce you properly and let everyone know what a dynamic social sculpture practitioner Diane is. She's invested in regenerative artivism for belonging, advocacy, and placemaking for African heritage diaspora communities. Diane works in the unknown, using the imagination for cultural transformation. I welcome you. I'm so grateful to have you in my life. And thank you for being here and bringing your artistry, your vision.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Greetings again. I will, in this moment, share some poetry. 2 poems. I performed a week ago, International Women's Day, and as International Women's Month unfolds, there's a female, feminine goddess focus to what I will share this evening. The first one is called Sun Goddess. Each joy-fueled dawning invites al fresco sun soliloquy. Resting, nestling, slow heats. Heart rhythm beats languid. Snakes tranquility over my being. Veritable sun worship makes molten me. Elevates frequency to still yet moving. Ascendant soul flight ignites goddess bounty, sparks sultry imbibing. Makes molten me, elevates frequency to still, buoyant, expectant. Clarion claims she stakes her anchor, heralds delicious sanctuary, billowing ascent, wafting daylight reverie to still, buoyant, expectant. The unfolding generative, daily sun salutations, makes reconnaissance, makes molten me, reigning expectance, sun goddess elects, I be. Thank you. That is the sun goddess. I'm very grateful for this space and the way in which it creates visibility. So the theme here, making invisible, making the invisible visible. I feel what's really key to a lot of the work that is shared in the Design Science Studio and definitely aligned to my work is voice, representation, and the opportunity to participate. And so this next poem is called She Be Cloak. This my voice, she be cloaking soul. This my voice, she be effervescent, timely expression. This my essence be cloaking voice, she be masked, be fleshly voice, considered, spirit rivered. Riveted she be flow, she be incandescent, she filaments threading sentience, sentiments, illuminating soul. Elemental masked voice, she be heard. Quotidian utterance entrance me. Fragrance words entice for this my voice. She be naked, stripped bare, yet naked, raw, unleashed, powerful, the beast. She comes, soul to soul. Awakening, inflaming, she, this my voice, unfurls to the ocean drum. Rolling vascular heat, she unfurls resonant staccato beats, shattered fragments, cocoons, under, gone. Rolling free spirit, cloaked no more, unleashed, she becomes naked, soul to soul, naked soul to soul, naked she be, this my voice, soul to soul. Thank you. Roxy, how are we doing for time? Am I good?
You're good. You're good. Yeah, we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll catch up.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's my offering for tonight. Thank you so much.
Yes. Do you want to welcome amazing Nikki to the stage?
Yes, I will. We've experienced beautiful Nikki in so many ways, great area, and all of her beautiful energy that she brings. So it will be my pleasure now to introduce Nikki. Nikki Selken is a digital and NFT artist, curator and interaction designer. She spent over a decade working across game design, physical computing, experimental theater, interaction design, and education. She is the creative development director at Grey Area, where she curates and manages the artist incubator and education programs. She is powerful. She is a pioneer and in the blockchain and NFT space, helping artists learn how to engage with the latest technologies and monetize their arts. Thank you so much. May we open our hearts and welcome Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Nikki. You've probably met me if you've worked with Design Science Studio in some capacity because I'm always around working on shows. So I work at Grey Area, and that is an art nonprofit in San Francisco. I was just going to talk a little bit about the work and specifically metaverse and NFTs because they're very hot topics right now, obviously you all know, and actually pretty contested topics. So I'm not going to go into the problems with them per se, but just to speak to the fact that I know there's a lot of problems, and that doesn't mean we shouldn't deal with them. You know, we shouldn't try to find a way to make sense of them. So the two things that are happening in this world, because if we don't, then we aren't really dealing with everything that we need to be. So that is my role, is to like be a guide for people into the metaverse and NFTs and that whole thing. Anyway, without further ado, I did actually create a presentation, so I thought I might share that with you guys because there's a lot of cool work that's been done, not necessarily by me, because I'm kind of looking at this as a curator. Some of it I've done, but by other people and actually by some of you. So I wanted to make sure that I actually gave credit to everybody and just shared what was been going on in the metaverse with everyone here. So I'm going to share this screen really quick. Oops. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the topic is conscious curation, NFTs in the metaverse, which is just to say that I'm thinking thoughtfully about what's being curated and why, and on what platforms and with what technologies, so that we can be mindful of both the environment, access, equitableness, all kinds of stuff. And we've already heard about my background, so I won't go into this. But just to speak a little bit about a couple of perspectives for myself, I come from theater, and specifically experimental theater. So that's one thing, which I feel like affects everything else. And I ended up sort of leaving theater and going into design. I got a degree at Parsons, and MFA in design technology, where I explored a lot of different new technology topics that were different than what I've been doing in the past. One of them is emoji. So I'm kind of an expert on emoji. Created the emoji dictionary and the Emoji Foundation. I also created an emoji VR game, which is called Emoji Flower VR, that I don't think is available on the Apple Store anymore, because it was for Google Cardboard, which has since fallen out of favor. But I liked it because it was inexpensive and accessible, which is something important to me. I also, this is my quick run through of my past, you know who the heck I am. Was nominated for an award for this pervasive game called Find Maria Rivera, which was like an escape room game, but dealing with the drought in California through the lens of a water witch who'd been gone missing. And so that game was shown at a few places, but specifically Indiecade, which is sort of like the South by for games in LA. And yeah, so that's something I've done in the past. But what some of the concepts I work a lot with is water and conservation, which is why I'm here. Currently, I've been doing some digital art around unattainable landscapes, which basically during COVID, I broke my foot really badly and had to have 2 surgeries and couldn't leave my house. So I started making work about places I couldn't visit and getting photos from friends and then archival photos that were open source online, and then animating them to make places not, so maybe the places I couldn't see would be even more fantastical so than they would ever really be. And that made me feel a little bit better. So I did that during COVID. I've still been working on those. And then just to speak to what I've been doing here with DSS and through Gray Area, where I work, this arts nonprofit, I've been doing creation and creative direction, and it's an interesting collaboration, because Gray Area is really about new media art and technology. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear the music on this, but it's just a quick video about some of the stuff that we do at Gray Area. It's not very long. But basically, we have an old single screen cinema in the heart of the Mission District in San Francisco, and we've turned it into an art space. And we do art shows, live music, and video shows. I run education programs, an artist incubator, and all kinds of programs. And so I don't have very many of us. We all work very hard. And just a quick peek, here is a piece that I did, I guess, design and curation for with a company called Levy Dance, called Rush V1. We use aerialists and we can, and as well as dancers, and connected them with digital artists who then did things like projection mapping, sensors, and things like that. This is a cool picture of an aerialist wearing some sensors and headphones. And also we do a lot of shows. So pre-COVID, we were doing them in the theater. We just had one in the theater again, which is very exciting for me. The last show I did before everything kind of shut down was called The End of You, ironically, and Roxy worked on it. That's how we met. And this is just some pictures of that. It was an immersive art exhibit about living systems theory. So we worked with the Gaian systems folks, had advisors like Roxy and others helping a bunch of artists. I think it was like 12 artists who came from all over the place, different backgrounds, working together to make pieces thinking about living systems. But then COVID happened, and what the heck are we going to do? Was literally doing immersive art where people had to be in the room with the art and be immersed in it, to being stuck at home and physically like disabled, basically. So enter the metaverse. And you might ask, what is the metaverse? So I'm going to tell you. The metaverse term comes from Snow Crash. Stevenson wrote this book that's all about like the future and what's going to happen in the future. And it's all about a parallel world that exists within our real world. And so the metaverse is really like, when we're talking about the metaverse, we're talking about a 3D version of the internet, parallel place that's next to your real life, but it's a digital life. And that is sort of the answer to what to do about art, became the metaverse. So one of the first big shows I worked on was the Gray Area Festival in 2020, with curated by Salome Osega, who's a friend I knew from graduate school at Parsons. And we just started building in New Art City, which is actually where we're building still for this show we have with this Invisible Visible, with this event. And that was awesome because I was able to start to get my hands around 3D tools, which I'd already used to build a VR game, but had never used to stage art. And so that kind of carried on. I feel like my slides are out of order. For a while, hold on guys, I'm gonna skip through a couple of slides. Yeah, and so I did a few different, like a number of different online exhibits, including ones that I'll talk about, and Roxy knows I'm doing with DSS. But as soon as the doors started to open, at least in Florida, like last year, Roxy and I worked really, really hard with other people, the Future of Cities, and staged a show called The Regenaissance. I curated that. So it was cool because it was back with IRL, with people, and apparently in Florida, no one wears masks, but that's fine. It was like a different state. So anyway, not to say anything about people in Florida, it was actually really nice not to wear a mask, but so that was last year. And then I think the next wave happened, Omicron, and then things kind of shut down again, at least in the Bay Area. And so I've still been working in the metaverse. So this is the most recent show. This is a Belarusian artist that I did with Gray Area. That's on design. That's in New Art City, so a 3D world. And then we actually have the world that we're building for this show today called Invisible Visible. I've been working very hard on with a lot of cool artists. And that you guys will be able to see. That's also in New Art City. So, you can see throughout the work I've been doing, doing both in-person immersive and online immersive exhibits, which was, I don't know what to say. I think the thing that we're doing now is trying to find parallels between them. And one way to do that is through these immersive exhibits and in-person exhibits, is to deal with something called NFTs, which I'm sure you guys have all heard of. They are non-fungible tokens. They're just basically the latest, I consider them like the latest way for artists who are doing digital art to make money. They use blockchain. I won't go into it. I have a long talk and classes on NFTs. If people are interested, I can direct you to those, or you can find them on my website. But they're important because they represent a really big shift in culture of people being finally interested in digital art. Whereas many years, I have worked with artists who are extremely talented who had no ability to monetize their work or had anyone interested in it. Now it's become like super popular. So in the wake of that, we're doing a drop with these folks called Doing Good. That's coming up next month. The name of the drop is Serene Perspectives, and it's an artwork collection with some folks from Design Science Studio, past and present. And the themes of the work range from environmental healing to architectural innovation. And it's a collection of creators using art to cultivate new forms and practices of planetary cognition, all the supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 2 of zero hunger. So it's part of a larger drop that Doing Good is doing, that's supporting different sustainable development goals. So we're being part of that, and that's the first DSS NFT drop that we've organized. So that's very exciting. But I know we're short on time, but I'm just giving you a quick taste of all these things, and happy to answer questions either here or in a breakout room. If you want to find out more, you can follow me on Nikki and go to nikkiselkin.com, or follow me at Nikki Sticks. And I'm happy to discuss either of those, either the physical installation, the virtual installations, or the NFT artwork, which are all happening soon. And I think I'm in good time. Very proud of myself.
You did great. My hilarious voice is going away. Oh no.
What is it?
I said I'm losing my voice.
Oh no.
Bad timing for losing my voice. Nikki, thank you for being such an amazing work wife. You are so super talented and incredible. And it's really encouraging, I think, to get to tell the story of how we've been traversing the sort of awkward landscape of how do we like take into context all of the things that are not quite aligned with the emerging space that we've been in for so long in new media art, but what's happening with NFTs and crypto. And you have consistently been such a like grounded source of perspectives and education. I mean, you're such a good teacher. So I'm glad that you're able to bring some of that here for all of the community that's present too. It's always such a, I get really excited to amplify your voice because you have so much to share, and I really admire you so much.
Thank you. I just quietly work in the background. Question was like, I know you do the same, is how are people meant to get into the New Art City show for the Invisible Visible? Like, is it linked to somewhere? I see there's some questions.
Yep. So yeah. So we are doing art tours that are starting at 12:30. And so at the beginning of the art tour, we're going to publish the links and kind of explain and be like, here we are, we're opening all the art. Yay. So
yeah, we've been working very hard. So close all your tabs. It can be very processor intensive because everything's getting rendered in your browser. So don't have a million things open when you go to the show. Just, be prepared for a 3D world. But yeah, you will see it soon. Soon it will come to you.
And so many people collaborated so well.
Yeah.
This was this is our third show together, and the last ones have been Nikki and I. Well, first it was mostly Nikki and me being like, I'll enter descriptions and move things around. And then it was like, oh, I now know how to move things. And there's 3 other people. And this time it's like a flock of, 12 humans who are super passionate. And we had so much art, we had to open 2 worlds in New York City.
Yeah, and we have a lot of models. So folks getting more into 3D modeling. I feel like that's like a side effect in a way of this expansion of the metaverse. And I think tools for 3D are getting better. Like for example, Adobe just acquired Substance, which is a company that makes both like texture and modeling software. But I just got a demo of it, like an early demo, and it's really easy. Like if you've used Photoshop or Illustrator, you'll understand now how to use the software pretty intuitively and be able to add textures to models with drag and drop and all kinds of stuff that's like previously, like this just wouldn't have happened. So it's really interesting to see where this is going, and then it's becoming more accessible to people. And our goal with Gray Area, myself and Victoire's helped as well, doing the Blender workshop, is really to give artists tools to manage their work, sell their work, and present their work in the metaverse or wherever, or in the real world, to be successful,
And you're doing it. You're not just talking about it. And it's working. When I moved to the Bay Area, I started working with Gray Area, and somehow that was 10 years ago. But I'm so glad that that path has led me here, and now we're partners, and it's wonderful. Yay!
Yeah.
More opportunities for amazing artists.
Nikki is a wizard in so many different ways. I'm wondering if we can put the link for New Art City into the chat so that people can start to get into it.
We're going to do an intro to it and when we start the art tour. So I know they're excited, but we got to finish publishing the world and get the links up on the site. It's all sort of timed right now. So
excellent.
Big reveal.
Yeah, there was like a couple last minute moving things around. It's probably still going on. So it should be very soon.
Beautiful. So all of you asking to get into New Art City, hold tight.
Yeah.
Nikki, we're going to put you into a breakout room as well for people that have questions for you directly. And I have the pleasure now of introducing Mark Smith and Brett Worlowski. I think I just said that correctly. Tell me if I'm wrong. Mark has been a member of both the Design Science Studio for both cohorts. He's a member of Buckminster Fuller Institute and is a long time friend, advisor, and mentor of BFI as well. Mark Smith is a living artifact of Mark Smith. Mark was gifted with the essence of storytelling at an early age, encouraging him to articulate presence of mind and a sense of being. His leprechaun quest led him to the DSS, where he launched Beaming Regenera. And are we not joined today by Brett?
He should be here.
Okay.
Yeah, actually.
Maybe we can bring him to the stage.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, where are you? Let's get you up here.
You know what else? You know what I'd like to do is we also have Stephanie and Stroopy and Rock here to beam with us today.
Oh,
so if we
excellent.
could have everybody on stage with us, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, we can bring everybody up.
Okay, there's Rock. Hi, bud.
Excellent.
And Brett and
Thank
Stroopy
you.
and Stephanie.
I'll bring them all up.
There they are.
Hello. Stephanie, come on.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So hi, everybody. You know, it's quite something to have been on this journey, on this path with you all, sharing this horizon with many of you. All of you here with me sharing right now, the stage, have joined in when the Design Science Studio first started. And that started the Design Science Decade. The idea that we could pick up on the work of Buckminster Fuller, what he did from 1965 to 1975, and carry forth his work. Bucky saw back then it would take a while for this time to arrive. He transmitted that to me a few years after the 1976 World Game, where a dear friend of mine worked with Bucky on that. That friend introduced me to Bucky's work. Bucky introduced me to the electromagnetic spectrum, which was an incredible tool to make the invisible visible. And with that, we've touched on all of our senses and all of our ways to tune in. And here we are now with this ability that my leprechaun kin from way back when enabled us to do this with these tools now, to connect in this way that we do, but more importantly, to beam from the heart, to feel that sense ofness, that sense of us, that sense of togetherness. And with that, I would love it if Stroopy could take a moment and just welcome in the music of the spheres. leprechaun, tell me an age-old secret. Leprechaun, where do you hide and keep it? You started with a word, this I have heard, and now I intend to seek it. We're here beaming today. Brett, can you bring forth what the beam means to you at this point in time?
Thank you, my good friend. Thank you, Stroopy, for the lovely music. So good to be here with everyone. I'll just be brief in saying that for me, the beaming is the living room, the way I've been saying it this year, the living room of the Design Science Studio. It's the place we all come to really get to know each other and our backstories and where we came from so we can better understand all of our projects. So there's a lot of energy and hubbub around all of the different innovations and things we're doing, but the beam is a heart space. It's a space where we weave the tapestry of our narratives and really get to know each other and what makes us tick and why we're here. So we'll spend a few minutes passing the baton today over to New Art City and sharing some of the love and the energy of the beam. Thanks, Mark.
Wonderful. Stroopy, a beam is a light ray. It's a component of a sphere. Take us there, my friend.
Well, I don't have to, sorry, I don't have to take you anywhere, it turns out, because we're already sphere, right? We've been born out of the spheres of universe. We've been brought forth by an unbroken cycle of wombs that came before us and come after. And it's always and forever a coming forth from within another. And as we come out of one another, we enter into our common self, which is the breathing mind of wind and air and water and all this beautiful, magnificent life that is sharing this beautiful planet Earth with us. And we are sphere together so that we may make sense of what those relationships are, how they can, shape the way that we interact with one another respectfully and from the heart, looking into one another's eyes and recognizing the same self within one another.
Thank you. It's so beautiful. Every time you beam, it's magical. Stephanie, please, what sensibilities does a beam bring forth for you? Oh, she who senses uniquely.
Yes, we each sense uniquely. And when we unbox the senses and we take numbers off of them, then we can actually expand out into each of us being a being with our own abilities that are so beyond just the eyes, and so beyond there's such an expansiveness that's possible for us, and this electromagnetic spectrum that's wrapped around, we call things a spectrum, and we say they're out there, people are out there on it, or here and there on some spectrum that's out there. And it's like, we're all out there on it. We're all on it in a different place, tuned differently. And when we just come back into that, then the spheres of all of us can come forth, because we each have these incredible, incredible gifts to bring. So, let's keep the boxes off and, be in our felt senses of this beam of love.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Stroopy and Stephanie will be hosting in Topia.
Oh.
And yeah, if you want to mention.
I just want to say, Wish Your Sphere is sort of like that's like a global, for us, it's like a global, like a global service call, like that, to come back to sphere. And so the Topia that we named is called Wish Your Sphere, to come and to learn the things that Bucky was trying to teach and nature's teaching us, and we're going to do it from there. So yeah, and go on.
Yeah, well, thank you for the invitation. And Rock, who he has been on the path of time, working his way to this very moment to share how he's manifesting this beam, this sense of usness.
Yeah, right now we're facing a challenge in the world. And the solution is pretty simple. I mean, we got to create ecological human life support. We've got to start living in a way where we're not hurting other species, where we're not poisoning the planet. And one thing that I realized very early was that nature is doing something. And we're a product of that doing. And it's possible for us to learn how to create by the same way that nature creates us. And I see that the Buckminster Fuller Design Science Studio is pioneering a perceptual shift in our understanding of the way energy creates our existence. And this shift is going to allow us to intentionally and creatively collaborate with nature. And nature has all the solutions we've been looking for. And nature creates using these little atoms that are these toroidal spheres of energy, and they dance together in these elliptical spirals, and then they come together in these triangular crystalline patterns. And these patterns create matter. And we can emulate those patterns when we create things. We can use these patterns when we design all the things that we use to create our life support, our housing, our clothing, our transportation, all our devices. And when we do, something magic starts to happen. Automatically, all the things we create start looking like things from nature. And what I'm seeing is that nature's microcosm, when we go looking closely, is going to create blueprints for the architecture of the future. And our houses in the city, they're going to be like plants, but like on another cosmic magnitude. It's like you look at everything that nature creates and blow it up 1 trillion times, and we're going to be living inside it. And right now we got thousands of people all over the planet that are developing new ways for providing ecological human life support. All the solutions, not all the solutions, but many of the solutions already exist. And the challenge we've got is to bring all those ideas together into whole system turnkey solutions. So because right now, everybody can't figure it out, but all the little bits and pieces have mostly been figured out. We just got to bring them together. We need a new house. We need a house that's ecologically providing renewable energy. We need ecological vehicles. And it's possible for us to become ecological blessings for the planet instead of the ecological burdens that we are right now. Nature's always been demonstrating how to do this, both within ourselves and with everything. Bucky Fuller, he gave us the keys on how to unlock those strategies that nature's utilizing to create life. And it's our job, it's our task to activate these strategies in our own lives. We got to become the solution. We got to become the change. And I've got a slideshow in about an hour, and I can show everybody a lot of the stuff I've been coming up with, but that's all right now. I just want to say we got to be the thing that we're seeing.
Yeah. Do you feel it right now? Everybody out there, can you sense it? I want you to think about what's coming from your heart right at this very moment, from everything that you've heard so far. We've gone on this journey deeply in. We're going to go out now and visit and go on an exploration of what's been brought forth through the Design Science Studio cohorts. And I'd like to welcome back in whoever our host is. Yeah, Roxy, thank you. There you are. Roxy, I have spent the last, I don't know, 48 hours with Roxy. And I want to let you all know that I have met a lot of people in my life. And my hope 40 years ago when my story started was to arrive at this moment with you all, beaming your sense of intention. And Roxy has been carrying that deep in her heart and has given you all this incredible platform to participate in, to create this mythos, this mythic operating system that we are all co-creating. My two birds, they needed to speak up, they needed to join in, so I had to bring them out. I had to paint a little bit more on them, and I had to let them have a moment, just a moment to remind us. Look out, squawked the first one. Look in, cooed the second. Take a moment, think about your sense of intention, what you'd like to beam. Listen deeply. Enjoy the journey. We'll be having the Beaming Regenera Speakeasy during the after party. You'll find us somehow, I'm sure. We look forward to everybody beaming with us that would like to join in on that. Take care.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Strupi and Stephanie and Brett and Rock. These are some of the most dedicated revolutionaries I've ever had the pleasure of being in sacred creative space with. And you all have been such torchbearers, even in the face of adversity. And I really feel like one of the things that brings me the most joy about what we've created together is that it truly feels like an embodiment of radical acceptance and belonging. It's like all different ages and races and socioeconomic backgrounds, and we're literally just united by a shared mission. And it's so beautiful to witness and to be a part of. And Tara, who is an amazing revolutionary from the first year, she was reflecting to me some of the feedback that she got. And she said that one of the things she heard the most was that she felt like this community was not like pretentious. It didn't really matter if you know, it was an understanding that some people were further along in their career and some people were earlier in their career. Some people were totally geniuses, but like maybe were neurodivergent or didn't quite fit in. And like the one thing I think that I definitely have felt and witnessed and heard is that we all feel a sense of interbeing and belonging and help like each other sort of stretch our capacity to be more omni-considerate. And anyways, you all have held such a like continuous rhythm and space for emergence. You like meet and create the space for people to just share from the heart without needing to prepare. With just like, we have so much of, you know, what we do in the world is so like hyper, you know, curated or productive, and creating these sacred spaces for creativity where it's just okay to like riff and hang out and play and create structures and pontificate. And it's like a beautiful gift of friendship. And I just, yeah, I really respect all of you so much, and I really see you, and I'm so grateful that we get to be in this journey together. It's amazing. And
Roxy, I just want to say thank you. When you said gift of friendship, that gave me the chills. That's like the greatest compliment I could personally receive, is to create a space of a gift of friendship. So thank you for that reflection.
You're welcome. Thank you. And now we get to like, you know, kind of have a moment of options. We get to go to a few different places. So in order to go and wander and explore and experience the different workshops or choose your own adventure artwork, I need to kind of show everybody around. So I'm going to quickly kind of shift gears. And one of those people, and I don't know if Rock, you really amplified it enough, but you are going to give the only other time that I've seen this talk in its fullness, it blew my mind. And so I'm very, very excited that you're going to be giving up like a whole hour and 15-minute download of your wisdom. So I really, really hope you all check out Rock's work, and I'm gonna quickly show everybody kind of how to navigate this sort of choose your own adventure moment. Yeah, I'm having a side chat with one of the other rooms that's having some technical difficulties. So I'm trying to make sure they can get in. Okay, so Vincent is amazing. He's one of the members of the studio, and he created this incredible platform called Trove, Catabot, Catalyst, Categora. It's, you know, it's in a transition, but it's a very amazing platform, and it has made it so that we can navigate some serious complexity. And so I'm going to screen share the link that you all, I'll actually screen share kind of how to get there in case you didn't quite make it to that spot whenever you arrived. So when you got in, you went to this invisible visible site, and then you got to click and enter into Catalyst Network. Vincent's gonna pop in a little bit and kind of show us around, but one thing that you're gonna want to do is definitely explore this site. The simple information, like all of these are clickable, and you can kind of learn about the different artists. You can learn about their projects. Vincent will show you even more detail. But if you go down a little further, you'll see where we are sort of in space and time. And here we are. So there is a workshop that's just begun with Kurt McNamara, all about trim tabs and procession and system coupling. And Kurt also runs this trim tab book club and is a long time member of BFI and ally, and really just someone who's like stewarding the wisdom of Bucky and so many systems thinkers. His work is also in one of the gallery spaces, and I was showing my partner his work earlier, and he said, I just learned something. Like I literally just interacted with this immersive art installation and walked away with knowledge. And so it's working. And so whenever you're in here, you scroll down and you can kind of view the stage, or you can join. So you would just click this join button. You can also learn about his project. So this is new, this sort of connection to the different projects and initiatives that the artists are doing. And I will try not to go too deep because I know Vincent's going to share a little bit more, but it all connects to other types of projects that are working in similar categories. And so everything just sort of works together in a really powerful way. So that's Kurt. And then we also have Margie, who, if you were here earlier, you got to experience the little taster of her talk, which is all about uncovering power. And so this talk will be, you have a whole hour with Margie to learn about social location mapping and defining power and empowering others. And again, you can join here and you can view the stage here and see kind of other things that are happening. And then this is us right now, we're orienting. And then we're going to begin a art tour. So I hope that you are excited. I think that the process of creating the spaces for all of these artists it's a lot of work, and it's really empowering to get to see it come to life and see all the different perspectives coming together. And, I think collectively we're like cohering around a kind of shared sense of how do we move towards a regenerative future. It's not a one size fits all. It's a lot of different considerations. And so these are really peeks into the minds and hearts of a lot of these artists. But first, I am going to stop screen sharing before we do the official opening of the world. I am going to spontaneously invite Harris to get us into our bodies for a minute while I help Nico troubleshoot for a second. And also we need to we've been in it for a while. So I think it'd be good to breathe a little and shake it out. And I want to just make sure all the rooms are working. So I'm going to give the floor to you and I'll be right back.
Awesome. Wow. Can we just take a moment to feel the vibration of all the incredible speakers and presenters that we've seen so far today? Ooh, every word that they have spoken is floating through the airwaves right now. Every vibration of sound that came through their voices is in our bodies, in our bones, in every cell of our bodies. So let's just take a moment to a yin moment, a spacious moment to appreciate and receive everything that has been presented so far today. So maybe just closing your eyes. Or maybe taking your eyes off screen to the closest glimpse of the natural world around you. And maybe as you start to breathe, maybe a little bit of movement wants to come into your body. We've been sitting still, we've been focused, we've been on our screens, we've been listening attentively. And so let's just turn our awareness back into our bodies and give that same focus and presence that we've given to each other, to ourselves, to the world around us, the room around us. And just notice as your breath goes out and in, feel that web of interconnection that is always present through the oxygen and carbon that we're exchanging with our more than human kin, our tree elders, the new sprouts, the new shoots, the meristems. And just letting that breath guide some gentle movement. And if it feels good to stand up and that's where your breath wants to lead you, feel free. Be rolling out your neck and shoulders, allowing a moment for organic movement. Noticing the hug of gravity on your feet, on your hips, maybe allowing that hug from gravity to relax any muscles. Maybe as you breathe and come into your local environment, you notice your jaw was a little clenched. Maybe you can just relax it. If it doesn't want to relax on its own, maybe you can encourage it with some gentle touch. Maybe your hands feel moved by your breath to somewhere on your body that just wants a little extra presence, a little extra love, a little extra care. Just continuing this communion with your breath, with your closest ecosystem, your body that you're inhabiting. Checking in, bringing yourself home here in the heart. And maybe the more you tune in, the more you are able to integrate the vast amount of information and ideas and inspiration that has been flowing through today. Maybe in that silence, there's a word, a phrase, a quote, a soundbite, an image from today's speakers that pops up. Just giving yourself that pause to be home in your sphere, to be here in your sphere, to breathe deeply into your belly so that you can digest and process and assimilate all the yummy, nourishing information we've received so far today. When you feel a little bit more stillness available, when you feel a little bit more lightness in your being, maybe your breath moves your hands back onto your screen. Maybe you put yourself on gallery and reach out your hands, just like Stroopy did, into this web of relations here. Wow. Let's just take a moment to appreciate these hearts, these minds, these brilliant, brilliant creators, these willing collaborators, these courageous, courageous, joyful partners, crew members on this spaceship Earth. What an honor it is to celebrate the equinox with each of you here and to plant such fertile seeds. Like, just taking a moment to zoom out, every presentation here today is a seed. Every idea, every comment is a seed of the world to be. And what an auspicious day to plant those seeds. This is like the most fertile soil that we have astrologically available for us. So I invite you to harness this energy of the equinox and really feel the impact of these little dream seeds spreading out, rippling out, branching out into the future to come. Whew. So it is. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, yes. I love the forest that was just planted in the comments. That was amazing.
That was such a magical, spontaneous gift. Thank you. Amazing. So we figured out that there's some sort of glitch in the matrix. This has been a theme. It's happening. But if you were trying to go to Margie's room, it's now open. So I'm going to put the link in the chat now. And they are getting in. Amazing. Yay. You were in the wrong room. Gosh, the multiverse. You'd think it'd be easier with all of these cool tools. Guess what? It is sometimes, and sometimes it's not. Okay. So I wonder, is Erin here? Erin.
Hey, I'm here.
Hi.
Yeah, I've got my video set to go on Topia, so I gotta change some wires if you want me to show up in Zoom right now.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, I can go visit you in Topia. I'm going to first hold a little space to say that I think it's like just we haven't necessarily had sort of like a moment before when we've opened shows. We're like, and it's open, so go wander and we'll talk about stuff over here and whatever. And I believe that 75 people are here because they believe in creativity for one reason or another, being one of the most important things that we can kind of harness, and the importance of uplifting artists and designers for accelerating regenerative futures and for sense making and for making like any sort of sense of the world in general. And the amount of energy and love and care that this space has been created with is really tremendous. And so I just want to take a moment and commend all of the artists who helped to build these worlds, and to all of the mentors and supporters. You know, we have our friends at Topia who have been really rooting for us since when we started building in there. And I know Harris really found like a medium that really resonated with you because of the platform and your ability to actually kind of create immersive worlds. So just really excited about this moment where we can send some like love and joy into the reality that I think there's 60 artists who collaborated on building these spaces, and it's really a feat to put yourself out there like that. So without further ado, I am going to open up our first space, and I will be kind of joined by Aaron and Harris as you wish, and Neha, as we sort of welcome different artists to showcase their work. And the first artist that we're going to open up and show her work is actually the Empress. And so with that, the Empress, I'm curious if you are ready to go into the world together. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Is there anything that you want to say before we open up and start wandering in?
Thank you so much, Roxy. Gratitude again to all who gather. Excuse me. Yes, thank you so much, beloved sister Harris Adele, for that beautiful embodiment practice. I'd like to open with a few expressions of the impulse for this work, the Ubuntu sphere. This is founded on the African Bantu philosophy of Ubuntu. Ubuntu, which has been interpreted in many ways, essentially means humanity. It speaks to everything that is interwoven in the soul bones of what we're doing here. Our interconnectedness. I interpret Ubuntu to mean, without you, I do not exist. Ubuntu, without you, I do not exist. It's a beautiful cultural practice, and my work looks at culture, looks at cultural practice, looks at mapping cultural practices through the invisible inner worlds that we can feel, that often, especially with the communities that I work with, communities that are less seen, less heard, and easily ignored often. My work is about working with African heritage communities across the African diaspora, across the world, to really explore questions of belonging. Those of us who, and like myself included, this is auto-ethnographic work where we explore belonging, what it means to be indigenous in this time, in this space where we are disconnected, be it generations ago, be it in the last generation, from our ancestral lands. So I create Ubuntu spheres as a form of inquiry for us to come together, to inquire, to go within. So here we have in New Art City, I'm very excited to share an iteration. This is a very new space for me. And I've been working with Roxy and with another beautiful artist, Serena, to bring to life a prototype of an Ubuntu sphere so that we can share this work globally. And so it's really my honor to be able to participate in this way. So I'm used to doing this work most lately on Zoom, but in person with people. And the broader vision is to be able to create geodesic domes in communities where we can come together, storytelling, imaginative voyaging. As a social sculpture practitioner, my work is really at the intersection between the imagination and transformation. And I'm particularly interested in addressing, engaging, redressing, decolonizing systems and processes which govern our lives, and those that, you know, present this post-colonial reality of inequity, of subjugation and oppression, and how we can transition using the Ubuntu philosophy as the anchor into a space of power and sovereignty. Thank you. I'll ask Sister Roxy if she could please share. I'd love to invite you all to explore with me. I'm seeing it now, but I haven't seen it this morning, so it's also a first for me.
One thing I just want to share you all. You can see that there's a bunch of people in here. There's a chat. So if you get inside the world and you're like, I have no control, you push your escape button. That's important so that you can kind of get back to the screen. You can look around with your mouse. This little escape button, access the menu. There's a guest book. You can take a screenshot. You can look at the catalog view, which is pretty cool. You can kind of see kind of the different works in a catalog view instead of just inside of the 3D world, which is nice. They're looking to optimize the catalog view to actually kind of group installations together. So if something has like 4 different pieces, you can see it kind of all at once. This has really revolutionized what artists can do. And you can see there's 2 spaces, interbeing and invisible visible. There's volume here. And if you're going to be watching in Zoom and on your computer, maybe turn down the volumes because I'll be sharing volume, or leave Zoom and go play. And without further ado, we're going to go inside.
I'm excited. So, will the audio play, Roxy?
It's playing, yeah. Do you want me to turn it down, or do you want to leave it on?
No, you can turn it up. Let's listen to it.
Without you, I do not exist. Cherished kindred, I invite you to remove your shoes.
I can't hear it very well. I don't know if others can. Maybe if you have headphones.
As together we enter the portal, the rebirth canal.
Okay, maybe Roxy, just in the interest of time, I'll ask you to pause it and I'll just share what that, still keep the visual up and maybe just share the journey and what we have. So if we could enter from the outside, beloved, thank you. Yeah. So this blue circle around, you know, it's a rebirth canal, and this is how we enter. And as you enter, you will hear a meditation that is really evoking Ubuntu and this sense of connectedness, interbeing. And you can, at any point in time, enter into what I see as a membrane that is permeable. This design that you see on the outer sphere of the Ubuntu sphere is something that I channeled as I sensed into belonging, and it sits as what I call the evoking belonging emblem, but I use it in different iterations at different ways, you know, and in different ways at different times. So this has been an exciting opportunity now to explore this membrane that we would enter. So as you circle in the water, you are in this rebirth canal into a space that is regenerative, that is healing, that has this really rich, deep soil. And we can enter now, thank you, Roxy, at any point. And in here, there would be 3 chambers. So we began to build the chambers. The work is really centered on 3 passages. So if I'm doing this in real time with other beings, we enter into a chamber which is about communion. And this is you could look at it as guided meditation. It's a contemplative journey into our memories, our sensory perception of what it is to belong. And then we move through a space where we would connect with each other, share, and move into a space of connection. And what happens in the 3D scenario when we're doing this is you'll find that people's memories evoke, and we find points of connection. So they evoke many emotions, yes, thoughts, maybe even realities that we haven't felt a sense of belonging for a long time. And then we move into the second chamber, which is connection, and the third, which is co-creation. So these are the three axes of the work. And what I've explored here is also having these baobab trees at the center. The baobab trees are ancestor trees. They are thousands of years old. They always, to me, symbolize deep wisdom. And for me, also in this emblem, you'll see the ancestors are represented. So these are some very early iterations. I'm really keen to hear from everyone who's with us today, how you're experiencing this. What I've reached today with Serena is that we will create 3 separate domes, and at any point in time, you can enter into, let's say, you want to enter into an immersive experience of co-creation, what that looks like. How we do it so that we can connect is going to be the exploration in the next month for the next Salon. But thank you. That, I think, is as much as I will share in this moment. I'm interested in and keen to hear if there are any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so if anyone has
Or
any
comments or reflections. Thank you.
May I share, the Empress? Thank you for sharing that. It was just, I have had the honor of seeing baobab trees. And, you know, when I saw it first time in the art city, it was just like a gasp. Wow. And to see it now in its, and to hear from you, like each of the layers, I just feel this is the magic of you. And I feel so incredibly grateful to DSS, how these imaginings, reimaginings can manifest in these like dreamlike states, you know, and there are the hummingbirds there, right?
Yes, yes,
so I just feel it's such a piece of beauty, both in its present layer and as you're sharing how the domes may sprout into more domes. So, and your voice, I feel your voice both here and in the installation, because sound is powerful and it is primordial. So it's just so inviting. So thank you so much. Yeah, just wanted to share that. Anybody else, if you want to share any comments or reflections or questions, please go ahead.
It's literally going to say, like, I want just audiobooks of your voice. It's like such a lullaby and coming home. And I felt like even just hearing that soundbite of the first of inviting us to take our shoes off, there's something so like, it's really powerful to me how embodied you make a digital space. And so thank you so much for, I know this is like a new realm for you, but thank you so much for sharing your essence in, you know, in the digital multiverse, because I think it's so needed, more storytellers that bring this depth, bring this belonging, bring connection in such a vast network that can seem very placeless. It's really fascinating how we're able to create a sense of place in a digital environment. And I'd love to hear more about your thinking and your creation process as you were designing this space. And, you know, if the sort of limitless nature of a digital space, like, made it easier to envision, or it was like, oh my God, it can be anything. Like, I'd love to hear about that process.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any, maybe
I can share the Empress. Della asked in chat, did you design, did you do the design, the art? And she also said it's beautiful. And then Strupol shares growing ancestral wisdom all around. And the concept of membrane is so amazing, Hillary is saying, and that membrane of the soil is what keeps us alive. So if you want to share about the design process, anything about the membrane magic.
I would absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I'll go through them. Yes, the recognition of voice, it's always fed back to me that the voice that I bring and the, you know, the very intentional use of my voice to evoke, to open up, to enable this communion is something that I am bringing more and more into this work. So it's very interesting to hear it in this way. So I'm very excited to explore what that's like, because I always do it live, you know. So the design process for me has been a co-creation with Roxy and Serena. And it's been really beautiful to see what's possible. And every time we sit, my mind just starts popping, and you know, everything is, you know, going everywhere. For me, I'm still sensing into creating an environment that feels very natural. I have a vision, almost like what you have on your screen there, of, you know, a tropical forest. This is where the hummingbirds are, lush, you know, it's regenerative, it's life, it's vital, and you know, it's very moist and womb-like in a way as well. This is the vision for me. So I'm really looking forward to exploring that. For me, this opens up new possibilities and really exciting opportunities to connect, you know, across the world, really. So as I say, they're tentative first steps for me, but exciting, exciting. What was the other question? Sense of place. Yes. Yes, sister. I feel that's so important. You know, how to create a sense of place in a digital environment is a really critical question. And for me, what I'm interested in this work is unfolding into this practice that I've created called the urban indigene. So how do we, as displaced peoples who are now first, second generation, I'm first generation. I am first generation, born to Caribbean parents who are from 2 different islands in the Caribbean. I've spent most of my life in Africa. I'm situated here in the UK at the moment, you know, the Queen's Land, you know, and all of what that empire paradigm evokes. You know, the idea that, and my belief that, you know, in our being, in our everyday connection, as we are interweaving our existence, we are creating a new form of indigenous practice and knowledge. So this is what I wish to evoke through this work, and find ways to, I feel, document, you know, there's a sense of narrative justice for me that unfolds in this work, and, you know, to be able to amplify that experience and hold up the mirror even before we are looking outwards, but to ourselves, to recognize that actually this is the wealth. We are the wisdom keepers of now. You know, I think of my children and I see them, and I know that with all of the combined experiences that they have, all of the ancestral path that they bring, that, you know, where are they going? They're not going anywhere. Not for now, at least. And so until when will we be asking about, you know, how do we belong? How can we belong? I feel it's for us to own and to claim, to craft story, mythos, and publish, document, express in this way. So for me, this is what this work really is enabling. Thank you.
Beautiful. And I think we have a guest appearance from Vincent pretty soon here. Vincent Arena. I will say, while we wait for Vincent to come up, that, oh, I'm not on the camera, that the process of actually having Sit-In, help you, who was a member of the cohort last year, was literally just one of those moments where I was like, I wonder if she happens to be available. And so I just texted her and I was like, do you want to like maybe make some art together? And she's like, oh my gosh, I've been thinking about you all for like weeks and I keep meaning to text you, and I saw the installation was happening and I really want to go and I want to help. And do you need help? Because I'm completely available like the next like week. And I also want to help with the line. And I was like, yes. I just like connected the dots and voila, here we are.
Ubuntu in practice.
Yeah, that's it. That's Ubuntu in practice, absolutely.
May I also share, the Empress, you know, what you shared about being in the diaspora, that also deeply resonates with me. You know, those of us who inhabit this complicated, beautiful gift of inhabiting multiple geographies in body and spirit. So I just so deeply love this larger body of work and your life's work that you're weaving, because we all are indigenous somewhere, but belonging, it's such a profound kernel of a question and meditation. So yeah, that really resonates. Thank you.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you.
Well, if Vincent's not going to make a special appearance, oh, he says, I'm coming now. He's like literally hustling on the back end because there's like cross wires and all kinds of magic going on, moving between spaces. Grace, if there's any other messages in the chat. Oh, Serena's here.
Oh, Serena's here. Fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you, Serena. I'm looking forward to the next iteration. So this is, yeah, it's beautiful. A beautiful connection.
Roxy, can we highlight Serena if Serena is okay with it?
I think her video might be off, but let's try to find her.
Okay. And I see Vincent.
Collaboration in flow. Absolutely.
Collaboration in flow. Uncrossing wires as they're crossed. Here we are.
Hello, hello. It's been, I mean, you can hear me?
Yes. Greetings, Serena.
Yeah, I was just texting that like it's been just amazing to be able to concretize such a like in such a small time a project that I just had the chance to talk about twice. So for me, when I see the power of just like giving something like even if digital but still physical to what was just an idea is just so powerful and make me so happy. And I always look for this sort of collaboration. It's always what make me like feel that it makes sense to do these efforts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful. And the ease and the flow with which it happened, and this interconnection, this electromagnetic interconnection, we didn't have to speak much, and we just found a way to bring this. So deep gratitude, and I'm really excited for the next iterations. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. Looking forward to develop this amazing project. So happy.
Yeah, and thank you to DSS, Roxy, and all the crew. I mean, this is what is being made possible. All these eons of of ancient wisdom coming through at this time. It's so powerful. It's so powerful.
Totally, and the value of all the connection that we create in this the course and in the project and doing all the shows.
Absolutely. I'd love to invite anyone who's interested. Please just drop me a DM if you're interested in being part of a kind of like an inquiry process, because these questions that are emerging, for me, the work is all about inquiry. So if there's anyone who feels any resonant points with the intent and the impulse of this work, if you could just let me know. And I'm not sure yet what this gathering will look like or what form it will take. But if there are any co-inquirers who would like to journey closer with me, I'd love to invite you in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. The Empress, there's a room actually that's open. If anyone wants to go spend some time chatting with you, it says Dr. Diane. So
okay, fantastic.
It would be wonderful.
All right. If there's anyone, let's jump in.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you to Vincent, who's like troubleshooting, making magic while prepping for his amazing space that he built. Vincent, welcome.
So we go into the breakout room now.
Yeah, I'll send you. And Vincent has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll take you into Topia. Yeah.
It's like, wait, Roxy, is that talking to, are we going to go into Topia or the breakout?
I'm going to send her into a breakout. If anyone wants to talk to the Empress, go into the breakout that says Dr. Diane. If you don't know how to do that, let us know in the chat and we'll move you there. And Vincent, in the meantime, I will open up your Topia and maybe you can introduce it while I pull it up.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Vincent. Quick introduction. I'm the founder of Catalyst Collective, and our mission is to catalyze action and collaboration across communities, disciplines, and also different platforms. And so I've been working on the back end, like Roxy said, of building the event page for today's sessions to be able to explore and navigate and make the invisible visible. And while Roxy's pulling up the Topia world, I'll just share quickly. So I'm going to be having a workshop in a few minutes, but let me open up the event page. Okay. So this is the Invisible Visible event page that some of you might have already seen on catalyst.network. So basically, I'm not sure, because I have been literally in the background for the last like few hours troubleshooting. I'm not sure how much of a introduction you gave, Roxy, but should I give like a quick kind of tour
I
of
gave a very, very quick one, but I kept stopping myself because I wanted you to.
Okay, sounds good. So basically, these tabs on the top here are the main way to navigate. So if you're looking for a particular person, you can go to featuring and you can see all the featured artists that have presentations today. And then clicking on these cards, it'll take you to a link where if they have a specific exhibition, there's a join button. And that join button will take you to either New York City or Topia or to a Zoom room if they're having a session at that time. Then the next tab is the agenda. There's a few different views. So there's a sort of like simple timeline view. There's a calendar view or a long card view. You can search, and basically we're going to have different sessions that are all happening at the same time for the next few hours. And I'm going to be doing a presentation and a workshop on one of the projects, which is a part of Catalyst called the Encyclopedic Table. And so this project has basically been an effort to try to help people see the big picture. And similar to what we're doing today, sort of make visible all the different communities, groups, projects, and events across the different sectors of society. And so it's kind of a periodic table of the different main sectors like, business, governance, cooperation, stewardship, climate. And what we're going to be doing next is working on creating compounds. So what happens when you combine these elements together and you get unique combinations of all the different things that are at the intersections of these different projects. And so, for example, within climate and environment, this page will basically have links to all the projects in the future from any of the DSS studio projects that are connected to climate. And you could see some of those here that we've started adding the last few days. And so if you're interested to learn more and also to help actually contribute to this framework, it's a dynamic framework that's constantly being developed and changing. And so if you'd like to help shape it and be able to also explore and just see where your interests lie and what sectors your work is in, I invite you to join me in the workshop in Topia in about 20 minutes. And I will pass it back to Roxy.
Yay. It's interesting. Some people are saying in the chat that they can't seem to get into the event page without a Trove account, which is strange because I just opened it from an incognito window and it's working.
Let me flip the switch for the event page to, I'll just see if it's public. Should be.
I mean, that would be.
Yep, it is a public event.
Yeah.
If anyone is having an issue, can they DM me or send a message in the chat?
Yeah, it looks like some people are. Here, I'll do a little screen share and I have your Topia open as well.
There's a misunderstanding. You don't have to log in to go in.
Not have to log in. No, you just scroll.
No.
Just scroll.
Yeah. You just scroll down.
Scroll. Here we are. All the things. Calendar view. Oh, where did everything go?
Roxy, just click to one of the other views and back. I think it's probably just loading.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, so you just sort of scroll on down. And here we are. And if you were, so we have this amazing opportunity to go see Vincent's work. which is, there's a few different ways to navigate to it, but what I did was I went and I found Vincent's card, and then I clicked on it. You can also do it from the time, of course, and it says Topia. So I opened it there. Invitation to Catagora. This is the other kind of link. But this is the world. So I'm going in. Coming in. I'm going to put this link in the chat. So part of the reason we did this call at this time was because, I mean, this call at this time, this spotlight with Vincent at this time was because he's about to host a really amazing experience in here. And when you get in to Topia, there's a little instruction how to use it. Move around by clicking, or you can use your arrows. Hi, Vincent. What's going to do it crazy? What's going to do it crazy? What's going to do it crazy? What's going to do it crazy?
Okay, good thing we're muted in Topia now.
Well, so I'm going to put this link in the chat. And actually going to go in from a different browser so that I can mute myself. Is there anything you want to walk around in as we invite friends to go play specifically?
So Roxy, how long do we have right now, or should we do are we going to do the actual session in Topia right now, or just like a really
Well, you're
quick...
gonna go into Topia and do your session, but I just want to prime for people what they're stepping into.
Okay, so do you want me to stay in the Zoom or go into Topia?
I would say make a compelling invitation. Hop in Zoom and get over there, and they'll go meet you.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so in Topia, let's see. So yeah, so we are going to be exploring. Oh, people are popping in. Hello, everyone. So I'm gonna hop, Roxy, I'm gonna have to hop into Topia and just adjust the settings in there so that people could hear me in Topia, or broadcast in just the Zoom, and then people will stay in the Zoom. So that's just my question, is like, if we're doing Topia and Zoom at the same time, we need to either mute the audio or the other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just a little intro. So is there anything you wanna say before you set them free? Looks like there's like 5 or 6 people in here, and potentially some other humans asking, what is Topia in the chat? And why should they come hang out with you?
So Topia in general is a virtual world explorer, where basically you have like video chat and audio chat, but you can explore spatially. And so this experience is particularly a place that you can explore the actual categories in this encyclopedic table. And when you get close to certain people that are on a certain tile of one of the categories, then you can have conversations with them and their video will pop up. And so this will be a cool way to kind of, so yeah, in the workshop, we're going to just kind of do some activities and exercises to talk about which are people's favorite sectors that they're working in, and also just kind of if there are any pieces of feedback or on the different sectors and how this is developed. We're going to kind of have a conversation. There's a little discussion circle here where by the fireplace, where basically on the top right corner of the map, where we might do some breakouts, and some of the questions over here that have been asked about the framework that we can discuss. But the main thing to take away from this framework and the experience is that it's really helpful to be able to see the big picture of everything that is happening and be able to find ways to navigate and explore and to kind of zoom in. So it's not designed to kind of like split things into boxes, but rather to show everything at a high level. And then the next step will be showing the intersections between these different stages.
Cool. All right, looks like you've got a little squad in here. So maybe we should set you all free and have an amazing time in Topia. I'm going to put the link one more time in the chat. And yeah, is there anything anything else maybe we want to share quickly about the wires? Should I put the new links for the rooms in the chat for the workshops? Would that be useful? Or did they get switched already in Catalyst?
So I can screen share real quick about the different worlds. So if you click links in the top, so this is the link to the Regeneratopia world. And then there's a link to the two different worlds in Newark City, which is a different platform. So there's Invisible, Visible, and Interbeing. And so if you go to the Regeneratopia world, this will have links to all the other experiences, including the encyclopedic table. And you can also in Topia, which is really helpful if you're lost, you can hit Command minus or Command plus to zoom out or to zoom in. So that's Control or Command plus or minus to zoom in and out. And so how Topia works is that all these worlds are all interconnected. So if you're interested in going to the dream tree, you can click when you hover your mouse over and it shows that you can click, then this shows you that you can have a portal into a different world.
Perfect. All right, y'all. The link is in the chat. Have fun. Go play. Vincent, thank you for everything. And you're a genius. Absolute genius. Someone cares so much. All right. We are going to have the best musical experience now with one of the revolutionaries from the Design Science Studio, who is in Kenya. We are joined by Wahinia. Hi, Wahinia.
Hey, hello everybody. Might I just say, when you were viewing the Topia, those little people, I should advise people, don't join Topia when you're high, because you'll just laugh watching those little people walk. And yeah, it's an amazing experience. And yeah, happy to present to you my work. Gishuke is a song that is about meditation, and I hope that you have a healthy future after listening to it. Thank you. Should I share the song? I can share the song via my computer.
If you want to share it, I could also share it for you. Do you know how to share computer audio?
Yeah. Huge shout out to Jit. He taught me that earlier on today, and thank you, Jit.
Yeah, go for it, Wahinia.
So I'm just sharing my sound and hope it works. So Gishukia was sung by my ancestors when they were tired. Oh, okay. So let me just play to you rather than talking, because music is best experience when.
So Wahinia, you're gonna want to reshare and then click the little button on the bottom left that says share computer audio.
Okay.
So when you reshare, you can also just share audio if you want instead of the screen. But you have to.
Oh shit! Am I sharing the screen?
Yeah. So no, it's
Okay.
cool. It's a whole process, the metaverse. So yeah, you unshare, or I can help you unshare.
Yeah.
Boop. And then click share screen. And then click advanced, and then click share computer audio.
Computer audio. Hope it won't show.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
there you go. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah. We're good.
So,
we're good.
Okay, here we go. Namoko wini wairiro Kigana mahori Kigana mahori Kigana mahori Nyamasya rumenireko Kigana mahori
mahuri Nyama siarume kaigana Kai yuri da yako Kai yuri da yako Kai yuri da yako Todo tare o karara Te da giri a chiata Te da giri a chiata Te da giri a chiata Chiami che chiariamo seri Tu ma sai dire Tu ma sai dire Tu ma sai dire Dai wa makire kono ga
I'm so glad that you got to share that.
Thank you so much. It actually happened that I recorded it this week after I took a 2-week break since I had experienced a burnout, and I just wanted to ground myself. And funny thing is that when I was out and about, I found a bookshop that was selling books about my own history, about my own culture, and it had those songs that sort of spoke about how my great-great-grandparents sort of meditated. And I was like, yo, this is what I needed right now. And yeah, I'm glad that I'm sharing it with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahinya. That was just so beautiful. And also I love how, weaving both our heritage and our history and our ancestral wisdom and these phenomenal technologies and us, from Kenya to India in America and all of us inhabiting this space right now. Would you share a bit about how has the DSS experience influenced your weaving and this coming together, and also emerging through burnout, because burnout is very real, and even more so ironically in those of us who care for sustainability, right? So any thoughts, Vahinya? I would love to hear from you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, when I joined DSS, I was thinking, my assumption was that I'll find actually more of musicians, more of painters, more of like an artistic side, the right-handed side of the brain. But once I joined this, that I found that there's a lot of people who have different ideas, who have great ideas, who have put in a lot of time to their craft, that they excel in it. And through that, I had not an epiphany, but I got inspired by people pursuing their own vision to a better world. And in a way, your talks, the Tuesdays and Thursdays chat, the people who come and sort of, lay what they have to us, for us to digest and for us to eat, they sort of inspire me and sort of give me that courage. You don't have to fit in a place. You don't have to force yourself. There's a game that there's a triangle, there's a square, but funny thing, all the shapes can fit into one shape. So you don't have to force yourself to be a certain shape so that you can just fit into that certain shape. You just do you, and everything will just happen to come. It will just be. And yeah, this is the experience that I've sort of felt through DSS. And for the burnout, I would actually advise people I live in a semi-urban area, and we live in a huge farm, and the compound that I live in is has a 1/4 acre garden, and since I live with my, it's if you're from Africa, you know how people live. There's a huge family and we sort of share apartments with the other members. So it's a huge main house with other different houses. I had to actually take care of the garden. It actually had to garden. And I sort of did it with my own bare feet because I sort of felt that I needed to be grounded with the earth to sort of take these toxins away from me. And seeing that being a musician and being a composer, sit actually where I sit, I never go anywhere else. I just wake up, sit here and do my work, then sleep. So I never do any exercise. So that for me was sort of an exercise to sort of detoxify myself. And the literature that I sort of read after going out and buying these books sort of gave me that knowledge now to sort of look back at the past and do what, since it's sort of a DNA, and do what my ancestors did so that I can feel free with the world and with the people around it.
Wow. I also love how, a lot of us feel being grounded is like a metaphor, but it is a literal thing. We who come from Earth, how can we literally ground and connect with the land? And also those of us who come from traditions where multi-generational living is something we can experience, how we can swing between the collective well-being and individual well-being. It is a dance, right?
Yeah, it is.
So, wow, thank you so much for sharing that, Vahinya. So, one more question, maybe the last one. Where is this, your music ripples, so many of them, where are they calling right now to you in this moment?
That's a funny thing. I wouldn't say, I know I'm a reincarnation of my grandfather. So I might say that maybe the spirits are talking to me. I read a prophecy, a really scary prophecy that actually came to pass. And I was like, oh shit, these people really knew what was happening even before they knew what was happening. It's sort of a trance, and for me, it's sort of giving me this vibe, sort of communicate with the people, like what I'm feeling right now, the inspiration that I'm getting. I'd rather be inspired by a little sound that will make me create a huge palette of colors through sound. And that for me is the inspiration, just find that little thing that will magnify the whole piece and communicate with the world for a positive change.
Thank you so much, Vahinya. Really appreciate you, and also Asante Sana. And thank you for being with us across zones, because I also want to acknowledge inhabiting this from.
Yeah, shukran Niha. Asante.
Thank you. So with that, we continue weaving this beautiful musical bridge from Vahinya. I am looking for Harlan. Harlan, are you here? Let's see, can somebody help us look for Harlan?
I see him, but I don't see his camera. Harlan. If Harlan's not ready, it looks like Alexandra. Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Shall we look for Alexandra?
Yes, Alexandra looks ready.
Oh, fabulous. Hi, Alexandra.
Wow.
Wow, look who's here. And I want to tell everybody what a magical thing I have in my hand. This is a creation of Alexandra and her friend. Maybe you can drop it. These are these beautiful infinite flow oracles. You can't see because of my special screen, but these are really magical. I will ask her to maybe drop the link and maybe share a bit about her work and her art being, and also these magical infinite flows. So welcome, Alexandra. Thank you for being with us here.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure. And I am so thrilled we are here talking about making invisible visible. For me, this has been such a big source of, don't even know what to call it, exploration, contemplation, in that realizing how easy it is for us to be inherently biased towards the visible, towards the graspable, towards the understandable. Because whatever our eyes can see, whatever our mind can grasp, is of course not that which we cannot see and not that which we cannot grasp. So we have this natural bias. And then when we look around the world, how do collectively we create a future that nobody wants? It's like, whoa, maybe it is a good idea for us to consider that there are things we don't see and things we don't know. And not necessarily because there is anything wrong with us, but because by design, both the dark and the light are equally responsible for co-creating the manifest universe. And recognizing that, I was very, very fortunate to find a map, and I love maps. Because even if I never ever go to Antarctica, I look on a map and I know it exists. And the same thing with the invisible. Even though I cannot see it, I can have a map that marks both. And for me, such map is the I Ching, the 16 hexagrams of the I Ching. And what you're seeing here on the video is me visualizing an origin story from the I Ching, from the shamanic lineage of ancient China, which, unlike many of our Western creation stories that are talk about a big bang, God says, let there be light, and boom, shock and awe. The creation story there, and this is my attempt to visualize it, that over time the lighter elements have, and this is the master from whom I learned the story, the lighter pieces have floated up and the darker pieces have floated downwards, and they congealed into the light and the dark, and they continue to co-create each other. And the beauty of this map for me is that, yes, there's this original action that might have happened gently and gradually over time of separating light and dark, but they continue separating and co-creating each other. And in the I Ching, there are 64 hexagrams, and hexa means 6. And what it means to translate into a computer geek language, which some of us might be able to relate to, is that it's a 6-bit binary code. 6-bit, right? 6 lines. So 6 steps in which we get to say yes or no, off or on, dark or light. So it's actually pointing us towards a 6-dimensional universe, which is beyond grasping of our physical senses and of our mind, but it is accessible to us through our imagination, through our contemplation. So I'm so grateful for having the map that includes both visible and the invisible. And the moment we accept the principle of polarity, that in this universe there is the opposition of light and dark, but then there are also infinite shades of gray in between, and the I Ching opposes that there are 64 steps, right? If we take the 6-dimensional unit, there are 64 steps in between the light and the dark. So all of a sudden, from that assumption of polarity and 6-dimensionality, the map is comprehensive. All of a sudden, there is a hexagram to refer to each one of the blind spots. And that's why I've undertaken this project of mapping everything I do to the 64. And thank you for featuring my flow cards. I will put a link in the chat. And I'm also working on another project, and in the new art city, I am doing the first presentation of the first batch of those. The first 8 are being publicly featured for the first time, but there are 64 of them. They're tricksters representing our fears, our inherent blind spots, because we don't know what we don't know. We don't see what we don't see until we encounter it on the outer, sometimes through a conflict with somebody in the real world. So the purpose of the Trickster Project is to create portraits of these tricksters, of these fears, of these blind spots, of the ones that take us over when we are not looking. But by looking at them, we can reclaim our power and recognize that each one of us has each one of these 64 hidden somewhere within our conscious or unconscious, and to help us navigate through that which we cannot see, and whatever tools we can find, and also through collaboration and co-creation. Both the flow cards and the Trickster are co-creation with my friend and collaborator Svetlana Pritzker, and she's a poet and a writer and also an artist. And this is the hexagram number 64, which deals with the fear of light, of hiding in dark places and being afraid to illuminate difficult issues. And what if we were brave enough to look at them and ask ourselves, how can we face these challenges? And in the installation, there is a link which allows us to engage with each one of these 8 tricksters that we're presenting so far. There's also a lantern which Brian Kravitz crafted with 8 tricksters, and it's somewhere in the new art city. I don't know where yet, so I'll put those links in, and it's such a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. As you were talking, so many houses I have lived in have 64 in them. I've lived in house number 64, 164, 464. So I have to go and look into my relationship with 64 from this new lens of yin and yang. So thank you. And also, I love the idea of representing creatively the tricksters, and also our relationship with light and dark. How in wholeness, how do we look at the relationship with light and dark, which, like, when I was looking at the map, I thought it kind of beholds that. And it also reminded me, I was sharing Joy Harjo's poetry earlier, and one other poem by her is called Rabbit is Up to the Tricks. And actually the way it ends, I have it, it says, and Rabbit's trick had backfired. Rabbit tried to call the clay man back, but when the clay man wouldn't listen, Rabbit realized he had made a clay man with no ears.
And I have a trickster who's helping me out. I realize he's in the background. He hides by being gray. He even turns off his eyes and dissolves in the darkness, but I know he's there.
Right, great. So one question for you, and then if anybody else has any question, please feel free to add to the chat box. How do you behold wholeness? Do you feel like, because there's so much grief and we are trying to also behold joy, while, like, literally there's so much grief in the world, how do you behold both with your practice? Any words of wisdom for us as we try to behold both?
Well, for me, it's very simple. I came up with, well, it sounds simple. I came up with a motto, and it is behold the other side. And and we have a bit of a daily practice with my husband in that when something joyful happens, for some reason our minds are biased. It's very easy for us to go into this will not last. And then when we go through And I believe we are designed to experience the wholeness, winter, spring, summer, and fall. There is the winter when we rest and renew, and there's nothing bad about going down under the ground and transforming ourselves. Somehow when we go into these low places, it's ridiculously easy to forget that this too shall pass. So that's our daily practice. It's like, okay, how come when it's up we remember about the dark times, but when it's dark we forget about the up times? Can we restore the balance by by reminding ourselves to behold the other side? And also that remembering the sixth dimensionality proposed by the I Ching, that maybe in the first 2 or 3 dimensions it's look tough. But can we go to that upper trigram and to look down at the 3-dimensional world while still being in it, by still feeling it deeply, and recognize that we have multiple perspectives available to us? We can stand on each one of those 6 lines and explore it from each one of those different perspectives. It is available for us. It's tricky to remember. So having those cards, it's good. Pull out a random card, see what it guides us to do.
Beautiful. Thank you. Please, I dropped the link. I'll also drop it again. Thank you. And I see my wonderful, beautiful, creative brother, Jeet, on the screen, along with Wahinda.
Oh, such pleasure to be here with you.
Here, passing the baton on. Thank you so much, Alexandra.
Thank you, Neha, for welcoming me. As always, you're amazing.
Great. So we are going to Roxy. Roxy, help us.
I'm pulling up Jeet's world.
Okay, great.
So Jeet, do you want to share a little bit, or?
Yeah, and also Jeet, while we do that, can I again acknowledge what a magical room you are in, both your foreground and your background. Everybody, those are his creations. Please share some creative love with so this creative beam that Jeet is. Jeet, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Neha, and everybody on the Vision Train and on DSS. I'm so grateful to every one of you for being in my life and being a part of this journey that we are all in together. So I had a very humble experience a few months ago to go to the Himalayas and work with some artisans there. And I got a lot of inspiration from there, and the idea of creating a global craft village came into my mind, which would be basically a co-working, coexisting living space with of artisans, artists, designers, all kind of creative people from all around the world who are living together, trying to make each other sustain life in a more resilient and empowered way. So here in this world, we have the main exhibition dome, which is the prime setup wherein we exhibit the work. We have small huts of artisans, like we have the weavers, we have the knitters, we have a small snippet of the weavers here. Maybe we can share that.
Which part did you want me to share?
The weavers video, collaboration with weavers. And
yeah,
the
yep.
Okay,
great.
He was living very near to where I was staying, and he's a weaver. He lives with his family in Himachal Pradesh, which is part of India, in the northern part of India.
Here, I'm going to mute the music just because I can't hear you very well, and I want everyone to hear the story.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. Right. If you want to repeat the story a little bit.
course. This guy is Bharat. He is a weaver and an artisan from Bihar, and he's living in Himachal Pradesh, which is another state in the north of India. He lives there with his family. I think we missed like a kind of part of the video. Okay, so that's his family, and they help each other in day-to-day life, like with all of the activities, right from spinning the yarn. Here we can see his eldest son spinning the yarn for him, which will be later woven into drapes of different kinds, like shawls, stoles, and scarves. These are made of pure wool, which are sourced locally. We had a small collaboration together of making a few products, which were woolen stoles, and yeah, I'm just super grateful for this experience.
Is there any other things that you want me to open up as a part of your storytelling, Jeet?
Yeah, we could go to the third video once we go to the dyers.
This one?
Yeah, this is a knitting video. Right, she's also from Himachal. She's indigenous from there, a local, and they basically knit socks as during the time when they have no other work to do. I mean, no other household work or farming work or weaving or any other sort of family work. That's the time when they use that time for knitting socks and sweaters and other stuff for the winters. And yeah, that's another collaboration I did in the mountains. These are pure woolen socks. And if we go ahead, we have the dyer's hut. A little video of my process.
And this is you.
Right, so I'm just making a small design, very basic design in this video. It's a rainbow spiral. I think we could play the next video because it's also a process. Now, if we come back to the dome, now in this village, we also have like healing spaces for each other, like the meditation crystal ball. We have our farms, which are organic, of course, and we have sustainable energy sources like wind, solar, biogas. All right, we can close that. All right, if we come back to the dome.
And I'm also going to put this in the chat because I know we're kind of running around a little bit, and I really want to encourage everyone to go explore the work closely and take time. So which dome do you, the spiral or?
Yep. The one in the front of the village. Right. Where is that video? Oh my God. Should have been a video here. All right, so yeah, we could go to New York City if you want and show the rest of the work.
Yeah, sounds good.
Wow, while we are doing that, Jeet, this is so gorgeous. Both like I have been following your some of your travels on Instagram. Folks, please follow him if you would like to follow this beautiful weaving with the weavers. You'll see his ID on right with his name here. So it's so love to see it all weaving together, a pun intended. My question for you is, Jeet, what has surprised you the most so far on as you're undertaking this work? And what have you found really challenging?
What has surprised me is the heart that all these artisans have and how amazingly skilled as well as down to earth these people are. And even though they are like very impoverished in terms of finances, they're still like willing to take risks and make new things and take like consider new ideas of living, probably. Because this time when I went to see them, I had in mind of making a team of artisans and creators. So I spoke to them about this whole concept of collaborating with each other, so that nobody gets pressurized or gets too worked up into sustaining life or making a particular kind of product. And also this increases the diversity of product that we can make together with all the artisans from different places with their different skill sets working together. So that really is an amazing thing, I feel. And the challenge was, of course, to take care of the worldly finances and just row around them somehow and do what you want to do, and also like inspire each other. And because it was really a great thing to do there, and I'm super grateful for that.
Thank you so much, Jeet, brother in motherland. Thank you. I really, really appreciate you. And I see we are traveling to make our way in the art city to your install. So also thank you, Roxy, for navigating this terrain for us and with us. It is coming. Jeet, one more question. So how can we, other than witnessing each other, how can we support you on this journey?
I don't know. Collaborate.
Okay.
To make things, and I believe that fashion is such an integral part of our lives, because we always wear clothes and most of the times, and so it's really important like what we wear, I think, and what materials we wear, and how were those materials sourced, and how was the product made in general, and who all were involved really to make that product. So having a personalized experience of fashion, or even like the space around you, is such an important part of your own individuality and being. So I feel that is like very, very crucial.
Beautiful. Great. We have reached our destination on the vision train. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Take it away, Jeet.
Right on. So this is another video of a process that it's about making. Actually, this is like the biggest tapestry that I have worked so far on. It's going to be a Shiva, like, or the Adi Yogi. It was supposed to be hung for a party on Shivaratri, and I was asked to make something for the people where I was living. So yeah, it was a great experience.
Wonderful. Wow. It's so beautiful. I also love how Art City and Topia allow us to bring this together in such gorgeous ways, really. Like, it's also new for me. I love it. Yeah. Thank you. Anybody, if you have any question for Jeet, please feel free to drop in the chat at this point. And Jeet, if you would like to share anything else, and if I may request to also drop how can people contact you for collaboration, please drop it in the chat. And With that, our train will move along. Chuk, chuk, chuk.
I think to Melody, if you're ready, Melody.
Uh-oh. Okay. It's really wonderful to be like, I'm a little bit dark. So, and it was really like wonderful works engaged together. And okay, we jump to the living room. Okay. So, firstly, like, thank you for your question, Neha. Firstly, like, how is the Design Science Studio had improved your way of engaging with this cold-hearting and hardworking? So, and that's the thing that appears with it, with this process. And Living Re is a platform, like, I took these photos for a long time ago, but in this sense, like, it comes to a point of like the duality of life, the eyes of life, the yin yang of life, flower of life, field of life, the pelvis of life, the brain of life, the heart of life. We don't hear the sound, right? Can you open the sound? If possible. Thank you, Roxy. And the heart of life, the meaning of life, tree of life, and the lung of life, liver of life, hand of life, so many things of life. So I'm really happy to be in the hands with all of us. And I really felt the fire connection with our emperors. So, and this is the space, like, from into, yeah, this is the membrane that we saw in the first sense, I guess I can say, like, it is between the stars and the water. And so a little bit up, okay, from the bottom, like, really water and sky connection. And we are just in between the membranes. So that's the living room that is really linked for me with the yin yang of the sixth reality that is really chanting with Alexandra. And like, I'm chanting with all of us. I really love to be here and productive with all of you. And I'm really thankful to all the helps from Roxy, from Nikki, from Victoria, from Julian, and especially Brian, that really promotes our three-dimensional world. And so, thank you. And I'm not sure if Brian is here.
Brian.
There is the thing from Bucky. I don't remember totally the quote, and if anybody will want to help me. So we just need the living room to understanding, like, because weaponry is not the way. So that's why we need to see the flower of life, that we are of the flower.
Love it.
Living room, because war is obsolete.
Right.
War is obsolete.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark's beaming. Thanks a lot. So love it. Also, I love how it's like one big, beautiful Sudoku Lego 3D. Here is Brian. Is Brian's body here?
my emotions are here.
Oh,
Okay.
Brian is here. Great. Hey,
Yes.
Brian, welcome.
Thank you.
And if Brian Esty is here, like, it will be perfect that for the elemental Merkaba. So that's, yeah. Yo, Brian's. Ole! Okay, so thank you for this, like, the living room space, creating a big living room together.
Thank
So
you, Melody. I have one question for you. And what I was saying was, I love how all our works like weave into this larger livingry. How does inhabiting like sacred geometry in your art, how does it manifest in your life?
okay, thank you so much for the question, for the wonderful question, Neha, which is really totally connected with my soul. And I can totally say like the cell membrane is my really trying to learn from nature, trying to understand from nature, really bio-inspired from nature, like the function, because it's the function of life. So without the cell membrane, there is no life. So this is like, as I'm an architect and I focused on the kinetic systems, so I'm really totally work on geodesic domes with really less materials. So it's totally coming from the flower of life, regenerating in the 3-dimensional space and also 4-dimensional space. So I'm working with the structures and with these functions, which is correlated with nature and beauty and resilience and whatever we are really regenerating.
Thank you so much, Melody, to the melody of flower of life inhabited. So thank you. And with that, our train moves from one beautiful station to another. Is Sequoia here?
Hi guys, I'm here.
Hey, hey.
Love you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for all of your wonderful work, and hello Neha. Thank you for introducing us all. So I'm hoping that we can go into the invisible visible space, and you guys can look around a little bit and see the radiolaria 3D model that I constructed. That it is being used all over the place now, and I'm so happy it's being used as a art space for other artists' work. So this is a little sea creature that it's called a protist. So it's a eukaryote like us, but it's not really well defined. It's a teeny tiny thing, and its body is made out of silica, so like glass, and so it's when you find sand that has lots of silica in it, that's what they use for like microchips and stuff. And this is just a tiny thing that we're making really big, and it has an amazing internal architectural structure. And my dream is to one day be able to build like biology builds, and being able to grow structure like this from the elements in the environment. So not having to use 3D printers or I don't know, all the other ways of fabricating our structures in the world, like all of the equipment and materials we need to build a building, but to actually just have it grow from the elements in the environment. So that's my dream. I'm a biologist, an artist, a mom. And I have a poem for you guys that I was going to read. And
Melody, do you want to? I mean, Melody. Sorry, Sequoia. Do you want to read it by this one or by the video?
Oh, by this one. The video has its own poems that you guys can listen to. It's kind of connected to this, but is slightly different.
Okay, beautiful.
So this, if we just want to hang out here, I'll read the poem to you guys, and you can just, if you could envision this this world where we can grow like biology. Okay, here I go. Birth is not a trauma. From the womb, pressure pushes us into your mother's arms, born into a space full of warmth, light, familiar beauty and sounds. Stepping into the organic curvature of an abundant, textured, materially deep and connected place. We are part of this culture. Your world was born from the ancestors of geometry, nature, fractals, crystals, spiraling forms. You and your surroundings are connected by the origin, life, nature, God, goddess, the universe. There are physical laws of self-assembly, stochasticity, chaos, that connect us all. We are grown from seeds, encapsulating our genetic information are the nutrients needed to grow. We, life, matter transforms matter, the elements of the periodic table, into a diversity of form. Creating organic shapes, evolution has given us so many options of form to fit into the environment, our habitat, our homes. Genetic information tells us how to grow, and it influences our environment. We are humans. We as humans have created the power to believe in these imagined environments in our own minds and now in virtual reality for others to see. We have the ability to believe in the places, to see them as true. We can then grow them with the truth from the genetic level on up. We are in control of our lives and our destiny if we can connect to this imagined space and make it real. To not only grow as life forms, but to grow our material world as if it was life is the vision I am creating. To understand the origin of form and abundant shape, morphogenesis, and to grow our built world. This is my dream, Origin Earth. So thank you, guys.
Wow.
That is, so I'm searching for people who also feel this way. And if you guys want to connect and make more of these architectural wonders, or if you have any ideas on, how to actually make this happen, let me know. I have one other art video that's in the other smaller radial area. And if you guys go there on your own and listen to what it says, it's kind of about how shape and form comes from the texture that's already available. So I was thinking of like how rivers and streams move through the landscape and how they happen naturally based off of what's already there. So like the mountains, the gravel. And in this case, I'm using some watercolor paint that I've dripped onto a blank sheet of paper and then read over a poem. So I guess that's what I'm doing, making poems and talking about shape.
Rivers do wander and grow.
Thank you so much, you
rhythm
guys.
And flow, rhythm and flow.
Wow.
Winding
Thank you
road
so
rings to
much.
show. Rambling rivers do wander and grow. Rhythm.
So beautiful, Sequoia. I love it. Was like being in a cradle and so gorgeously designed. I think Harris was saying how these are like tiny floating temples, and your poetry. Wow, what a intergalactic earthy magic. Thank you, friend. And also I would request, please put your way people can contact you and collaborate in this biomagnificence. I know I want to, and I'm connected to you. And with that, we have Shanita here in a wonderful train journey as it continues. Thank you a lot, Sequoia. And
Neha, thank you, everyone.
And we also have a Yurgis, a wild Yurgis has appeared.
Oh, wonderful. Great.
Yurgi, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yes, loud and clear, loud and clear.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm happy to be in this space. Oh, and Amanda's there as well. Oh, so many lovely human beings, all the painters. Good, good. I'm in the mood for some co-creation today. I hope you are too.
We're doing an art tour. And Neha's doing an amazing job. I'm driving in the background. I would love to weep with you. And look, Amanda, she's painting. It's happening. But wait, where is Shanita? Is Shanita here?
Shanita is right here.
Where is your video? I cannot find.
And welcome your.
Oh, I see you. I see you. Hello.
And here is Shanita. Welcome, Shanita.
Hi, everyone.
Love your foreground and love your background. Wow. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I am going to do a screen share.
Oh, nice. You're going to drive? Cool. You can take the wheel. Go for it.
Yeah, because I don't think you have the latest video. So I will do that for us. Just a moment, everyone. So
There's no screen share yet, though. It's just beautiful sounds.
okay, let's try that again. Sorry, everyone. Let's see. We're having some technical difficulties here. I apologize.
No problem at all.
Well, while I figure that out, let's do this first. Take you all on a tour of this space. Is everyone seeing my screen now?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you might want to share computer audio and video, Shanita, because without it, it'll be a little choppier. So whenever you...
Maybe can you drive this portion? Is that available for you?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I'll try to get my video going simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks,
Okay,
everyone.
cool. I'm gonna
be impatient.
Turn off your sharing momentarily. Let's go back in here. I'm very close to your art, actually. This is good timing. I'm gonna do a quick time check. How we doing? We are, I think, tracking pretty well. Yeah. Ooh, wow. We're like right on time right now. That's amazing. Wow. Gold star. 2 gold stars, at least, for sure.
So while we are approaching the space, again, thank you everyone for bearing with the technical difficulties. So my space that I created for this exhibition is around art and artivism. It's also a meditative art space. And basically in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic and in the midst of the civil rights movement that was happening that year, like a lot of people, I got to a place where I was just feeling very vulnerable, very emotional, very even defeated in some ways, and really discouraged with everything that was happening in our society. And so I had one day, I was doing some meditation. I started doing some somatic work, which looked like a lot of shaking and dancing with music. And while I was in that state of movement, I received a very tearful download from my ancestors. And basically that download basically was just a nudge of encouragement with how I could use my voice in a creative way, a way that showcased my visual art and talked about what I like to call artivism. It's not a term that I came up with, but it's a term that definitely I feel applies to me. It's the combination or the intersection of art and activism. During the protests that were happening, I felt a lot of fear around putting my physical body on the lines about attending a protest. And so this was an internal call to action with what could I do to be of service and how could I use my voice in a way that is accessible for me. And so during that time, I was commissioned by the World Trade Center in Portland to curate, I did 11 paintings with them and I also work with other artists to help curate the space. And our intention with the artwork was to express, positive words of affirmation, to express feelings of unity during such a very dark time. And so these collections, these paintings that I have shown in this exhibit are actual paintings. They were 4 feet by 8 feet that were installed at the Trade Center. And I took that inspiration and created this beautiful meditative garden space. And the garden space is adorned with 2 large living walls. And the living walls have a face, interior face that is adorned with these paintings. And then outside of this living wall space, we have to continue with the meditative garden, there's a water feature. We have spheres that represent the chakras, and also certain stones and crystals that correspond with each of the chakras, starting us with our root and going to our crown chakra. And then around the perimeter of the garden, we have it adorned with lots of trees. And so in theory, you could spend some time by the water where we're at right now, and have a moment of quiet reflection, and experience what comes up from you, what may come up for you after being in this meditative space. I also encourage you to spend some time walking around the perimeter of the space following the tree line to also further get into that meditative space. This installation is also very much epitomizes a walking meditation. And I created a video. I don't know if I'll be able to show the video right now because I do want to be mindful of time, but I will make that video accessible. And the video basically highlights, gives us a closer look of some of the pieces of artwork that are shown in the exhibit. One of the conversations that I want to have is, there's a painting that I have, I'll try to pull this one up for you, is called Rest is a Privilege. And what inspired this piece of artwork was thinking about how many times I have been out in nature, either by myself or with my partner or with friends, and really got to a place where I felt physical concern for my safety. There's been outdoor spaces where I was made to feel not welcome, made to feel excluded, feel ostracized. But most paramount was the feeling of a lack of safety. And so that inspired my piece of artwork called Rest is a Privilege. And I'll share that with you all. But basically it's a person that presents as female, and they're in a very serene, very blissful, very heart open, expansive position, lying on the earth, under the stars and the moonlight, surrounded by trees. And just that lovely experience, being able to experience that and to be able to feel safe in doing so is absolutely a privilege. It is absolutely a privilege. And yeah, there's just so many fallacies that exist with nature. You have to look a certain way to engage in certain activities. I've heard people say that certain outdoor activities are for people that look a certain way. This is the piece that's called Rest is a Privilege. Thank you for that. And yeah, and it's just wanting to explore these conversations about how nature is something for us all. Nature is this beautiful gift that we have all been given in this lifetime. And it is not, it should not be taken for granted. And there also should be less barriers to entry to enjoy this space. Personally, when I have the opportunities to spend time in nature, not only is it really healing for me on an emotional level, but it's also very healing for me on a spiritual level. It's a way that I have found that I'm able to connect with my grandmother, who raised me as my mom, who passed away a few years ago. But not only is it a way that I can connect with her, but it's a way for me to connect with my ancestors and with the really, experience the beauty and the integrity of the land and all the wisdom and history that that land has to offer. And so part of my presentation, part of this exhibit is just really shining a light on that nature is for us all, and it's a beautiful gift that we've all been given.
Thank you, Shanita. What a powerful, profound, fierce, and soft offering. So just really, really deeply appreciate you. And also to acknowledge, I feel while we see and behold beauty simultaneously, may more of us expand and deepen our ability to be with what is hard and what is hard not in the equal way for people with different skin colors and backgrounds. So it was just so profound to experience. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you. I think you just epitomize what I was wanting to express so beautifully. And that is that we can talk about these conversations in a way that is soft, in a way that is engaging, in a way that feels more open, rather than, with a clad iron fist, And so I think that, to move forward and to actually resolve some of these issues that we're having, we need to have more conversations and need to have lot more kindness, compassion, and softness with each other. And I encouraged people to even, in this exhibit to, some of the topics that or some of the feelings that may come up with some of the art pieces may be a little bit challenging or sensitive. And an important part of, that is the importance of self-care and the importance of taking time for aftercare, because this is a lot and it could be very emotionally sensitive for some people. And so making sure that we take good care of each other and take good care of ourselves as well.
Thank you so much, Janita. Really, really appreciate you. And it reminds me, one of my favorite poems by Mary Oliver, she says how it has been hard as flint stones and soft as a summer pond. So, so we inhabit both. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
I
everyone.
wanted to just add, Shanita, that I feel like it's been such a the softness that you're observing, you also project. And it's so welcoming and nourishing to engage with you and your work and like your consideration. But a lot of times when people talk about this could be hard or this could be trauma, I think there's just a kind of different tonality and your way of being, I think, really welcomes people into like coming into a place where they feel safe to connect with their deeper feelings and their deeper kind of concerns about how we're orienting to the world, and it's just we're just learning more and more all the time about the inequity, and if we're moving towards a more equitable future, like the more we're able to kind of see, the more we can grow. And I feel like you and Margie probably have, if you haven't had deep conversations, I see so much resonance. You're both in Portland. Oh yeah,
that is going to happen. We're trying.
I'm freaking out. That's so great. Well, Shanita, will you do us the honor of staying with us while we go visit Neha's work?
I would love to, absolutely.
And I'm going to bring our beloved friend, revolutionary artist, Julian up here as well, who has helped so much across all of these installations.
You all are the best dream team. I just have to say that.
It was amazing working with everyone.
Yay! Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to just continue this. After meeting so many wonderful, fabulous artists, I am delighted to introduce me and also Julian, who has been just so incredible in collaborating and dreaming with me, and also Monica, who helped me out in making this space come alive. So if I may tell our amazing train driver, Roxy, could we go back a little bit so we could see like the room as we enter in?
You want to go from the outside or the inside of the building?
From the outside, yeah. And it's also a wonderful segue from Shanita, from your beautiful share, because this whole installation, it's about ancient tree futures reimagined. Oh yeah, now just pause here. Just focus on that entrance of the dome, okay? And I'll talk. So the glimpse of the box that you have there, it's my most researched painting because I was missing India so much. And I also realized maybe this is just called getting older. I feel in earlier part of my life, I just ran away from, what felt like, I can't explain a part of something. And I left the, big chunks of me in the past, and I'm on a path of reclaiming. And I was really missing banyan tree near my grandparents' home. And I started researching all kind of mythology, biology, ecology, colonization, decolonization, history, sacred texts like Bhagavad Gita and what it says about banyan tree. So I made this painting couple of years ago, and then I met Julian, who is just so brilliant and really humble. And when I shared with him about this project that I'm weaving, which is about transcontinental intergenerational tree elders and what lessons we can learn from them, he took this gorgeous 2D and he made it into this phenomenal 3D magic that we will now, with help of our train driver. Is Erin our driver now? Erin, yes, we have a new driver. Yay.
Hello.
So right here in the center of this dome, you see this banyan tree painting, and so, each, the painting is surrounded by many spheres. We can go a little bit closer, Erin, and take a look. To the banyan tree in the center, the box.
Rotate.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, so this has these red threads because my mom does a ritual every year, which is about a banyan tree, and it has a story tied to it about women worshiping banyan tree. And then the banyan tree is associated with the Hindu trilogy. So life, death, preservation, all of it is there in the banyan tree. And on the border of this painting are some lines from Bhagavad Gita that say that the person who will be able to solve the mystery of life is the one who understands that life itself is like a banyan tree, which is upside down. So there's some, because, the way the tree looks, it almost looks like an upside down tree. So that's the story of the tree. And actually, this painting itself has at least, I would say, a dozen stories embedded in it, which is, for me, it connects me with my ancestors. It also connects me with my lifelong environmental work, which is very dominant. In the dominant narratives, it's very imperialist even today. So it is about how do we reclaim indigenous wisdom and knowledge within environmental movements. So that is the center. I will request Julian to share about, just turning this painting into this sculpture magic, and then I can share a bit more about what we have all around. Julian, go ahead, and thank
Sure,
you.
sure. It was an amazing time working with this artwork. First thing was of course the graphics and that it's beautiful, and also I could see the stories and many things that are there in little parts of that painting, right? And then also it was connected with another painting that it's about the web and how everything connects. And so we took the butterflies from that painting and kind of merged it here with this one, which is more about the tree. But it's just magical to see how different cultures and different parts of the world we use kind of the same symbols, colors, and it's something that it's really like deep in us as humans, and that's where we can find a lot of connection.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. And also I wanted to share with everybody how much, we connected both as artists and also as immigrants inhabiting our cultures and traditions in this multiplicity of beings. So that's another thing I feel. We can be in a room with 100 people, but ultimately I feel collaboration really comes from nurturing deep connection, which is not transactional, but truly meaningfully, connecting and knowing each other's stories. So I really appreciate, this. And this truly, for me, this banyan tree in the center is a reincarnation. So thank you for being an instrument of reincarnation. And then, Erin, if we would turn to the left side of the room, I'll just I'll show everybody. So go to left, on the, keep going to the other side, to the very beginning, next to this one, to the left of this one. Yes, so now go closer to this. Right here. So this one, so in the dome, the center, the banyan tree is almost like an altar. And then this project is Ancient Tree Futures Reimagined, learning the art of listening to tree elders. It's also because I feel last 2.5 years of the pandemic, I have been in immigrant exile from India, which it always makes me really emotional because I haven't seen my family in so long. And I feel my trees in my neighborhood, right at the edge of Washington, D.C. have held me. So I feel trees heal, and we heal each other by acknowledging nature, not just by going in the jungle, which is lovely. I love jungles, but as an urban body, I also feel nature is all around us and we are part of nature. It's also in us. So this exhibition, which I hope you may get some time later to experience more, it invites us to reconnect with our tree elders. And as you move around the dome, there are alternative trees. There's a banyan tree from India. As I started researching, what do these different tree elders teach us? So through a lot of research into biology, botany, and engineering of trees, like I found out that oak trees can stand some of the most violent storms in the world because the way their roots are structured. So how can we deepen our roots even as, and I feel that as a migratory being, how can I deepen my roots? What does deepening roots as an immigrant mean? Or, as a human with any kind of displacement in mind, body, or spirit. So as you move across this room on the right, so there's a banyan tree, there is the oak tree. Then on the other side, this is also the tree behind me. You see, it's a coconut tree. So coconut tree, if you had a coconut, you'd know how hard it is on the outside and how soft it is on the inside. What can we learn? Can we embody both hardness and softness in our life? Can we do away with false binaries of either this or this, but really be with complexity? And then if you go to the right further, there is a magnolia tree, and then next to that is a tamarind tree. So acknowledging my transcontinental roots and also global roots and planetary roots, this is an ongoing emergent body of work. And this beautiful dome, thanks to Julian and Monica, is just the beginning. So please spend some time if you get a moment, and when you see a tree elder next time, say hello, say thank you. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. I don't know if you know this, but last year in the studio, we had an amazing artist named Meyer who wrote a book, 50 Lessons from the Trees, that's now being published.
Oh, I didn't know. That's amazing.
He also is from India. Is that right?
We have to connect.
Yeah, I will connect you. It's so amazing.
Great. And also, I think we last time, as this tree project is growing, we are also going to do some tree yoga on an ongoing basis. So yeah, yay. So thank you all. Maybe have a tree stretch right now in any way that you like. Shake your body, love your roots. Shake, shake, shake. Thank you.
I think we're rocking the diversity game right now, y'all. Look at this like beautiful constellation of people from all over the world coming together around shared purpose. It's so beautiful. And collaborating, yeah, so much gratitude to all the people who collaborated to make so many of these installations come to life. It was really, really spectacular, and a really, pretty tight time frame, and kind of somewhat new technologies. Honored to be a part of this community. Mariette. Hi.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Wow. I'm just so happy to have been here for that and to see Neha, your beautiful trees. And so hopefully we can now, I can complement that work with my dream trees. So can I screen share here? Is that possible?
Can screen share.
Okay, let's go, let's do it. And so I'll take you through a little bit about the dream tree and the vision for it. And let's see, unmute me, yes, it keeps wanting to do that. So I'm a poet. I have also been, there we go, been making installations for about 10 or 15 years now. And the poetry space for me is space in general, I think I realized at one point. And when I started getting more involved in how could that be useful, I thought, well, maybe a way to do that is to look at the way that we could live inside the trees as dreamers, not just as, excuse me, I'm bringing this to the top. I'm a little discombobulated. It took me a little while to get into the Zoom. So here we are. The Dream Tree Project has a couple of components, and the DSS has been instrumental in helping me figure out the component that was missing, which was this online world building. Because to build a tent out of canvas and metal, to put it in a gallery, that's pretty easy if you grew up like me, meaning touching things. But I'm learning how to be this hybrid cyber human being, just like the rest of a lot of us, I think. And so this is a little bit about that. So I started making this Utopia, and we'll take a look at that as soon as we're done just taking a look at a couple of these pieces here. The situation for me when I thought about the dream tree is, how do we take the good intentions that we have towards regeneration and convert them into actions? And one of the solutions that came to me is that it has a lot to do with nurturing space. And without some real nurturing space, we tend to be fearful, we tend to be busy, we're stressed, etc. By creating these spaces, and maybe creating them in real places, we can continue to create little tiny capsules. I don't know about anybody here, but when I was a child, one of the things I loved to do is either be out in nature or to have a little tiny record player with a little tiny film strip and a book. And that little Fisher-Price game, I realized, is what I keep creating my whole life through. So dream trees are meant to be hypnotic spaces, places where you can meditate, places where you can do yoga. And it's a place where you can have flow. So in that regard, the Dream Tree project is a lot about, I don't know, feeling all of you and feeling everything that people might want to do in a particular place. And again, putting some triggers, putting some motivation, and then letting people find themselves. So this little illustration here, which is the sort of basis of this dream tree, has a drawing from Buckminster Fuller incorporated into it. A lot of the other textures actually came from roses that I had. So dream trees are basically a framework for flow between mind and body and spirit, and anybody can curate them. So everybody here who wants to work on Dream Tree or say, give me a link and I'll put it in, not a problem. The importance is to really be a channel, and we'll just kind of continue to see how these develop. Right now, built on the Topia platform. And the first little dream tree has a little game inside. So there are original videos. Some of those have audio that we've done, little original ambient pieces. I worked with a wonderfully talented audio engineer and creator named Bill McCauley, and we'll be working together more and more on these. So even when spatial audio isn't really available, Bill's many years of Hollywood filmmaking allow us to create a feeling almost of the spatial audio. So text, icons, other nonlinear components, and even little cards, not quite like tarot cards, but little Bucky spaceship cards are in there for you today. So when you go in, wander around, but look for the dream tree, pick a card, wander around a little bit more, and then if you're moved, go back and pick another. I think we have enough for about 3 today. There are only about 20 some cards in the deck right now. I hope to put in like maybe around 50 some odd. And a lot of them have to do simply with the metaphysical pieces of inspiration that Bucky would have offered. And I think that that's really important because if you're going to want to learn the math, if you're really going to want to learn the geometry, you need a sort of emotional reason. Maybe not me or you, but maybe a lot of other people. I learn emotionally. So here are some of the cards that you might see today. Some of them are, again, really small snippets from his work, just telling you what's going on. We are getting sharper. We are learning that it's success for everyone or success for nobody. And we are learning about our wealth. And it comes from the sun and the moon and gravity and physics, from forces that are way bigger than us. So I'm going to continue to go in and find quotes and things from my little copy of Spaceship Earth. And I hope that you'll have a good time in there today. And if you see something that really resonates with you, there'll be a little place where you can sketch it out or even leave a note on a Miro board. The idea is that the dream trees are going to be highly interactive and that they will be a place where you'll be able to collaborate. So that's a really important part of these, both in a place and online. So in a place meaning a physical space. These are meant to create ecologies. So poets and filmmakers and farmers and scientists can all find something and all place something within each dream tree. So sort of like Bucky was teaching at Black Mountain College, where the essence was art was at the center of all that we do. I would say that at the heart of every dream tree, poetry is at the essence of everything we do. And, we know that artful living is the secret and the key to everything. But we also do know that it's hard to be artful sometimes. So by putting people inside these little environments where you can hear the sounds of the birds, hear the, the sound of the wind, awareness and intimacy, consistency of relationship with nature should all bring a sense of empowerment. And that's really what these are all about. Oops, there we go. So hopefully you can come in, take a look at the dream tree, and see what you see. I will be going in there. I'll put the link in the chat, and we can take a look. And let's see. I know you probably don't have any questions yet because it's not quite clear what it is, but oh, there we go. Thank you, Roxy. So come on in, take a look. There you may find some quiet spaces. There are places that are marked for conversation. Thank you, Shanita. I worked on it really hard. It was a totally different project for months. And it was through this incubator that I got some clarity. So again, whatever you all see, whatever you feel today, hopefully all the note places will work. If not, come and find me, and I'll just be wandering around. So there's the link, and come on in. And thank you so much for being here in the DSS and for being inspiring to me, and for letting me be part of this. Okay.
Thank you. I am so happy that we got to have this moment where people were able to not only learn a little bit about the experience that you're going to be hosting, but also learn about your journey and how your vision has shifted, and the ways that you're designing interaction and why. I think it's going to make it even more meaningful and evocative for us as people wander. And I feel so resonant with your work, and I'm a little bummed I can't walk over there to hang out with you right now. So like after party, maybe we can like have another hangout in Topia.
I'm all about the after party, and I will tell you all that was kind of amazing was last night I made the world live, and in the first 10 minutes somebody from the Topia community founded on Discover and came in, and we talked, and so if anybody ever wants to kind of go and hang out, just let me know. Thanks. Okay, I'll go in there, everyone. See you later.
You'll be there for about 45 minutes, right?
I will. I'll be in there for about 45 minutes. Come whenever you like. Okay. Bye.
Wow. System of interconnected, interwoven solutions. And solutions just like uplifted potential. So many different modalities of learning with, as, and for nature. I'm so excited to welcome Harris. I'm glad we were able to move things around. There's a little bit of a magical moment that happened this morning when we realized like I'm available all day, but actually I'm not. I was like, oh no, you are so pivotal and important, and everyone is so important here. And it's really a very complicated puzzle, I will say, to really try to weave and support everyone's visions and all of their ideas, and it definitely does not happen it like this. It's very much like this. We are a community of care, and really trying our best to weave and support each other. And Harris has been a part of this community since the beginning. Harris is in both of the cohorts of the Design Science Studio. And maybe this is our official announcement. Officially announcing that Harris is doing our first ever storytelling fellowship, which is I hope that you share a tiny bit about it with everyone in the vision. But I will just do a little introduction that you're an artist and a multidimensional storyteller, creative coherence consultant, and you're working at this intersection of immersive art, social and environmental justice, and experiential design. And I will add education and eco-embodiment. So thank you, Harris, and the floor.
Thank you, Roxy. You are like Spider Woman with the ability to hold complexity and weave webs and know and sense and feel a whole multi-dimension of creators and artists. Thank you so much for creating this web for us to all come hang out in today. I'm so looking forward to sharing a multi-dimensional story with all of you. Imagine for a moment that it's the year 2030 and we've made it. Through spontaneous collaboration, we've ushered in a new era for humanity, the Regenaissance. The widespread collapse and degeneration of extractive systems, exploitative institutions, and colonial organizations provided compost for a massive cultural wave of evolution into planetary regeneration. It sprouted up in the most unlikely places, bursting forth from the ash of separation, taking root while the world shook. Now, there's an ancient and new captain at the helm. Her name is Gaia, creator of all life on Earth. Behind the scenes, she worked ceaselessly and effortlessly, designing, adapting, strategizing, innovating, anchoring, integrating, generating, empathizing, defending, dreaming, exploring. Through her many hands and feet, paws and wings, roots and shoots, leaves and sprouts, eyes and ears, she reclaimed the world that was always hers. Within this massive wave of transformation, there was one nested node in this emergent field that took the world by surprise. A school, one unlike any other before it. A school that more closely resembled a garden. It didn't have walls or classrooms like we knew when we were young. The professors didn't lecture from behind a podium. In fact, they didn't lecture at all. From the outside, it looked more like a play. There were masks and costumes, singing and dancing, interactive scenery, altars, props, lines, and dialogue, improvised musical numbers, guest performers, acrobats, aerialists, fire dancers. If you could dream it, it was there. They called this school the Garden of Infinity. It started as a traveling production, an artistic experiment answering the question, what would happen if nature had a voice that we could hear? What would the earth speak? How would she tell her stories? The founders of this school understood that in the Western world, we had largely forgotten how to hear the voices of nature. They knew that our ecological processes and more than human life forms didn't speak the same language as we do. Yet, if we were to evolve, to continue, we needed to closely listen to their wisdom. They wondered, if our imaginations have the power to make invisible voices visible, how might we give voice to the more than human world? What medium could we use? They learned from the indigenous wisdom keepers, the song lines of the Amazon forest, the ancient technologies of sound and vibration, and started with music. They wondered, what would the song of the decomposers be? What language do the stones speak, the waters? What song would the meristems sing, the old growth forests, the stars? What rhythms would the insects play? What instruments would the winds use? The more they wondered, the more they started to play. At first, it was just one song. But the more that song was sung, the more they were able to hear nature singing everywhere. And so, like a seed, that song soon sprouted into an album. The album grew flowers that carried pollen through the airwaves to many listeners. The more people listened, the more song seeds sprouted. Soon, the album had a story. The story grew and grew, branching far and wide until soon enough, there were characters, scenery, lines, costumes, performers, artists, storytellers. The same way an acorn turns into a sprout, a shoot, a stem, a root system, and a tree, and then becomes a home to many. So too did this song seed sprout, shoot, and take root, becoming a whole artistic storytelling ecosystem. Turns out, it was easier to listen to a song than a lecture, and even easier to listen to a song when a character sang it in a fantastical immersive theater. At first, the story traveled into the vast mycelial networks of the internet, creating the soil for the garden through an immersive art world on a platform called Topia. The foundation species of the Garden of Infinity grew here, providing an ecosystem for performers, storytellers, artists, comedians, musicians, healers, and activists to play in an immersive theater experiment, exploring the voices and songs of 13 eco-archetypal characters. The voices of the Garden of Infinity created an interactive theater experience open to audiences from around the world who were able to tap into the mycelial network from their homes and play in the Garden of Infinity. Soon, the garden began to sporulate, popping up as live interactive musical theater experiences in neighborhood community gardens and city parks, nature preserves, trails, regenerative community centers, intentional communities, outdoor amphitheaters, festivals, college campuses, elementary schools, summer camps. Until one day, the spores of the garden found a perennial home for a permanent installation. The Garden of Infinity materialized as a real garden filled with organic art installations that together created the setting for eco-immersive theater experiences for traveling students of life's mysteries. The founding performers crystallized the stories they'd been telling into a curriculum, teaching about Earth's ecological processes and life forms through improvised ecological storytelling, ritual theater, and a field school for Earth steward leadership. Students traveled from far and wide, learning the way of the garden. As they studied in the garden, they became ambassadors, guardians of this bioarcana, life's mysterious, specialized knowledge, language, and stories. They took this knowledge to find the songs, voices, and mysteries of life in their own backyard, creating Garden of Infinity immersive theater experiences adapted to the species of their local ecosystems, telling the stories of their local communities. The garden transformed into a movement as educators, performers, artists, writers, and students applied the teachings of the garden to explore new education models in their local ecosystems. Classrooms began to transform into terrariums. School boards, now governed by Garden of Infinity initiates, began to radically rethink how we taught the future minds of our world. Eco-art programs flourished as more and more students dropped out of conventional schools and into these new nodal field schools that were popping up across the world. The old model of education became more and more obsolete. Turns out, it's more fun to learn through improv theater than it is to learn in a conventional classroom. From the margins and the historically marginalized, from the peripheries of budget-cut arts and theater programs, from the edges of a collapsing education system, a new model of education burst forth. This model taught with stories, spoke the language of nature, and cultivated radical participation with community, with place, with life. Attention deficit became a thing of the past as this radically immersive participatory model of education became the new norm. Since both teacher and student were performers in this school, hierarchies of education dissolved into non-hierarchical learning spaces that valued play, fun, curiosity, and celebration. Enchantment and creativity became new curriculum rubrics. Schools were graded based on the health and happiness of their students rather than test scores. Freedom, spontaneity, and creativity flourished. We remembered how to listen to the voices of nature. And in so doing, we rediscovered our own voice. Since that which has a narrative voice is able to have a political voice, we began to cultivate robust skills to advocate for the restoration of the rights of nature. And as we organized joyfully through song, dance, and spontaneous collaboration, we soon began to build the foundations for bioregional governance. Life sheds began to speak to us through us. Watersheds began to inform our decision making. We sang our way back into the web of life and learned how to advocate for the voiceless. At last, Gaia had finally returned to her rightful place as the headmistress of the School of Life. What I've shared with you today is a vision casting seed of my project in the Design Science Studio, the Garden of Infinity, an ecological story universe exploring the narrative voice of ecological processes and the more than human world through creative storytelling like this, immersive art, and music. I believe that our stories have the power to create whole new worlds, and that our radical dreams are the most important, powerful tool to fight the war on imagination. Each of us here today are holding vision seeds and stories of a more beautiful world that works for all life. Our stories matter. Charles Eisenstein said, "We cannot stay in a deviant story by ourselves. In the face of a whole society that pulls us into the story of separation, we need allies." In sharing this story here today on the equinox, I am planting this vision seed in our hearts, minds, and imaginations with the intention that it will grow and flourish into reality. Part of this radical dream has already begun to take root, and I'll be unveiling the first songs of the Garden of Infinity concept album in an immersive Topia experience during our launch week in April. But there's more to come, and I need allies. So if you feel aligned with this vision or that your story weaves into mine, let's connect. I'd love to grow this garden with you.
Bravo!
So lovely, Harris.
Thank you,
You know,
Jorgis.
as an improvisational musician, I always think that it's lovelier to hear the music than to talk about the music. Yeah, it's very
Dude.
curious because I'm waiting for it. I was wondering maybe you could give us maybe a little bit of a, I don't know, a taste. I mean, your story was poetry to the ears. I was playing in the background as you were reciting lovely with that rhythm and that cadence, and especially with all that love which is emanating through you when you were sharing that with us. But I was wondering, do you have anything you could share with us right now? Just like a little teaser, just something to, you've been incepting us with visions. Why don't you incept us with a sound as well?
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. Could you play it won't be from the recording, but it'll be an improvised invitation into the sonic landscape of the garden. Yes. Maybe you could play a little like we're moving into a garden, like we're poking behind vines and trees.
My signal is a bit hotter than yours, and so it when you come in and out, it goes like it's what's called a digital ducking. But it's so beautiful immediately. I think that one of the curious things with these songs is the stories usually you tell once, and then when you know how they go, you kind of let them go, right? You don't, unless you're a child which likes to hear the story and over. But in this very beautiful case, I think of songs. Songs are an act of invocation, something that we like to sing over and over to take us places. And I really think it's high time that we found those songs to invoke us, to bring us into that very special space. And that definitely will not be, just song. It will be something much more complex, which is cool because the next person we're sharing the stage with, and maybe we can invite him right now, is John Crawford. John, are you ready? Can you come up with us?
I'm all ready.
Super. John,
hi, everybody.
Amazing. Hello. How are you doing today? Doing good?
Oh, excellent. And this has been such a wonderful opportunity to catch up on all this wonderful new work going on. And Harris, to see your amazing work and your energy and your vision. It's really inspiring.
John, it's great. You're the next gift of this whole session of beautiful people sharing ideas, visions, music, and things like that. And I'm blessed to have the opportunity to introduce you and to make your digital acquaintance like this and to talk a little bit about you. And I wanted to start from a question, because as a person introducing you, I read your beautiful bio. I don't know if you people know, but John is a professor working with embodied media research, University of California, Irvine, and mostly with intermedia. And I wanted to ask you about intermedia, what it is, and especially how it works with emergent technologies before you delve into what you're doing, because if I have doubts as to what you do, it'd be really nice for you to share with me and the rest of the group.
Great question. The term intermedia came along, well, not too long after Buckminster Fuller was at Black Mountain College working with people like Robert Rauschenberg and Merce Cunningham, and most of all, John Cage, who were all artists that crossed boundaries between what at the time was thought of as kind of traditional disciplines. So intermedia is work that happens in the spaces between media, in the spaces between people, in the spaces where people and various kinds of media connect. So for me, it means about embracing new technologies, but connecting back to traditional forms and inventing new forms and new technologies as part of the process.
Wow, absolutely lovely. It's so amazing that it's not about what you're mixing, but what the result of the mix of those medias are, which is to create more togetherness, more immediacy. You know, the relationship that we are establishing and the realities we are weaving through those relationships. That's beautiful.
A great way of putting it.
Again, the seed of inspiration in you makes beautiful things emerge from me, which is the beauty of these spaces. So, John, I'm going to give you the floor, and then perhaps we'll take some questions later. Off you go.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much, and wonderful to be here, everybody. Special thanks to Roxy, who brought me in, and Roxy and I have worked together on a number of projects, some of which you'll hear about over the next few minutes. So my goal today really is just to give you a little bit of a tour through a variety of different kinds of projects, different kinds of approaches to making art, connecting that to the world. Yes, I am a professor at University of California, Irvine, although really I came to that job after 50 years of doing a lot of other things. I was an independent artist and also had a couple of decades working in software development and software research of various kinds. But I'm really blessed to be at the University of California doing some work there that I find really exciting. Let me show you a little bit of that work. I'm going to share various websites as part of this process. I'll try to remember to post the links in the chat. And also, of course, you can see those later as well. Hang on. There we go. Just had to fix something. Okay, so this is the first site I'm going to show you. This is my research group at UC Irvine called the Embodied Media Research Group. As it says here, what we do is we connect people through applied research in what we call embodied media, art and design, which is kind of like a branch of intermedia, maybe we could say, really focusing on what it means to put people and technology in spaces together where the embodied process is a really important part of that. And I know for all of you, that's something that's a clear value as well. The work we do probably can be talked about in three different areas. Embodied media is engaging with new forms of expression, maybe taking technologies in ways that weren't foreseen by the creators, because as artists, one of the things we do really well is ask questions, break things in interesting ways. And so that's really what this embodied media approach is all about. Also connected design, finding ways that not only we're not only doing design that works for people, we're not only doing design that is strong and powerful in the way it brings technology into the human space and helps people engage with technology in different ways, but we're finding ways that we can guide this research and development towards solutions that are based on people's lived experiences and actual needs, as opposed to perhaps something that might come from the commercial sphere. And most importantly, the art making we do is socially engaged, where we're making art that really tries to think about, speak to the environmental, cultural, and political issues we're facing. So there's a lot more in this website about all of that. I've put the link into the chat. One thing I wanted to point out is that we have this history over the last few years of doing these collaboratories, which are a little bit outside the typical university environment, where we're not so much about giving grades and taking courses and speaking from podiums, as Harris said, but really more about finding ways that people can engage through experiential processes. We did a collaboratory with some wonderful colleagues at Rhode Island School of Design around the Shakespeare's play, The Tempest. The project was called Living in the Tempest. There's a lot more about that here. We then went on to something that really focused even more specifically on oceans and coastlines. I'm going to tell you more about that project in a few minutes, but it was another collaboratory, and this one, again, cross-continent, bringing in students from Brown University, UC Irvine, and Rhode Island School of Design. That was really fun. And then close to my heart, probably the closest and closest in terms of time, is this project we did called the Living Systems Collaboratory, which was in conjunction with the first round of Design Science Studio. And maybe some of you heard about it. I know some of you were involved. So that was a really wonderful opportunity to work with quite a wide-ranging group of people as well. So those are the kinds of projects that I think are really important, crucial to do in the university environment. I'm in a university that actually is probably one of the top university art schools in the country, if not the world. One of the disadvantages, though, of being in such a rarefied atmosphere is that there sometimes tends to be a really strong focus on disciplinary development. What do I mean by that? Well, people come in after 20 years of really working hard and training to be really good actors or dancers or musicians. The real strength of our programs is in the performing arts. The problem is, of course, that there's a lot they didn't do in that process. And my goal as a professor in this School of the Arts is to try to find ways to break down those disciplinary boundaries, help people move back and forth, as I know so many of you do, between various forms of art making and engagement. Haven't fired me yet, so hopefully I get to stick around and do that for a while more. So moving on then, I'd like to, let's see, maybe tell you a little bit about some of the other projects. There's a portfolio here at this site, embodied.net. I'll post this in the chat. And just in the interest of time, we won't go into all the projects, but I wanted to point out that my colleagues and I have a 30-year history of doing these intermedia projects. I came around kind of near the end of the careers of people like Rauschenberg and Cage and Cunningham and Fuller. So I really wasn't able to work with them to the level that I wanted to, but that I would have liked to. But what I have done is try to take some of those ideas, some of those concepts, and move them forward in a range of other pieces that I've done with wonderful colleagues and collaborators over the past 30 years. So each one of these buttons that you can see here takes you off to more information about those projects. So maybe some rainy evening when you're bored, you can take a look at those and kind of move through them and see what inspires you over time and space. There is one project, though, I really want to tell you about, because it's one that I'm working on right now, working on it with some colleagues from the university, but also, even more importantly, with some wonderful creators that came out of the Living Systems Collaboratory and other kinds of approaches that we worked on together. This piece was originally developed in that collaboratory I talked about several years ago with Brown and Risdi. It's called Your Ocean, My Ocean, and it's a series of performances and exhibitions that are, as it says here, concerned with oceans and coastlines, bringing together a transdisciplinary, that's a very important word to me, a transdisciplinary international group of artists and designers. And what we're creating is a series of projects that, in a sense, juxtapose responses to the natural beauty of oceans and coastlines. They juxtapose that with responses to detrimental human impacts on marine ecosystems. The philosophical basis behind that is this really interesting notion of dialectical naturalism. And again, this is something that maybe you haven't heard this term, but I bet many of you embody this on a daily basis, which is that sometimes you can think of humans as being kind of opposed to the natural environment. In order to save the environment, we have to remove the traces of humans from that environment. That's really kind of a difficult direction to take, though, because really we are the environment. The environment is part of us. And the philosophy of dialectical naturalism is to put these things in juxtaposition, but also to find ways that the aesthetics of human involvement can be seen as a really important part of the natural world, and the strength of the natural world can drive human participation and action. So really, we're taking an integrative approach to exploring some of these aspects of how people integrate and connect to various kinds of environments and environmental strategies, environmental engagement, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it. So the link's there if you want to dive into that in a little more detail. Think of it, though, the oceans cover the majority of the planet's surface. They're a primary line of defense against the effects of anthropogenic climate change. Arthur C. Clarke, the writer, said it really well. He said, how inappropriate to call this planet Earth when it is quite clearly ocean. So this ocean planet that we are on has really inspired us to look at all of these issues, including the aesthetics of human involvement, but also respond to this existential threat that's posed by the rapidly escalating degradation of ocean systems. And inspired by the living systems approach, we are looking at ways that we can take a multi-dimensional approach, thinking inspired by people like Buckminster Fuller as well, thinking of the systems view of life in which humans are only part of a larger living whole. We're artists, we're designers, we're deeply engaged with the emerging technologies of our time. And because of that, we know all too well how a lack of attention to crucial values combined with unquestioning acceptance of rational thought can create an unhealthy dependence on ill-considered technological solutions. One of our primary objectives then is to support climate justice through developing creative frameworks that honor diverse voices and cultural perspectives, while still keeping in mind that, environmentalism is not a new movement. Environmental activism has played a central role in the cultures of Indigenous people and of Brown, Black, and other disadvantaged communities for thousands of years. So our objective in doing all this is to honor and respond to these diverse voices from different communities, but allow us all to be nourished and enabled by our strong individual and collective commitment to artistic creation, to performance, and exhibition. So, that's where we're coming from with this YOMO project, which I guess you could think of maybe as a really nice bridge to what I'm going to show you now. There's a project that we're just in the early stages of. It's a version of YOMO that lives fully online. Some of the credo is here that I mentioned earlier. This is an online project currently in development. And what you can see right now is a series of short nodes that are various kinds of poetic, artistic,
dance-oriented, image, movement-oriented connections with our feelings about oceans and coastlines. I just posted the link in the chat. You're welcome to browse through these as you wish. Eventually, this is going to be developed into more of a full-featured, gamified interface where people can have a lot of fun connecting with this. This project, this YOMO project I'm showing you here, is the first project of our new collaborative nonprofit called Eco Art Lab. And I'll be sharing that with you so that you can see a little bit about what we're doing in Eco Art Lab and kind of where this is going in terms of next steps. So here's, whoops, here. Come on, share. Why aren't you doing what I want to do? Share this. There we go. I think it's happy now. Yeah, there we go. So this is a quick overview of Eco Art Lab. Nice quote from Rachel Carson: "Those who contemplate the beauty of the earth find reserves of strength that will endure as long as life lasts. There is something infinitely healing in the repeated refrains of nature, the assurance that dawn comes after night and spring after winter." Spring, by the way, of course, wonderful to be here with you today on this day shortly after the full moon, on the day of the equinox, when the sun is directly over the equator for the one of two times this year, and where spring is now launching here in the Northern Hemisphere and fall is launching in the Southern Hemisphere. A really beautiful, wonderful day. So our credo in this new nonprofit we're forming is art for eco-awareness, embracing multidimensional approaches to a systems view of life in which humans are part of a larger living whole, responding to the escalating crisis that I mentioned earlier. So a lot of this wraps up things that we've been working on for the past few years. We want to keep doing this, but not so often in the university environment. We feel that there is a real strong potential for taking some of these ideas that have been nurtured and developed at the university and in this university environment and taking them out in a whole different new way, but still, as I said before, engaging with new forms of expression enabled by the emerging media technologies of our time. So this is an independent organization, an independent nonprofit supporting synergistic groups of artists and designers. And here's some of the many things we are doing and working on right now. One of the things that's crucially important to us that this is a sustainable nonprofit enterprise, so that it's more than just a single project. It continues over time, but really the primary goal is various kinds of artistic production. And quickly, I'll give you a quick tour through some of these projects, the ones we're working on now. I talked about Your Ocean, My Ocean. We're in a bit of a holding pattern on that one. We require a little more funding to proceed with the next version of YOMO Portal. That's the one I showed you online a second ago. And then a new fully in-person immersive experience that we want to launch based on these concepts. We are working on fundraising for that, and I'll be sharing more information about that on our Instagram as time progresses. In the liminal space is a project that will be performing in New York City on May 23rd. And it's part of a festival organized by a wonderful group of colleagues from Italy and New York. It's called the Nabla Festival. And any of you who happen to be on the East Coast who can make it to New York on the evening of Monday, March 23rd, we'd love to see you. It'll be a wonderful evening of all kinds of really interesting and evocative performance. The links there, ticket prices for artists and students is only $5. So It's something that hopefully you can attend, but also I'll be posting my email if you want to reach out to me for any more details. I'm happy to show you that. It's being performed at the National Opera Center in New York City. So that's a full evening performance. Another project that we're just launching is called Leave a Trace. And it's based on this notion of what I call place effects. And that could be place FX if you want. It's a place-based online project. Visitors are invited to leave a trace of their personal engagement with significant locations in the environment. And you've heard the concept of leave no trace. Well, you know, we always leave a trace, whether that is in the environment or, more importantly, whether we leave a trace in ourselves of our engagement with the environment. And that's the purpose of this project called Leave a Trace. It involves social media engagement. Again, something that you can see on our Instagram. I'll be giving you the links to all that in a minute. Cryosphere Crisis, really interesting project. Again, just launching. I'm headed up to Montana in a few weeks to work there with some really wonderful Indigenous artists, Blackfeet and Salish. We're creating a piece that responds to the cryosphere crisis that we're facing. The cryosphere is all of the ice-covered parts of our watery-based planet. And there's a lot of connections between some of the issues we're dealing with in cryosphere crisis and the ones we're dealing with in Your Ocean, My Ocean. This is initially an interactive film project, and then perhaps moving on to some other in-person showings over time as well. And again, kind of looking for funding for this one. This one's on hold for a little while, but EcoArt Lab online will be providing an online space for various kinds of presentations of work by some of the people that are working with us in EcoArt Lab. These are our three founders, but more importantly, here's a bunch of our co-creators that we've been working with. All of these people contributed to this version of Yomo that I mentioned, and then we'll be adding more over time. We'll be looping back to some of these people for various kinds of engagement in our other projects. And we're very open to other people getting engaged and participating, working with us, various kinds of organizational partners. But really, you know, the thing we would love to do is learn more about each of you. The website here, just let me put that there, is artlab.eco. Here's my email. And our Instagram. So those are all there for you. Hopefully those will also be promulgated in the recording. And you know, it's been such a wonderful opportunity to get to know all of the folks that worked with us in the Living Systems Collaboratory, many of whom were also part of the first round of Design Science Studio. Due to the pressure of time commitments for all these other projects that I just showed you in the last few minutes, I unfortunately haven't had as much time as I would have liked to engage with round 2 of Design Science Studio. But Roxy, we were talking about me maybe coming in and giving a talk at some point over the next few weeks. I'd be thrilled to do that. And as mentioned, be thrilled to hear from all of you. Oh, it's on the schedule. Good.
I have a pin. I'm like, this one or this one. So yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Roxy, how are things?
Oh, you know, it's a lot. It's beautiful, and it's humbling, and it's encouraging. I'm very inspired by what we do, and it's amazing what we do with like almost zero funding, and I'm excited to see what happens when we're more resourced across, you know, just many forms of capital. But there's so much like vigor and passion and and so much emerging, and these things take time. I've been living, like, I'm going to turn my screen around. Had the privilege of moving to the forest for the last 8 months, which I'm sadly just found out I have to move. But I've been just looking. I know, so sad. I've just been looking at the pace of nature and just remembering, you know, everything has cycles and seasons, and just witnessing the like blossoming of everything and the connections. And I think one of the things that's most beautiful is the the things that you don't even know are happening until you find out much later. Like, oh, these people found each other and now have like moved on to create these entire initiatives that like were completely born because of, you know, our harebrained ideas working super hard to connect everyone and believing in these shared missions. It's so wonderful. I'm really inspired by this community, and I'm super inspired by you and what you're doing, and you know how much trust that you've always had in me and brought me in. Like, I'll share that, you know, John, speak to you and, you know, the people here, that when you invited me to come and teach the class with you for the 2 semesters, so we taught this class, the immersive media art in the face of the climate emergency. I was literally just thinking about it, like witnessing the shows, and we're doing it. Like, we're really bringing this into the world with like every possible new tool, and also like thinking about it critically and trying to see how we can weave with care. So I'm just really honored to be in contribution and collaboration with you, and I'm excited for all that you're creating, and I'm glad that everyone here has gotten the opportunity to hear about it and learn about how they can plug in and help. And it would be great if you could either like in the chat, you know, put some links or something so people can follow up in case they didn't get the like a screenshot or anything. That would be great.
In the chat, I think I put everything in the chat already, so hopefully
great.
it's all
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Perfect.
Emails and websites and
Not at all.
Instagram and everything.
How
all of you
you?
in design. Oh, I see people putting in for me. Great. I'll definitely take those. Yeah, thank you. And
no, I said, how has this day been for you?
Oh, it's been great. It's been really interesting. Like I mentioned, to kind of hear a little more from, you know, the world, beaming, teleporting these wonderful ideas over from Design Science Studio. And I do want to say, speaking to Design Science Studio as a whole, you are so lucky to have Roxy as your leader. And, you know, Roxy has done such amazing work pulling all this together. Of course, many others, Faith, Nico, Amanda, of course, have really been instrumental, but it clearly would not have happened without you, Roxy. So tremendous respect and love. And I can't wait to see what happens next. Looking forward to the next stages.
Thank you, John. This time last year, we were about to launch Regenera tomorrow. Isn't that wild? And so it's happening now in a month. All these projects, you know, they'll keep forming, and then in a month, 100 plus of them will take off into the world. Thank you for the reflections and acknowledgement. I'm very grateful, and am but one of many, and I'm very, very dedicated.
And thanks everybody for your nice comments in the chat. So looking forward to the next presentations.
Yes. Oh, we have some beautiful things in store and some music. I know you love that, John. ¿Qué te parece, Yurgi?
Me parece genial, me parece perfecto. John, before we let you go, there's just one quick question I was meaning to ask. I was meaning to ask it, but then Roxy jumped in. I thought, let's give her space. But there's one question which is nagging. It's nagging me in here, and it has to do very much with art and the way that art is something that has to be experienced, right? To talk about art, it's like when you go back to Sufi proverbs and also the Taoists, which say you cannot describe the ineffable, and that's why poetry and music are so great to put us in that mind space. So I wanted to ask you, as an academic, how you bridge this divide and how you're helping us propel us into this forefront of new art, which is reprogramming us as a society culturally, and the relationship between describing that art, creating conditions for that art, and actually indulging in that art.
Yeah, well, great question. How much time do we have? We have a whole 24-hour symposium based on that, I'm sure. But no, really good question. And, you know, for me personally, I'm much more in the world of creating circumstances for the art to happen, finding ways to facilitate it, doing what I can to create myself and inspire others to create. I'm not so much in the world of like writing about or describing or critiquing art, although I have some some really wonderful colleagues who are like really good at that, and I learn from them all the time. Art exists in the world, but art also exists in the art world, which is this place where we do have discussion and engagement with art, thinking about the place of art in relation to other art that's made. So, you know, it like I said, you know, I spent the first 50 years of my life without being a professor, and I like that just fine. But, you know, one of the wonderful things about the job I'm in right now is that we're allowed to be art makers without having to, you know, there's no publish or perish in the School of the Arts. We can really make our work, and that's the primary output. And we're supported and respected for that. And then we're able, through that process, to provide some really wonderful platforms and support systems for our students, who then hopefully go on and provide that to their students as it goes down the road. So it's a really great question, though, and talking about, you know, what is the academy and what is the place of art in academia? A lot of really interesting questions to think about.
Especially when there's a pivot. John, thank you very much. It was lovely having you. Lovely interacting with you. And it's really great that we're on the subject of the role of art. And hold on, something happened to my camera. Bear with me. 20 seconds. Less, 3 seconds. Good.
The computer had an art to show us. It was beautiful.
It had an art to show us. It said, no, we wanted your visuals to be more raw and less cinematic. But I'm here, and I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to pivot from John onto another artist which I have made the acquaintance of over the past couple of years. And it's really beautiful to engage with Benjamin in this space. Again, a human being that understands the power of art, the power of music. And this is a guy who really understands very well that there's a cultural shift that has to happen. And most of that reprogramming has to happen deep within our hearts, and maybe in somewhere deeper, to do with esoterics, with spirituality. And I'm really happy that he's going to be playing with us today. So if I may ask everyone for a loud round of applause for Benjamin Life.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, in the last few minutes, I decided I was going to play a different song than the one I'd been planning to play, because I'm pretty sure I actually played it at the last Salon. I was so excited about it, I wanted to play it again. But I'm going to play a different song. I wrote a body of songs called The Beauty Way, which was my own journey back into deep, intimate relationship with the earth, and how to be in right relationship. And the second body of work that came through after that was called The Pain of the Earth. And I felt intuitively, like, given our theme today, there's something about bringing the darkness into the light. And that's something that the creative spirit has the unique capacity to do, is to give form to the formless. And in giving it form, allow for it to integrate into the way that we see the world and the way that we move in the world. And so the intention with this song is not to wallow in the pain of the earth, but to allow the grief to be a portal into deeper intimacy with all of life. This song is called The Pain of the Earth. I'd forgotten I'm made of mud. I got lost in world above. The earth got lost in wanting more than I was, obsessed with flaunting shiny objects. I left it all behind. I am a bird. Towards the sun. I myself. Felt the rain on my skin. I've been nowhere. Something must change. Life is asking to give it all away. The convenience from the pain. I scream, I can't breathe. I'm not a machine. Blood is pumping, wants to be free. All these broken identities that this matrix laid out for me. I choose something more.
Benjamin, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I'm actually inclined to ask you to play a little bit of that other song.
Okay.
But I want to ask you to do something. Your signal is a bit hot at the moment, and it's peaking.
Right.
So can you turn down the guitar a little bit and play? And I'm gonna tell you if it's good. Yeah. Do you have original sound on your side of the connection?
I think so. Where is the button for
Original sound would be up to your left if you're on a desktop.
That's okay. Way different.
Yeah. And the reason we want it and mostly is because we love it when you sound great, but also as an artist, sharing with an artist, just think about how many times we have to hear those goddarned Rihanna or I don't know, all those pop songs. The way they get into your head is through repetition. So don't be afraid of bombarding us with your best creativity. And with that said, please, Benjamin, take it away.
Oh, that's beautiful. How's the guitar?
It's much better.
Okay, great. All right. This one is aspirational. I wrote it after one of our salons. I couldn't stop crying during the salon because I was feeling this global tapestry of artists from all of these cultural backgrounds, from all of these different life experiences unified in this beautiful tapestry of creativity. And so I wanted to write a song for all of you, for showing up, for being all in for this journey. It takes a lot of courage, I think, to both wake up to what's happening and to still choose to create. So this song is for you. Who we are, we're here to heal
the earth, giving birth to a culture beyond fear. Who we are, we're creators of life from the stars. To our Mother Earth, to my arms, humanity can fall. To my heart, I will feel it all. I'll give it all. I'll give it all that I've got. I'll give it all that I've got. We're not very far. The sun is on the rise in the dark. Light shines from inside. Give it all in for all life. Love it all. This bliss is our birthright outside of time. This moment is what's real, our origin. Illuminates what's been concealed. I'll give it all. I'll give it all that I've got. Yes, I'll give it all that I've got. I won't pull away. Even through the pain, I'm here to stay. Won't you walk this path with me? I will remain at the center of my heart with no disdain, no judgment or regret. I will convey that you belong till the day we're standing arm in arm. I'll give it all. Give it all that I've got. Yes, I'll give it all that I've got.
Oh, so many good tears.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh, the opportunity to cry. The courage. It just takes so much courage.
Yeah. And in the grief, there's so much beauty and so much to celebrate, because it's because of that pain that we all are here and that life brought us together. And so there's a celebration even in the grief. And it's been so beautiful to see this community bringing the light into all of these beautiful places today. Thank you for allowing me to be part of it. I appreciate you all so much.
Thank you for being a part of this community and for bringing so much of your beauty in so many different ways. So gentle and compassionate and thoughtful. And you're like traveling and you're like, I'm going to do it.
I'm in a hotel in Austin, Texas. Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you, love.
Yeah, and I'll be releasing the first body of work that I just finished recording before the next Salon. So
for the launch?
Yeah, I'm gonna be releasing so many things. It's like the last Salon being like the last opportunity to like bring it all into form. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'll put a link to my website here for folks who want to follow along.
Yes, Benjamin, they have such good like things to say on the internet. I will just say that. Really beautiful artwork, very thoughtful writing, just all around good taste, good creative juice, very presenting. And yeah, you're like a little beacon of light everywhere you go. The beauty way. Really bring it. Thank you for being such a beautiful embodiment of life.
And thank you, Jurgis, for being such a good artist mentor. I'm in awe of your mastery of this format. You do an incredible job, and I love you so much. Thanks for the tips.
Oh man, always happy to show to help and looking forward to sharing more. It's very curious because many of us think that as artists we can make it, but what we should be aspiring to is genres and scenes which become massive invocations and incantations. Song is nothing more than a spell, which is beautiful when you can share it with many other people in a state of resonance. Benjamin, thank you very much. Have a good time in Austin. And it's lovely we're speaking about spells, incantations, and songs. I'd like to leave a little bit of an idea for you or something to think about. And I don't know if you people, you lovelies, are acquainted with the work of Alejandro Jodorowsky. Alejandro Jodorowsky, the inventor of psychomagic, an incredible director. But most importantly, a person who understands that the subconscious does not distinguish reality from fiction. We do not distinguish reality from fiction because we are dreaming beings. We dream. And I am so thankful to Amanda, Roxy, and everybody here else in this space who has reminded me of the power of imagination, the power of telling tales that we later believe, the power of artwork which later becomes embodied and defines what life is. And we live in a society where we have become way too accustomed to believe that hard matter are the buildings outside, are the physical things. But if there's anything truly capable of transmutating the relentlessness of time, it is ideas. And that was something actually that Nikola Tesla said. And that's lovely because the next person we have on stage is Della Burford. And she's an artist, but she's also an author, a visionary. But first and foremost, she's a storyteller. Are you with us? Lovely. Della, could you turn your microphone on so we can hear you, make sure that you're with us?
Okay. Am I with you?
You are with us and we are with you. And it's very lovely because I know that you're about creative collaborations, but mostly through the prism of storytelling and how that permeates so many parts of our lives. So it's so lovely that we moved from song and music onto the raw power of the word. And with that said, the stage is yours.
Well, actually, I love what you were talking about because you mentioned dreams, and dreams are so important to me because a lot of my work is created from my dreams. I go to bed at night and I've got the producers going and the directors going and the costumes, and it's quite wonderful. And also the storytelling, of course, is a huge part of what's important to me. And doing my paintings, the paintings sometimes are done before the story, and sometimes the story is done first and then the paintings. So it sort of works both ways. Anyways, I wanted to share a couple of things today. I love Topia. I've fallen in love with Topia. And it's funny because in December, I sent a message to Nico and I said, I'm wondering about Topia. I'm just wondering. And he said, you know what? You've got the stories, you've got the art, you can do Topia. And that turned out to be true. I started playing around with it in December, and all of a sudden, who comes along but Julian? Well, he's a gift made in heaven, right? He's like the guy that can collaborate with someone and make things happen. And so we created together in collaboration Star Galaxy for the World. And in fact, originally we saw it as being New Art Cities. So he was working on the 3D even in November for that idea. And then we shifted to Topia. But I have done another little journeying in Topia in creating something called Dodoland. And I'm going to talk about it first. And just for 5 minutes, I want to go into Dodoland. And then Star Galaxy for the World, we'll bring in Julia and him and I'll do it together. Okay, so we'll go up to Topia first, Roxy. And have you got the address for that?
If you want to just pop it in the chat, I was just searching for it. I have the spawn point in Regenera, so we could go through there, but.
Oh yeah, that's true. We could go through there, yeah.
Pop it in. Oh, I got it. Topia /Dodoland. Bam. All right.
Okay.
I am your conductress. I am honored.
All right, I'm going to take you on a little journey here. It's going to be quick.
Thank you. And I will say both of these are so incredible. The New Art City one was really bringing me like
Oh yeah. No,
this
New Art-
collaboration between you and Julian is tremendous.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Bridging generations, mediums.
Yeah, true. It is. It hasn't gotten into it yet, but
It has been such a learning process.
Yeah, a great learning process. I'm going to just quickly go through. This is the map of Dodoland, and it's not quite centered. I don't know exactly why. It should be right on center and up a bit. There we go. It's getting there. Anyways, in the very beginning, that's right, there's the beginning. You're right there, Roxy. The story of Dodoland came about in dreams to me. And it became a book and was won the Printers Institute America Award for best graphic art, actually. In 1978, it became a play in New York, performed for 7 years, has become a web place of destination, and has had 2 million people visiting it. So it's a story that's been around, but this is a whole new take on it, using the technology. I'm so excited. Anyways, Dodoland, let's look at the top here, Roxy. Go up a bit. Just go up a bit. You start at your house, and then you discover, your grandfather says, the way that you can travel is you have to listen to the birds. You listen to the birds, and all of a sudden, you're off to Dodoland. Okay, we're going to Dodoland. Here we go. Keep going. To the right, you go to the moon, full moon. Gotta be full moon. And then you meet Neptune, the king of the sea, and he puts you in a crystal cup. The crystal cup takes you to someone called Elemental Dodo. He's right here, the one down below a bit. Go down, straight down. This is the Elemental Dodo. He's very important. He's the guide to the land. The Elemental Dodo used to be the dodo bird on the earth, but he was so sad because no one loved him. Became extinct, of course. So he decided to go to a land where he could be what he wants to be. And he became his dream, which was 4 different animals. And he guides everyone around the land. And he tells them to go into the land, you have to have a heart. And you have to take your heart from the unicorn. And the unicorn is off to the left there. And then you visit many places. You go down to this mountain, which is the inner child mountain, because really you're exploring your inner child. It's all about exploring that inner child part of yourself where you can play. And the dragon ship is a place to play. It's a place to be who you are and what you are. So I did a thing in New York for many, many years where I actually had children decide what they wanted to be and who they wanted to be. And sometimes they became dancing bears or, kids have got imaginations, right? So they became all these things. And we did that in the production in New York. That was part of the after follow-up, is becoming your dream. So what we've done here, because we do it on the website, that's a performance of Magical Earth Secrets, which was done in Japan. This site actually includes 2 stories, Dodoland and Magical Earth. Magical Earth is about protecting the environment. We go down below here to the Giant Flower Island, down at the very bottom. There's a giant flower island that is these giant flowers. They're so beautiful. And Dale photographed macro flowers, and it became the Giant Flower Island. And it's been danced in New York. It's been performed in many, many places. But if you go, we won't do this now because it'll take too much time, but we've actually got a link to the Giant Flower Islands on the web. We have it on the web. We've got 20 or 30 environmental activities. And also environmental activities in Earth Action book, which I've created, I'm going to be developing that for the end of the year presentation, which is part of this. Anyways, there's a trickster called the Banana Man, and he causes lots of tricks and lots of fun things going on. And he throws bananas around, and he's just crazy. He actually is a real person that became a character in the book. There's many of these people that are connected to real people. And up above is a night bubble, which is where you do art. And you do art and story, and you create their mythical stories. And there's we won't go into it now again because it'll take too much time, but there's actually a link. There's lots of different links. There's 7 different links on this site to actually activities you can do, like create mythical story, for example, which is one of them, which is one of the favorite ones that I loved doing. And so creating mythical stories is part of it, part of the story of Dodoland, but also over here, we have the giant flower island. This is the last place we're going to walk to, over on the right, where you see the eyes, and there we go. So it's got music too. The Island of Eyes actually is a place where you meet people who are building vision. And we've got 30 artists on the web that we've represented, but also in here we've got a link to the Design Science Studio, and all the regenerative and evolutionary and revolutionary artists are linked here. So you can actually go in and see them and see who they are. So that's kind of fun doing that. We've put microphones in 4 different locations, all of these major locations, so that people can go in and actually tell a story or sing a song or whatever. So that's a little glimpse of Dodoland. So maybe we can go into Star Galaxy for the World now. And Julian, where are you? I miss you.
I'm here.
Oh, good. So we're going to the Star Galaxy for the World. It's the same website, except that, of course, it's Star Galaxy for the World at the end instead of Dodoland.
Star Galaxy in New York City or Topia?
We're in Topia. So we're going to go into Topia first and then go on to New York City. Is that all right? Sound good?
Yeah, I think we should just be mindful of the time a little bit. A little in general. But I'm pulling up the other Topia.
We'll just look at it briefly and then we'll go to New York City.
No, it's amazing. I'm so excited to show all of it.
Well, this Star Galaxy for the World, Julie and I did it together, and Julie created these incredible platonic solids that the storytellers live in, because you journey to this Milky Way galaxy, and it's a place with platonic solids. And in the beginning of the story of the Star Galaxy, you feel things are polluted, and your aura is feeling sort of dull. And then you get to meet these storytellers who tell you these special things to revive you and to make you feel more elated. Anyways, that's the fire.
There's nothing in a caterpillar to say it will become a butterfly.
Buckminster Fuller's quotes are throughout the story, actually.
Well, everyone who travels here receives a white light on their aura and their connection to
That's the dodecahedron. In the middle of that, when we go into it, you see some animation. There's a kindness storyteller, and there's art activities, and it's kind of a combination of meeting the storytellers, but it's also about doing art with communities. We've got a link to a group in Japan. We've got a link to a group in Bali. We've got a link to theater people and people doing art in different parts of the world. That's the kind of maybe use a bit different music, but right now. Okay, so I've finished, but Julian, you should say something.
Right.
And you show us New York City.
So I just want to talk a little bit about your art style, which is really organic, and you work with different techniques, like that are like very fluid. So that helped a lot with the construction of the work, because everything seems to like work together so easily, because that nature of like things being so organically created. So I think in that sense, it was like pretty easy to mix things around, and everything just worked magically.
Right. Yeah, I did
And
it.
yeah, so we took the same story, and we kind of give it like a different dimension here, integrating some of the story characters, also all the backgrounds and everything that it's in the paintings. It's related with stories. So this is more like a three-dimensional version of the same story, and it's divided in the same number of characters. So the story starts there at the bottom, and then it goes around in a circle, and then it ends on the center solid. But you could travel to anyone. I really I was following also the story inside this about the characters and their transformations and everything, and I think that got also somehow it got there too in some ways. So I think that's just amazing, that transformation process.
Yeah, it's amazing because the story is all about transformation. It's becoming, I am gratitude one. I love gratitude. I will take gratitude action. I will take kindness action. I will take creative action. All about that, and it's all about transformation. And you've shown it beautifully. I mean, it really is incredible.
You're so incredible. There's such beautiful collaboration between, like you were saying, Julian, like different forms of art that are, traditionally not really blended in this way. And
it's really rich in everything, color and just the story itself, and it's really, anything could be transformed this way if it has a good base, and that process is probably most the part that was more interesting about the whole process was just trying different things and mixing different forms. That was pretty much it. I think I grew a lot doing that too.
Well, I think that collaboration made it possible to go beyond what I could do myself.
Exactly, yes. It opens many different probabilities.
Yeah, and I think it's just the beginning. I think we're going to do a lot of work together. That's my idea. It's my idea. Yeah. And I'm so glad Julian had to help others on the community, because we worked very, very hard on that. And I would like to personally acknowledge him and say thank you.
I'll thank you for the process, which actually helped me to create a different process to do this a little faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's amazing. Thank you.
So go up and visit.
Do you feel complete? Julian, I'm pulling up your pollination.
Could you start at the rows at the bottom, please?
Say that again?
Could you start at the bottom on, there's a, it's called Peace Rose. I would like to start the story.
Peace Rose.
Yes. Oh, there's great too.
I see. Okay.
So if you go to the right a little bit, this is just, it's a little farther to the right. Turn a little bit to the right. It's there, the blue one at the bottom.
Okay.
So I have been exploring nature's geometry, and from the nature's more like smallest animals and structures, as we have been hearing about that today. So I have been working on representing these ideas into animations that are connected also with organic systems. And the approach here was really into what's more important about what we're doing here. And the idea is that we're trying to create a world that works for everyone, right? But my approach here was that even when we can plan big and we can do a lot of things together with technology and other things, it's really important to go down to the basic thing, which is that we need to protect those systems that are kind of invisible most of the time, because we are connected to those cycles in a different way. For example, we're talking about trees and all that stuff, right? And trees actually, like for example, I have some seeds here, and they look kind of, it's just this, right? This could feed people for months. It could give you oxygen. It's something that it starts with something very small, and those shapes are pretty much the same all the time. So once you understand or get connected to this logic of shape, it's really easy to expand a little bit how you process that information that nature constantly producing, right? Things that the way that we live, it's kind of shift a little bit towards some kind of, I don't know, some systems that are not really working. But my approach here is that it's because those systems are getting disconnected to these basic principles. And the idea here is that the more you explore into this beehive, and then you enter the beehive, and then you are there, and then you realize it's just everything's, we are all together doing this at the same time. We just don't realize that that includes also smaller things too, and smaller animals and smaller processes. Food, for example, starts by someone planting seeds somewhere. Usually not necessarily someone is going to consume what they plant, but the process itself, it's the same for everyone. So that's just the first approach to that concept. And I'm working on getting a little more explanation about those geometrical systems. This flower was created also with some ideas from Liana, which she worked with dreams and other geometrical systems too. And she kind of gave me some feedback, and we're working on this together to this specific flower for a meditation kind of. So the idea here is that we all recognize those shapes, right? And different arrangements will create shapes that are present everywhere. And I'll just invite everyone to just look around and see what else is in this space.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was so beautiful. Julian, of course, you waited till the very end to install your own art. There was a moment last night, I was like, wait, you didn't install your work. And I put a little picture so we had a link for it, because I knew it was great with that.
Helping other projects, I found a way to even speed that faster for myself too. So it's just it's amazing just the flow of energy that was happening all this past days between the group. I'm really happy for it.
It's been really beautiful to watch so much come to life through all these collaborations. And I think it's a fun fact, Julian, that you came through a text message to my sister on Instagram, and you didn't know she was my sister.
Yeah.
And here we are. Thanks,
Yes.
Sarah. She's here in the chat. Just a little thread, and now so much art has literally bloomed and blossomed. Thank you both for
It's
being
been an amazing experience. Thank you too.
vital part of this community. And I'm going to hand it back to our Yurgi. Thank you, Della. Thank you. my dear. Can I introduce you? I feel like I didn't get to do that. My
Please introduce me.
transformational troubadour? A motivational musician? Over 500 interactions for diverse organizations and communities? Obviously mixing your passion for participative music and social phenomena to inspire and enlighten and shift attitudes with a focus on culture, humanity, and community. Revolucionario recreacionista.
It's funny. I'm in Colombia now, and I joke. I say I'm a recreationist, and people here know. I mean, recreationist everywhere else in the world is like a thought up word. In Colombia, it is literally the person they hire to take care of kids at adult parties. The guy who dresses up as a clown, and you know, I used to have disdain for them because as a person, as an artist, you're supposed to take himself seriously. It's like, what kind of pornography is this? But then I understood it's like really the most sophisticated, most amazing, talented artists out there. Most of them are clowns, and these recreacionistas, people who are actually on the front line of shifting consciousness through whatever they have on them at that moment. So I really sympathize with this. And Roxy, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for helping me embrace my inner recreationist, my inner recreacionista. And now I'd like to put this into gallery view because I'd like to see the lot of you. If you are on this call, I would like to ask you to turn your cameras on, please. If you know me, you know that I don't believe in art as much as I believe in collective creativity and its capacity to shift and transform us. All of us know that every spell is much more powerful when you have more spiritual stakeholders involved. And that spirituality can be manifest through intention and attention. So if I have your attention, if we can focus it, just raise one hand in the air and go like this, just so I know that yes, good. We are sending ripples to the universe. Very lovely. Very lovely. I'm not going to do my usual thing today, ladies and gentlemen, but what I will do is I would like to engage you in song. And I would like you to question what the front lines an artist should be on. Because you may have heard of recent events in Eastern Europe of late. And I can tell you this, what's happening in that part of the world ain't that great. I've had schools, my kids' school have written me messages that they are procuring iodine pills in case of a nuclear disaster of some kind of other messed up spiel. It's real. People are dying. It's very messed up. And so the question is, how do we show up as artists? What are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to embody others' pain? Is there anything that we can do to transmutate so this cycle of death does not do the same over and over? And this is a serious question for me. I have worked with very many organizations. I have worked in Belarus, I have worked in Russia, I have worked in Ukraine. I've been to Ukraine 8 times doing cultural diplomacy before this invasion. You know, trying to promote freedom and all these liberties that we so enjoy. Only to find that those people are left on thin ice when, you know, things get real. Nobody's willing to take a risk for them. And so I ask, okay, so what are we supposed to do as artists when people start shooting, when people start dying? It's not a metaphorical, I'm sorry, what do you call it? It's not one of those rhetorical questions. I'm really going through it like this. And about a week ago, I took a song that I thought was very inappropriate, and I said, the best thing that I can do right now to help this crisis is to teach you Russian. I'm going to teach you Russian. Because the problem is not the Russian people. Russian people are going through a bit of an issue. They're going through acute totalitarianitis. And we've had bouts of that all over the world. You've almost had it in America not long ago. And what do you do when somebody gets a bout of totalitarianitis? What they need is empathy. What they need to know is that they need a little bit of therapy. So today, in an act of solidarity with the Russians, who are really much not in a good place, They have been bombarded by propaganda, and they have been cursed with one bad ruler after another. I'd like to sing a song for them to help them move on. If you are ready to learn the song, raise your hand, just so I know that you're with us. Lovely. You're going to learn the following. First word you're going to learn is the following. Można. Feel free to unmute yourselves and sing it with me, because this sounds much better when we sing it together. All right, you go. Można.
Można. Można.
Można.
Good. Beautiful, beautiful. Można means please. It's please or you may. It's like if somebody says, hey, may I have a glass of water? You go, you may. You go, można.
Można. Można.
I gotta go.
And the second part is the following. Если осторожно.
Если осторожно.
Если осторожно.
Если осторожно.
Very good, very good. Если осторожно means if you are gentle. So можно если осторожно, it means you may if you are gentle. All right, good. Let's get into a rhythm. Let's get into a groove. This is gonna be messy as usually these interactions are, but they're pretty good. Come on, get into the groove with me. All right, listen up. So here are the lyrics. Here are the lyrics to the song. It goes like this. Dearest, my dearest, I must confess, you are something else. You are truly blessed with wealth and style and even pedigree, but your ways are a bit crass. They downright frighten me. Your beautiful eyes are tinged with abuse. The way you twitch and clench your fist, it frightens me too. Someone told me your story and all that you've been through, but although I understand, I feel I must remind you. This is the chorus. Ready? Można. Если осторожно. Можно. Если осторожно. You've assaulted your neighbors, you've abused your kid. That neighbor that you have, he is an abusive. I feel inclined. Sorry, when you flirt with me, I feel inclined to play, but I've been hurt by you before, and so I need to say, можно. Если осторожно. Можно. Если осторожно. Very good. So if you see a Russian person, you can say можно если осторожно. And the funny thing is, if they're pro-war, they will go, what the fuck is wrong with you? If they're anti-war, if they've been abused, they will maybe come up and hug you. So this is me thinking how you can send signals without degrading into spiteful, angry, pro-revolutionary things. And this is what I thought, is that if Russia, by any chance, decided to change their ways and went to national therapy, everybody, and really sat on that chaise longue with somebody on par as Jung or Freud and tried to find out what was wrong with them, they would find out that they were just being abused for so long. And that if anything had to change, they had to just change their ways, become a little bit more gentle. And if they changed their ways, became a little bit more gentle, well then maybe they could be the great, amazing contributors to humanity that Russians really are. Not coming from a Lithuanian is very ambitious. So let us repeat once more. Are you all ready, my dear Design Science Studio brethren and sistren? Here we go. Można. Jest ostrożna. Można. Jest ostrożna. Beautiful, you got this one down. Let's do the middle eight. The middle eight sounds like this. Ready? 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, you go. Moja dziewuczka, go. Moja dziewuczka. That means my girl. Ja lubię. Ja lubię. Ja lubię. Ja lubię. Ja lubię ciebie. Ja lubię ciebie. Ba, ba. Ja lubię ciebie. All right, this means ja lubię ciebie means I love you. It means I love you in Russian. You still feeling it? You still with me? You still feel with me? All right, let's get some rhythm back. Rhythm back. Taka, taka, raka, taka, ta, ta, ta. You can also make like Eastern European dancing hands. Taka, 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 raka, taka, 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 ta. Można. Jest ostrożna. Jest ostrożna. Można. Jest ostrożna. And let's go to with Ja lubię ciebie. 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 Oh why does it matter to me? You can call me a revolutionary, you may call me a hippie. It might just be my fetish for damaged goods, but in the damaged I see greatness that's misunderstood. And that's why we sing Można. Yeah. You got it, you got it, you got it. We'll be sure to put it in the comments so you can learn it and you can take it with you. So ladies and gentlemen, this is more than just a musical interaction. It has been a real-time soul-searching, a presentation of a song that I will be releasing. And I hope that more than a song, it becomes a message, and becomes a message that, you know what? If you're a little bit more gentle, if you fix your ways, if you go to therapy and resolve your shit, I will be more than happy to get you involved into all of this, into all of it. Does that make sense? Does that sound good? It's not too banal, it's not too lame. Do you feel the same? What do you say?
Go for it, Jurgens.
Można.
Można. Jest ostrożna. Można. Last one. Ja lubię ciebie.
Ja lubię ciebie.
Ja lubię ciebie. Ja lubię ciebie. Ja lubię ciebie.
Awesome.
If anybody wants to do artwork for this song, I'd love to have people involved. If anybody wants to translate the lyrics into Russian or any other language, I think it would be a worthwhile effort to take some creativity and turn things which are so difficult, so heavy on the heart, into something lighter, to capture attention and to prove that we can empathize with one another through pain, but we can also empathize with one another through simple expressions of invitation to love and to feel joy. And speaking of somebody who's an alchemist, a fantastic human being who understands that art can transmutate our realities, there's this one girl from this whole design science thing, which I am absolutely in love with. absolutely in love with. And I think what I do with music, I think she kind of does with art, because what she does is she incepts herself in what we do. And this fantastic artist, known as Amanda Sage, haunts my dreams. You haunt my dreams. You haunt my dreams. And they're not the wet dreams kind of dreams. You my higher beautiful dreams. You've incepted them. I go to sleep and I see these wonderful geometric figures. I see these rays of light. I see you, and so I'm so happy that that we can share as artists, and that what you put on tapestries and you put on mostly on screens, because I haven't seen that many of your works live, unfortunately. But mostly what I see on screens, the pixels of your brush strokes, they permeate my eyeballs, go all the way deep into my mind and into my heart, and then they come up as dreams which have been illuminated by your fantastic creativity. The only question I have, Amanda, is if your art has permeated our dreams and our dream space, should we PayPal you? What's the deal with intellectual property there? I'm not sure. Every time we render images in our subconscious and it's your fault, what's supposed to happen?
We do a happy dance. How about we do a happy dance and we pay it forward, right? Into our immediate surrounding, the infinite ripple of inspiration. Yay. It is such a joy to be here with you and this family, Design Science Studio family, and here on the Vision Train, and how we keep rolling along, celebrating, listening, creating. We're all obsessed creators here. We're creating in our minds, and then we're sharing the things that we're doing with our tools, right? And expanding the tool sets. Yeah, I'm so excited for each iteration as it becomes even more, though, like maybe intense to weather the storm. You're like, wow, am I ready for this? Am I ready for this? And you're like, oh yeah, we got this, when you're on the top of the wave. When you're at the bottom, you're just like, what's going on? And so Ukraine and all the things that are, all the people in moments of real challenge. I think of our Australian friends, total cities lost through these great rising of the waters, right? It's happening all over the place. And as the waves get larger, we need to learn to surf. And I think we're learning to surf here, that's what we're encouraging each other to do, and all in a different medium, and to be in the presence of others that are also surfing with their craft, finding the flow. It's all about flow, 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 flow. And it's laughter all the way down, right? When it really comes down to it. So I feel like that the art can take us into the depths of the heart there. And I'm going to share a little bit with you about the train. Is it my turn?
It's your turn. Choo choo.
I've been on screen too long. It's all about you. Mwah. Please share about the train.
I'm just like, I just want to hang out here forever, in which we do. So Jurgis, so good to see you, and Roxy and the whole crew, everybody in the back end building all these worlds. You guys are ridiculously amazing. And it just keeps going. I know it's like, oh, nutrients, sleep, all the superpowers. I think of our distant ancestors ahead of us, that are going to look back to these times and be really, have a lot of gratitude for all the work that everyone's putting in. And shout out to Harris and that beautiful poem. We're about to celebrate our 2-year anniversary on the Vision Train, which is where we are. And I'm just going to share with you a little bit about where we are. And let me set this up just real quick. Here we are on the Vision Train. And the Vision Train is, this is a part of a painting of mine. It's called Regenerating Heaven on Earth. And you see the train here. And every single one of us that's here in the Zoom call right now or tuning in anywhere, even in a recording, you're on the train, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And I see the train as this meme, as this story, as this vessel. It's the peace train. It's the thing we can get on and we can put all the goods on and link our hands and our hearts together and strengthen each other through this journey. And it's a better idea. It's because it's a better idea. Many of these options are fuel for the despair, right? And so in that, the Vision Train, this place brings together a diverse global tribe of heart-centered artivists. And I love hearing that word so many times here today. And I feel like I found it too through the design science community, and it rings so true in my heart. And who are inspired to be of service to one another and the planet on a decentral virtual platform. Ideas, trade techniques, and leadership skills are exchanged in a collaborative, co-creative environment. Visionary projects that bring attention to environmental and socio-cultural issues are integrated, amplified, and supported through the power of art, education, community experimentation, and broadcasting. The Vision Train carries the seeds and tools to support a flourishing world that works 100% for all of life. And here on the train, we've been gathering actually for almost 2 years. This Thursday is our 2-year anniversary. And it's a place that all of you are invited to come to. Quite a few here come to quite often, as a place to tap in and to link in and be supported to create the most important work that can come through you at this time. Each of us is a little train car here in the Zoom. I think that's so beautiful that this is one of the ways that it's iterating, and within that train car, we can all draw our visions. We're invited to bring them out and to share them, express them, and through the exploration of that, then it becomes real. We witness each other, and our songs and our voices go into each other's worlds, and through that, it is seeded. The vision seed. I've heard that many times today as well. See this little music car right here, Jurgis? That's you. You're in the music car. We can find each other in all the cars. And we're adding to the story. You can create your own car. Please, you can come download the template on the visiontrain.org website, and I've collected thousands of them, and we're just getting started, right? This is an infinite journey, and to get together in a group, and draw out your vision. It's a blessed thing to do, no matter what environment you're in. So wherever you are, in whatever situation you're in, you can invite others to go on this journey with you, to draw out the vision, draw out what does it look like for you? What does your train car look like? And the more we can spell it out, the more we can go towards that, and others will help us as well. These are some of the many train cars that I have collected, and they're windows. They're windows into each one of our unique perspectives and visions and ways of expressing, and intention behind art has power. I think it has deep power. And if you jump on this, if you take a moment and want to get that little QR code there, or even just go to the visiontrain.org, you'll find our event page through our Mighty Networks group. It's a whole little world. It's a platform. It's an app that you can get into, and you can interact with people on the train and the community, and you can also see what's going on. And the Zoom call that we're on right now is the one that's been going for 2 years straight. And it's something that we're interested in as an invitation to come join us and see what can be harvested and planted in this space. This Thursday, we have our second anniversary, and we're going to be coming together in many different ways on that day. So please come and jump on board and support the community. This is a little screenshot of our event page for the Mighty Networks, and we even have Random Rab's going to come on the train, and he's going to play an experimental set as we dive in to new creations together. It's an artathon kind of challenge for everybody to come in and dive into what wants to come through you now and do that collectively. And through that continued harvesting and expressing, we will become more, I think, attuned to what we need to do, each of us individually. And so the vision train is riding this great wave of change. And here we are, filled with all the good. I see each one of your projects that is being presented today. Each one of them is in one of these train cars, and all of us too are out here circling around the fires, the sacred fire, remembering what has been lost. Right? We're circled around the holes of where all the extraction has been taken. To build the world that we live in today. But now it's our turn to come around and really remember each other and remember what's been lost and celebrate what's possible. And so, this is one of the mediums we're coming together through in this great global time of change. And, for those of us to be privileged to have access in this way, it's up to each of us to step up in our best ways. And I'm so honored to be a part of this and to be with you all, and even getting a few brushstrokes in this great mycelial network of expansion, knowing that we do have the potential to heal. And the Design Science Studio and everybody in it gives me a chance to dream that and see that and feel that. And come get on board with this. You already are. Just save the link. Right on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for your vision and for stewarding and always being such a yes.
Try your best. You're like, I'm going to show up. I'm going to do it. I'm going to surf all the waves.
All the waves. And you do it. Amazing to be also connected to this community. I think that like our train cards linking has brought so much beauty into the collective, and I am so excited about Vitra and its birth.
Yes.
To hear how, I know it's only been happening for like what feels like a few weeks, right?
Right. We had our opening circle on February 2/2/2/2/2/2. And that was the Vision Train Academy. The Vitra Academy was born out of the train and out of many iterations before, together with my sister, Alicia Sacred Heart. And yeah, it's beautiful to see the stories continue to evolve and the little mushrooms pop out of the ground. That's what these projects are. They pop out in their colorful splendor and tell everybody, we're here. Come play with us. Fun, guys.
Speaking of dreaming, I had a dream. It was now that I think about it, it seems like a thought more than a dream, but I had a dream that we were like, because I was thinking about like doing a color theory class in my dream. And I was like, oh, right. We're working with Vitra and the studio is great. We just we do all the physical painting arts over here. And then we got all the different kinds of new media art and thinking, and then we weaving it all together. And I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm excited about that class. And I was like, I am asleep. So I'm dreaming about color theory and Vitra, so it's working. It's working.
Dream is happening. The dream is active. I mean, Jurgis just also brought that in. And the thing is we do visit each other in the dream states, and we are building these worlds. It's happening multidimensionally. So I look forward to that course happening, Roxy. Let's make it happen.
Yes, let's do it. And many more. And I'm in my screen, I'm in this perfect sandwich between both of you, which is really nice. Hi. Revolutionary, evolutionary. It's so wonderful, Alicia, to have you in the studio this year as well. And also other members of the train and your desire to just be in such creative sharing and spirit and in deep collaboration with Amanda. Your partnership is so deeply inspiring, and your art, and I still haven't even heard you sing.
You're such a multi-talented project director and producer of art and classes and creativity. I'm so excited for you to share with everyone more about Vitra and your vision.
Yes, I'm super excited to be here, and I love the collaboration between between Vision Train and Design Science. I studied environmental science and have a great passion for turning the tides, of the what we're experiencing in the world today. And I feel that art and our self-expression is ultimately the superpower in how to create and nurture and strengthen the community bonds that are necessary for us to be able to do that together. We can only do it together, and self-expression is the way, so whether that be through music or poetry or paintings, games, it's all in our self-expression, right? So we created Vitra out of all of these projects that where we have, in our field right now. I'm going to just share a little bit of our history and then share also our website, and gets back here to the beginning. So Vitra Academy, my journey with Vitra Academy first started, let me go ahead and slideshow this guy. In 2015, I went to Italy and studied the Visions in the Misch Technique seminar with the Vienna Academy of Visionary Art. And the following year, I went back to Vienna and studied there and ended up working for the school, which ended up putting me in connection with Amanda Sage. And I went on to help assist her in other workshops. This photograph is taken in Los Angeles in 2020, which was the last live class that I participated in before our lockdowns occurred. And so as a result of those, the world changing, the Vision Train was created on March 24th of 2020. And that's what Amanda, the whole journey that Amanda just shared some of that with you all, is a huge influencing factor in how we came to create Vitra, the Vitra Academy. And yeah, so the Vision Train started March 24th of 2020. And as Amanda shared with you guys already, we're having our 2-year anniversary this week. At the same time, just about the same time as the Vision Train started, the Vienna Academy of Visionary Art was forced to close as a result of the global pandemic. And so we put our heads together and spearheaded this project of workshops to support the Academy. And in doing so, we ended up really creating training grounds for us to be able to build the school upon. So these are some of just the projects that we created together. We also, Amanda taught two seminars in the year 2020 that we produced together. I worked with Tony Taylor, Christina Lazar, E.T. Anderson on producing separate private courses as well. And right now we're also working together with E.T. Anderson, who is a Ukrainian artist, on a project that we'll hopefully be releasing this week and sharing more about during the anniversary on Thursday. We also worked with Stefan Lucas, who is one of our teachers at Vitra right now, and created two seminars called Grounded Visions with him. And also 2 seminars with Amanda's teacher, Michael Fuchs. And through those collaborations, we brought on Yasmin Duru, who has been an incredible ally and asset for this team in creating Vitra. And so that Amanda and I, we joined forces and we decided to take all of this experience and legitimize it into a real school. And so we have Vitra Academy, which opened on, really, we opened on February 26th, but we did have opening circle on 2/22/2022, which was such a cool, you know, such a cool event to manifest because I had been seeing this flyer with all these twos on it for some time. And then all of a sudden, there it was. We were at 2/22/2022 and opening the school, and it was still processing that one. So then I just want to share also with you, if you guys go to vitra.academy, this is our website. You can learn all about our courses. And I just want to share a quick video with you.
Hi, friend. Amanda here. If you're seeing this video, you've probably studied with me in the past at some point, or you may be interested in expanding your skill sets, upgrading your art skills, and have realized it's not always easy to achieve your aims in the art making process. You may have heard I have an exciting announcement for you. It's called Vitra Academy, and I've started this together with my friend Alicia Sacred Heart. Hi friends, I'm Alicia Sacred Heart. It doesn't matter whether or not you're a beginner or a seasoned artist. As the co-director of Vitra Academy, I've been working closely with our instructors to create a curriculum that's going to help take you to the next level. Opening our first online term on Saturday, February 26th is The Thriving Artist, an art business development course with professional muralist Anya Amador. I wanted to empower you with the tools to meet your personal and financial goals before you even make a single drawing. Speaking of, the following Tuesday on March 1st, we began Grounded Visions, a weekly drawing course with Stefan Lucas that will progress you from foundational to advanced graphite drawing techniques, covering everything from form and value to landscape and the human figure. March 12th, 19th, we are proud to offer you Profound. Sorry about that, guys. Says my internet's unstable, so I just wanted to stop you from having to go through watching the glitchy video. But you can go to vitra.academy to learn more about our courses, the schedule that's coming up. We have an awesome lecture with Christina Lazar next week. She is giving a lecture on personal mythology and living your personal mythology. The week after that, we have a journey with Kevin Campeau on an inner journey about your inner palace and the different kinds of ways that you can use inner journeys to inspire and inform your artwork. And then that weekend, we have a course starting with Crystallize on sacred geometry for the intuitive artist. So yeah, we have many more juicy offerings coming up as well. We have a seminar with Amanda Sage and more journeys and lectures on the calendar as well. So it's been a really beautiful process to put this together and to also be able to offer students, people that are willing to learn and expand on their skill set in order to achieve their highest level of self-expression. And it's my personal passion and pleasure and honor to be able to support those journeys.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you for sharing so much about how far this has come. And it's even though it was only a teeny bit glitchy, I will say it wasn't too bad.
Oh, okay.
It felt so real. Like I'm like, oh, we're in the academy. This is happening. I mean, it's been happening, and to get to really create the foundation for it to grow and take itself a little more, structurally sound, help make itself a little more structurally sound. How have you felt the community shift in the last few weeks?
In the last few weeks?
Yeah, like since, 2 wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, well, I think that there's you end up being in a little bit of like a haze, and like it doesn't feel real because we've been doing this for some time. And also when you work towards something, sometimes like the achievement of a goal isn't like just a moment that feels like super defined in time.
So you're kind of working, you're moving through it, and I think that that's a lot of the goals that we have as a civilization right now, right? They're kind of like that. There's not like a specific moment when we're going to know that we've achieved that goal, check that one off the list. It's a progressive thing, and as one thing comes into reality, it opens the potentiality for the next thing, So that's another thing that I love about the collaborations between the Vision Train and Vitra and Design Science, is this merging of the worlds and the potential that's opened up within them.
Amazing. Yeah, that's a really, I think, important distinction, that, we're never really there. It's just kind of unfolding.
Yeah, we're moving through it and continuously striving.
Yeah, it's been really a delight to get to be connected with this community and so many people who feel like I come from a background. I used to just relentlessly create all day, every day. I mean, I still do, but like I was covered in paint. Like I just did that forever for many years, and the world sort of beats that out of you a little bit, I think. This obsession with productivity and I think that communities of practice are vital for helping these visions make their way into the world. So thank you for stewarding this community of practice. And I'm so glad to be connected and celebrating you all and to be in your home today. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. It's a pleasure.
Love you. So I'm going to share, the next artist isn't here, which is sort of ironic because she is my mom, and is always at all of the things, but today is my niece's birthday. Today, my niece is 3. On the first day of spring. She's so cute. I love her so much. So that's where my mom is, because they're best friends. But I see Neha and her heart in the corner. And Neha, maybe I'm gonna bring you up, Neha, because I was gonna share the multiverse poetry. I'm gonna tell you, so for context, everyone, there's a Topia world that my mother created last year. It's called Multiverse Poetry. I literally just got the pun that it was multiverse. I'm like, how did it take me a year to understand? And now it's expanding because Neha's adding poetry, and she's really inviting all poets to create this explorable world of poetry. And I'm gonna screen share it. And Neha, I'd love to just invite you to share like what potential you see for spaces like this.
Thank you, Roxy. And also happy Nowruz season. There is equinox, Nowruz, Holi. It's just a beautiful season, birthday with all our family and weavings around the world. And I also want to acknowledge Moni so much because she is so incredible, and she has been such a wonderful inspiration, and she's been encouraging me sometimes, when I'm hesitant, how do I try these new platforms? And when there is a resistance, she would just come like with her phenomenal force and presence and love. You can do it. So I'm just so grateful to her. I feel the potential is world needs more poetry, and we should, I feel, expand the definition of poetry, and whose poetry and whose words matter and get witnessed. And so I feel all of us, to me, I feel poetry is life, and it is not only in verse or poetry prose, but how do we weave a poetic sensibility in life itself? So I feel Design Science Studio is really weaving a poetic sensibility in the world, and this profound capability to behold complexity of beauty and sorrow, wonder, and also grief of the world. So I feel the potential is. I was speaking at an event once where somebody said that universe is not made of atoms; it's made of stories. And
I love that quote. I've heard that before.
Right, and stories matter because all the data in the world, science has also taught us and is teaching us, just throwing data at people, whether it is the climate emergency or so many other intersectional challenges of the world. Throwing data, as much as data is important. I studied physics and economics. I love geeky the monster, Excel sheets, and I feel it matters. But also the soul and the spirit and the ability to evoke. Not just feeling that we are drowning, but that there is this beautiful world that is worth all of us coming together, us as a part of this world, to not just weave, but to reimagine. And I feel that is exactly the invitation that poetry that we are weaving together in Regenera is. So here we are. Thank you for listening.
That was amazing. Thank you, Neha. I recently was having a conversation with one of the studio members and team members who was telling me that he finds all written language, like even just basic, very straightforward book text or anything. He was like, all of it's a visual language. It's literally like visual art, every letter. Because, I've always sort of had this separation between like, oh yeah, when I get into like design and typography or like that sort of thing, I definitely, associate it more with design. But it made me like just remember. I like that Joe Bob said that yesterday. But just like remembering that, each piece of it is just it's a little bit of our woven stories. So maybe we should listen to a little story.
We promise
Nice.
today.
Oh my gosh! I will tell you also one more thing before this party. Is apparently the story I came upon is a dance party. Maybe it's in my blood, but I am amazed that my mother is like, she's like such a collaborator. She like got my cousin to play some music, and then our other friend who has like a really cool voice to do a voiceover, and then Umayyar did the illustrations, and now Neha's bringing her poetry and this like invitation. So shout out to all the moms out there, and also to amazing artists. And so we're gonna just experience the one that we're at.
This poem is part of the collection,
Yeah.
Multiverse Poetry Journey, written by Moni Shoadai, member of Design Science Studio. All poems are available in Spanish as well as English. This poem is called Mother Earth, We Will Heal Your Wounds. Walking each morning on a pasture sprinkled with tiny drops of dawn, I could barely feel on my bare feet the beating of your heart. I look at a once upon a time blue sky, now darkened by smog, and I feel your pain. I ran and embraced a now dead tree on the backyard, same tree that witnessed our children's childhood. I could feel your tears falling on my face. I kissed your trunk with hope. I walked to the small creek that runs along our home, and I could feel, running through my fingers, tiny fish struggling to stay alive in a water today polluted by chemicals. I can feel your tears mixed with mine running down my face. I can feel our deep connection. You gave us birth, Mother Earth. Our umbilical cords are still connected. Please, don't lose hope. We, your children, are waking up from a dark dream. Don't lose hope. We love you. We always will. I placed my ears upon the ground. I closed my eyes and I could hear the cry of slaughtered whales and baby dolphins. Don't lose hope, Mother Earth. I can feel your pain. I am a mother too. Hear us out. We are united to heal your wounds, to see your smile again reflected on pristine and clear waters, on blue skies and living trees. Stay awake, don't lose hope. We love you. We know of our mutual dream to see the smiles of many generations to come. We are your children. Mother Earth, we promise today we're united, and together we will heal your wounds. There's still time to get this done. Film editing, speaker John Ash. Film footage, Creative Commons, The Cosmonaut Collection, and Moni and Z's Film Archives. Written by Moni Shoadai. Music by Carlos Garçon. And spoken word by Kevin Slattery.
I feel like that was a really good representation of what you were just talking about, Neha. Like the darkness with the light, with like all the different layers kind of working together.
Right. And I want to echo the chat, which was on fire. We love Moni's voice and the voice. So thank you for sharing with us. So wonderful.
So good. Yeah. I've been meaning to, every time she's like, bring them into the poet. And I like put it on the schedule. I'm like, we're going to go in today. Today we're going in. And there was so much poetry today. So it was really special. There is a really exciting project that's debuting, and I am going to introduce Daniel Friedman. Let me find you on the camera so that I can bring your face up. Oh, hello, you're both there. You're like perfectly blocked in my arrow, so I can't click on you. Oh, there you are. Oh, you're both gonna be on the camera. This is great. Hi, friends.
Hello.
How are you?
We're doing well. Yeah, so happy to be here on the equinox with y'all.
Happy New Year. Well, everyone, I'm going to give the floor to these amazing, amazing humans. I didn't know you were going to be here, Lena. And we were just talking about color theory. I was thinking of your mother, of course. And I am so excited that you reached out to tell me about how, Daniel, your project's kind of coming to the world. So everyone, Daniel is such an amazing student and teacher of the sort of mind-body connection through neuroscience, Qigong, meditation, and plant alchemy. Some surprises in store for us. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks for the intro. Hey, everybody. I'm going to put a link in the chat here that is going to a new website that just went online today. It's called chrysanthemum.app. And you can open it up. It works best in Chrome and in Firefox. If you're on Safari, it might be a little glitchy for you, but I invite everyone to open up a tab in their browser. And
do you want me to screen share it for you?
Sure, yeah, if I could share my screen.
You can.
All right.
Hey again.
So welcome to Chrysanthemum. This is a passion project of mine and a friend of mine, Jack, and Lena, who's here with me. This project is an immersive art piece that is an invitation into heart coherence. And heart coherence is the science of connecting the heart and the mind and the body and the breath into a harmonious rhythm with one another. So to bring about heart coherence individually and collectively, the pulse of the circle that you're looking at now is synchronized on everyone's computer. So the circle is now just starting to get smaller. And if we all breathe along with this circle and start to slowly deepen our breath, we can synchronize our breath without the delay of the audio of our Zoom call. So we can know that we're all breathing together. And maybe we can just take a couple of minutes. There's a surprise feature. If you hit the space bar on your browser window, you'll see that there's an infinite number or near infinite number of chrysanthemums, which are different floral patterns. So you can find one that you really love.
At least one for every human on Earth.
And let's just take a minute or two now to, if you feel called, synchronize your breath, breathing in as the circle expands, and breathing out as it contracts. The particular frequency that this circle is breathing at is known as the Mayer wave, which is in the scientific literature shown to be the most effective breathing rate for your breath to start influencing your heart and making your heart rate variability go up, which allows us in turn to be in balance with our parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems, and to harmonize the oscillations between our heart and all of the other organs in our body. And that allows us to embed ourselves in the Schumann resonances, or the frequencies of the earth, which is known as earthing or grounding. So this is a tool that's meant to offer a breathing rate to help you connect to your heart and to the earth, and to facilitate group coherence experiences. And there are more add-on goodies as you get more into this app. There's the ability to connect a heart rate monitor to, in real time, change the patterns and the colors on the screen dynamically in a biofeedback experience. And you can hear the pitches of the notes that your heart is singing in real time, pitched up into the audible range. And so in this way, this makes the heart rhythms visible from the invisible, and it makes the music of the heart from inaudible to audible. So I think that's our little tie-in to our theme here. And we're going to be launching this in the next couple of weeks as an NFT project where you can purchase your own chrysanthemum pattern, and it will join the collection of other chrysanthemums and will serve as a community funding mechanism for further development of heart coherence technology, with the intention to develop this app further and to bring heart coherence technology into hospitals where people can actively learn about their heart and their own physiology as a way to actively participate in their own healing journey in the hospitals. And furthermore, 10% of the proceeds from our launch is going to go to True North, which is a home for transformation in Hudson, New York, that those funds in particular will go towards land regeneration, to take this generative art piece and make it a regenerative art piece.
Who wants to see a sample? Anyone?
So if you want to watch the screen share, I can do a live demonstration. I'm going to take this heart rate monitor and I'm going to strap it on my chest.
You can see, now strapped,
strapped
strapped in, buckled up.
click the heart, I click this heart rate monitor and I pair it. And then 16 heartbeats from now, the pattern will start to come alive with my own heart.
Somebody's really excited to see you all.
So in addition, when you do this at home, you can add the audio with headphones on and hear your own heartbeat. I felt for the demo, you wouldn't be able to hear it as clearly as you might otherwise. So this is my little presentation. I hope you enjoyed
Beautiful.
it.
Well, thank you, Daniel and Lena. Awesome. Really appreciate you sharing today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Up next, pardon me, up next we have Limor Shandali. Welcome, Limor. Limor is a mother, an artist, and designer. As a designer, she integrates urban regenerative design, biomimicry, and sound while actively living the question, how could our environment be how could our built environment be inherently healing and induce true health and well-being? As a mother, she listens deeply to the spaces between the sounds and asks, how could we create an experience of a mother's love for all to experience in the physical spaces? She strives to embody nature's principles so that she could then transmit them into form. Welcome, Limor.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So nice to be here. And I wanted to start by sharing that, Roxy gave me a little nudge the other day and said, we'd love to have your vision included in the salon. And when I just had this thought, as right before she sent me that message, I had this thought of, I'd really like to participate more in this studio. I joined in the middle, and I just had this thought, if I'm going to be here, I really want to be here and participate. And I realized that me being here today is like saying, I am here, I'm here, and hello, everybody. And it's so nice to be here with you all. And I think for a while I thought, oh, what's my project? What is the thing that I'm working on? And I noticed that just having a challenging time defining what it is in a way that I can articulate it to other people in a coherent way actually prevented me from sharing. And I know that every single voice matters. And so I'm here because I know that this vision matters too. And what matters is less the product and the result. It is this process, right? It is just being in these questions, and I only have questions. And so I'm just going to share a little bit about those questions with you today. So my topic that I chose is harmonically resonant spaces and communities, and considering what a universal vernacular architecture would look like if it uses energy and vibration as a basis. And I asked myself, why this? Why is this important? Why does this matter? Like, why is this the question on my mind? Like, what are harmonically resonant spaces and communities? And I don't even fully have an answer, but it's something that I can see and feel. I see spaces. And Daniel and Lena, what you just presented is actually a perfect segue into this, because I feel like this is what I see in this vision is energy fields being created. How do we use something that is that is the basis of life, energy, vibration, frequency? How could we really use that almost as a material, and consider it in the design of our physical spaces and our built environment? And I know that Nico loves this quote. Goethe said that architecture is frozen music. And my question is, what if architecture could be fluid music, harmonizing in real time? Imagine spaces and communities that produce energy fields of harmonic resonance, where we feel at home. And I've been thinking about this place out there that I have been seeking, what feels like my whole life. What is this place? Where can I find this public space or this home or community where I just I'll know it when I see it. When I see it and when I experience it, I'll feel at home. It's something that I feel like my soul has been looking for. And I've had trouble finding it in the cities that I've lived in, full of concrete and not too much green space. And it's this feeling that I've had glimpses of in a nature retreat, in photos of Hundertwasser's architecture, in beautiful structures that I've been in that were made with bamboo, with curvy organic forms. And in those glimpses, I felt like, oh, like these are parts of it. And I am also a sound practitioner, sound meditation practitioner. And I have benefited profoundly from the healing benefits of sound. And again, the vibration and the energy of the sound and what I've experienced. And so I asked myself, how could I incorporate this? How could we actually apply sound, take it outside of the meditation room and apply it into the structures that we spend time in? And that led me to this, to this movement back to myself. I'm going to this question of, what is the space out there that I'm seeking? And in the listening space of the sound meditations, what I've learned is it's been teaching me to listen deeply. And so it's kind of like pointed my attention inward and brought it back to myself. And, what if the place out there is not a place to find, but what if it's a place within my own being that is mine to cultivate? And a wise teacher told me we can only transmit what we embody. And I had to really let that sink in. Like, what does it mean? What does it mean that we can only transmit what we embody? It leads me to this question of what then do we need to embody? Who do I have to be to bring something into being? And so I'm going to just come to this conclusion of, with the invisible, it's like, what are the invisible forces? What are the invisible beliefs that are embedded and enmeshed within the operating system of our own minds? What is it that we know to be true with our minds, and what is it that we know to be true with our hearts? And how do we reconcile the two? How do we bring those into alignment? And so, for me, to embody life's principles, I have to be willing to listen deeply, to follow the way of the heart mind, to really listen with the heart and teach my mind to be in service. And, really, really asking ourselves, what is a reliable source of knowing? And that way is a courageous way, because I think it has led me here today to speak part of what is true for me. And to share it and to call in the people who this resonates with. And so I just leave us here with this question, with all of us who is a vision holder, and my being a train car on the vision train. Who do we need to be to bring our vision to life? And with that, I'll conclude, and I also would love to invite anybody, if any of this resonates with you, if any of you are, and I'm sure you are, I've heard from different presentations from different artists, I would love to connect with you. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Limor. That was so perfect as far as like the timing goes, as you said. And
Thank you. Thank you.
John, do you have any thoughts on your question?
Well, I have created a space that needs a resonance. I've come up with a concept. It's much like one of Harlan's portals, but it's a cubic structure that currently is silent. It's got no resonance. And I know that sound is healing, and elegant spaces have their own beautiful resonance. And so this speaks to me because I found a space, but currently it's silent. And I know that one of the things of my childhood that really woke me up was standing in what was called a whisper dish, where you could whisper across the room because it reflected the sound so perfectly. And I know that resonance is extremely important, and the frequencies speak to us on so many levels from the subconscious on up. So this is beautiful and important work.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other thoughts to share to this important question? I really like the question about what is the reliable sense of knowing, and that like making or it's like an invitation to our hearts to be in service of our mind. Stephanie.
I just wanted to say that, you know, when we feel that the sound and the waves, it really changes our own feedback system. And it can happen really quickly when it's felt in resonance. So often we're in these boxes and it's bouncing and all over. And when we really can feel it, it really can change and slow down. You know, it's like all of what you're all sharing, because it's so much about the sound of the spheres. We keep talking about coming out of the boxes and being spherical, but light language and all this is spherical, and it's all of that. And we're not living in environments right now that, you know, unless we were outside, that really assist our internal feedback systems and our nervous systems. So it's just like this, it's sort of like we're you know, like how we saw the architects and different things like in nature, it weaves together, it like makes itself for itself, you know. So it's wonderful, and just so happy to be here. And I love any of this, all the feedback and the poetry, all that kind of stuff is very deep in my heart. So just really grateful to be here. And Roxy, I just wanted to say, you know, I was a painter, you know, I'm a painter too. And all the time, all my clothes was all painted and stuff like that. You've been doing such a big job of holding the ship together. And that takes so much different kind of energy of mama. You know, you've been like mama energy of like having to, you know, you're calling it scaffolding, but it's like really making that weave of the, you know, it's really about the fascia now, right? And the flexibility of this like membrane that we're weaving. So thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I think that really ties into what Limor was saying, like how do we create spaces that help bring us into being, and how do we question or invite the art as a question and inquiry to remind us who we need to embody to bring that into being. And I love the sort of circular nature of that story. And one of my, I think, biggest lessons in this process is one of the core stewards of this initiative is the 100% of life includes me too, and that it's just as important to try to be. There's this two parts of me. There's like I'm thinking of the stories from Della earlier. I don't know if you were on yet, Lemore, but we were looking at Della's art. And Julian brought some of it to life in a really beautiful way, and they've been collaborating. But some of the different archetypes, I feel those sort of sometimes in me. Like the other night, I was like, it's a full moon and I'm staying up till sunrise and I haven't done that forever, and I just want to make art all night. And then, there's the part of me, it's like, no, like serene, just tend to the vessel and take bubble baths and don't stress yourself out. And I think like you were just saying something, it's this dance, it's this, it's not like, your embodiment isn't necessarily, it has to be one extreme or the other, but it does tend towards, justice that includes you too, and care. I think that, one thing I really long for in the spaces that we create are in like this like womb space, because one of the first things you said, Lemore, and I know you too, Stephanie, and you were mentioning it about me, is this like the mother, and that like spaces that are biophilic and are mimicking nature really do create that sort of like womb-like kind of incubators or nests, they're like, how do we create this little safe space where we can dream and bring those visions to life? It takes so much courage to bring individual visions to life in the way that every person here is doing, and every single one of them is needed. And somehow like we're but a drop, there's so many humans, and yet that does not diminish a single one of these rays of light. Like all of them are integral and important. And I think you're I'll try to transition on this note, Lemore, but you're embodying the permission for others to share that the journey, the embodiment of the journey is the destination just as much as the journey is, and that sharing it and the becoming is something that we can also celebrate as like the part of the process is the project. So thank you both for this little like discussion, also space. This is really beautiful, and I really appreciate that you came, Lemore, and that you shared and wove your voice into the space. You are here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Roxy, for the nudge, for the invitation to everybody. I just really feel the love. And I knew that I'm like, this is not going to be one of those things where I'm going to start scrambling to now create slides and figure out how to make this look nice. I'm just going to show up. I'm just going to be here. And this is just that one step forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Well, we have another little art tour. And I'm curious if the other art tour mates are here. It actually happens to be a bunch of amazing ladies or lady looking people. Lady lookers, feminine qualityed beings. And perfect that you're the one that's starting, Monica, because of the space that your work is all around, and that your inquiry with love and technology. Really excited to have you in the studio and to be developing a friendship with you in this process of co-creating together. And so I'm gonna pull up your installation and give kind of a little what is it called? I'm going to properly I've like forgotten the word for this. I'm going to introduce you. Introduce you. Okay, cool. So Monica is a digital artist, an audio engineer, and a composer who's driven by her love of emerging technologies, science, and her passion for the human experience. She connects new technology to artistic and human explorations of scientific concepts.
Well, thank you. All right. Can people hear me?
Yeah.
Good. All right. So I guess we're gonna do a little tour of New York City. Is that correct?
Yep, we're gonna do a little tour. I'll come
Okay.
back up with you. I'm just gonna pull everything up for a second.
All right. So
Get
to
me back.
start, I'm gonna start with a question to GPT-2. Hello, GPT-2. What is love? Love is the end of all things. We are made for each other. No matter how far or how fast you go, you will always be in the same place with the person you love. It's simple, really. We are all made to be together, and the only way to make the journey with someone is to be there. No matter how far or how fast you go, you will always be in the same place with the person you love. It's simple, really. We are all made to be together, and the only way to make the journey with someone is to be there. If love is the end of all things, then it is the end of the world. If love is the end of all things, then it is the end of the world. So for those of you who do not know what GPT-2 is, it is a AI algorithm, and I kind of discovered it back in 2019 and started asking it questions like, what is love? And that is one of the responses that I got back from it. So my project in New York City is an exploration, kind of diving deeper into working with GPT-2 and also VQGAN, which are two AI algorithms that kind of generate, VQGAN. VQGAN takes text prompts and it turns them into visuals. And so for this piece, what I did was I actually trained I tuned GPT-2 to a series of like love letters that I had curated for a hypertext that I built a while back, and kind of in this exploration of what does love mean? Like, what does love mean to me? What does it mean to connect with people? Like, how has the connections that I've had affected me? And, you know, for me, I really believe that love is every single human emotion that we are capable of feeling. So it's not just all the positive and the good things, it's also the dark and the anger and the hate, because I feel like when you really love something, that's when you like feel those emotions. Like if you don't care, then you don't actually feel anger, you don't feel hate, you don't feel those kind of deeper emotions. Like it's that care and that love that brings that out of you. And so for this piece, I used kind of, you know, I tuned GPT-2 on these love letters that I'd written to different people, and these just explorations of kind of feelings and emotions. And then I used that to generate these texts. And yeah, when you move into these pieces, I created these little music backgrounds. And the lyrics in this are actually the text prompts that I used, that were prompts that were generated by GPT-2 tuned on my old love letters that I found. And then I used those text prompts to generate these visuals. So it's kind of really meta in a lot of ways. So this one is called, I call it Music Lover. And
it's a beautiful thing when you love the way you do. And when there is uncertainty, and uncertainty accompanied by joy.
And so, yeah, when you kind of move into these pieces, you know, you get the little kind of music effect. And then there's also, again, the lyrics are the words that I use to generate the visual. And so this is kind of, it's, the beginning of a series of things that I'm hoping to do with this concept. I kind of, started with this hypertext and am kind of exploring, this relationship between how does, some of these technologies of our time change the way that we look at our own kind of thoughts, our own emotions, our own feelings. Does it give us a different perspective? And
what, if any, different perspective has this installation brought to you?
So it's really interesting, actually, because I think one of the things that AI is really good at is kind of pulling out patterns and kind of recognizing patterns. And so tuning it to, this experience of, or tuning it to like all of like some of these like somewhat personal love letters of mine. It's like really, it's a pretty trippy thing when you kind of like start reading what it is generating back at you. It's kind of like, like if you go to a therapist, they kind of sit there and they listen to you talk about all these things, and and then they kind of just absorb all of that, and then they pick out patterns in your thinking and they present them back at you. Well, I feel like GPT-2 does that as well. So it kind of highlights patterns in your writing or thoughts, and kind of pulls them out and brings that, kind of puts that like in front of you. And it's been pretty crazy with like then creating the visuals, because a lot of them, like the first visual I created, which actually isn't in here, it turned out it like was like this studio. And if you see behind me, I'm in a studio and it was like really like, I was like, this is my dream studio. It's building my dream studio for me. Like, this is like, if I imagined in my mind my dream studio, this is what it would be. And it was, just really bizarre how like the AI would actually pull out the thought and the emotion. Like it wasn't repeating my exact words, or it wasn't, like I'm not drawing these visuals, but it was somehow kind of expressing me in this way that is slightly disturbing and incredibly creepy, but very interesting at the same time. And, and it's looking at, in this day and age, like if you spent any time in university kind of in the past, I think like, 15, years or so, 20 years or so, like there's been a huge shift in how we're looking at human nature. And it's, being driven by this kind of co-evolution of the fields of neuroscience and AI. And so those two fields are starting to, as they're evolving, define like how we're actually starting to look at university in a lot of university, or like how we're looking at human nature in a lot of university spaces, which then eventually filters out into, society as a whole. And so what does that mean? What is, what is the world going to look like as we start kind of having, these evolutions of technology and evolutions in our relationship with technology, and then evolutions in relationship with ourselves. And I think a lot of my work is just asking those questions. I don't have answers, but that's
more questions.
Mostly questions.
I conveniently have a machine learning engineer boyfriend, so I have been thinking, I thought that my love of the intersection of art and technology was real. And now I found that there's a whole other level. We both have some machine learning. I put a little like disco diffusion stuff in from the Solarpunk series that I was working with, which is sort of like Utopia or Oblivion. And he's been playing with this like gammon memetics thing. But it is really good at pattern recognition really fast. And I hadn't thought about that relationship between the reflection of my own thoughts coming back that much more quickly, because my whole life making art, sometimes I would just make and then I'd be like, oh, that was about my breakup or whatever, like, oh, now I am like seeing with fresh eyes what this piece was about. And it's this sort of art therapy process And now it's sort of just accelerated because you can get that feedback loop much more quickly.
Yeah, it's an interesting, I think it's an interesting world we're living in today, and I guess it's the only world that I've lived in that I remember. But I think that as we're just in a really interesting space with technology and kind of how it's impacting our lives on so many levels and really shaping the future. And I think we have to ask questions, and whatever opinions we come up with, those are I don't know if there is a right or wrong. It's just like this is what is now, and exploring kind of that space and seeing what it means to be human in today.
I want to ask you a question, Monica. Two questions, actually. One is related to your work. One is related to that crazy thread that we are on. The one that's related to your work is, have you started playing with the machine learning that makes music for you? So it's like similar, but it makes music instead of images?
I played with like Magenta, which is like which is a little bit farther back. I don't know if there's something new that you're speaking of. Yeah, I've played around with some of the like music stuff a little bit. I haven't found it as impactful. Like the language stuff, I think has this impact because language is something that's so personal to us in a lot of ways. And it's really interesting how when you have something reflecting this language back at you in what like it's really weird because you read it and you're like, oh, like it sounds like a human wrote it, except it's slightly off. And there's just these little elements that are slightly off about it. And so the text stuff, like there's something about it to me that's like it's very like can be very personal in a way. Again, right now, like GPT-2 and those algorithms are mostly in English because that's what the data sets are trained on. So, I mean, it's going to also affect your relationship with working with these algorithms currently, but I'm sure, there will eventually be, the other algorithms if there aren't already trained on, different languages.
Amazing. It's a great perspective. And I was having a conversation with speaker John Ash yesterday, and he was saying that he was feeling like the reason he was resonating so much with this medium was because he's such a thinker, and a lot of his processing happens in his words and not in his body, which I find really interesting because he has Asperger's and he is very much like in his head, and it's like our work, not, I mean, he gets in his body, but it's sometimes a reminder to be more embodied. And it's like, oh, you accidentally have a superpower at this. That's very cool. So that's another point of connection. Okay, my last question, I'll try to be brief, and this is a can of worms, but you did such a good job succinctly sharing back, and we haven't like been able to bring that crazy conversation into like any space really. But I'm curious if like, so context, we have this WhatsApp thread that's about sense making and the kind of Web3 crypto NFT space. And there's a lot of different perspectives, sort of like trying to help orient. It sometimes got really polarized, a lot of recommended readings. And I think you distilled things in a really good way. And I'm curious, like, if there's anything of that distillation that you would be willing to share, insights or thoughts from that. Because your pattern recognition, I was impressed by. I'm just curious if you'd be open.
my own pattern recognition in the way I think about things. Maybe that's why I like the AI or playing with it. I don't know if I like it actually. I guess like that's such a huge topic. And as far as I'm just going to bring it back to kind of this space of like, for me, like when I'm looking at, kind of where we are currently in this world, I really try to look at it from this space of this is where we are. This is, we might not like it, or we might like it, or we might have, all different kinds of opinions about where we are. But at the end of the day, this is where we are. This is the world that we live in. These are the experiences that we are experiencing. And really what we can do is we can decide how, what we're able to do is just decide like how we individually want to relate to the world around us, want to relate to ourselves, and want to relate to the people around us. And I don't know that we can, and I might have a kind of, I feel like I came into this DSS space with even in my intro, kind of when I first wrote my introduction to come in here, I guess. I don't believe in changing the world, because I don't think that, personally, I don't know that I know what's best for the world. And I think really the best thing I can do is just see what I'm inspired by and explore that and see how I relate to that. And, there's so much going on in this world, and, crypto is one of them, and AI is another space, and there's just so much happening, and it's happening really fast. And we can only, as individuals, just decide how we want to relate to that space, and then create from within there. And, and just try to be kind of as present as we can with the, the people that are closest to us, with the communities that we're a part of, and find ways to highlight, our experiences, and try to, kind of present them in a way that maybe inspires others to think differently, or think about different ways that they want to interact or engage. So I guess it's not specifically getting into all of that conversation. I feel like that's a huge wormhole of thoughts. But I guess that's kind of what I would want to kind of just say from that is, there's a lot happening, and, in the world today, and we just have to, individually decide how we want to relate to that and what is important to our own hearts.
And it's convenient that we have Pamela next, because I think the way that Pamela relates to all the pieces of things is that she remixes them. Prolific, like leftover scrap upcycler who has, really taken that kind of through today's visions into a regenerative economy, and as a fabricator and an artist, kind of using different components of reality to make new things. So Pamela, I know you want to screen share. Would love to explore your work together. Monica, do you want to stay up and stay part of the conversation?
I guess I'm going to leave that up to you.
It's an art tour. It's like
I'm happy to disappear into the background, but I'm also happy to share Pamela on.
We'll start with you sharing, Pamela, and maybe we can come up and be a sounding board. I think you're muted. So. Oh.
There you are. Okay. Can you see the screen too?
Looks great.
All right. I am Mother Earth. I am taking over the management of the planet and establishing a transitional economy that will show you how to incentivize, regenerate, action to restore balance and harmony. In the new world, the currencies is slave-based by regeneration of resources. In every transaction, there will be a scannable label which will track the percentage of the regenerative practice used in its production. Every action that benefits the planet, no matter how small, has an immediate return on investments. You will be rewarded for recycling, for repurposing used materials, and for being creative with your waste. You will be able to direct your investments, which today are known as taxes, through an algorithm that analyzes your personal needs and priorities. for health, to education, infrastructure, food, local school, parks, to the needs of the whole and of the planet. To do so, we will buy access to your data so that we understand your consumption patterns, your health needs, and your dream job. You control the process, you choose what data to share, and you can track the flow of your investments. And on the actual currency, we will add a GPS so we can follow the flow and how many participate in the actual world economy. We are building towards a world where we only do the work that's needed and bring us joy. My calculations predict that in 10 years max, we will work less than 4 months a year. This will leave us plenty of time to dedicate to our family, our health and spirituality, and to learning and developing our craftsmanship, both for our own enjoyment and for the goods of the community. All infrastructure will be co-owned. Anyone whose business requires radical transformation will be supported to find a new role. No one will be excluded. There will be an army to protect us from eco-crimes while we expand the forest and build biodiversity. We will remove and recycle all plastic and monitor the ocean's health. I want the offshores, all rigs to be turned into research stations and algae farms that will create new foods and sequester CO2 at the same time. I will hire filmmakers to document it all and inspire continued evolution. I am inviting everyone who wants to evolve to become a citizen of this new Earth system, a citizen of a borders Earth, where we're all connected and working on our wellness and evolution. That was Mother Earth call on all of us. And this is my call to you. So, let me just stop sharing. So we are on the verge of evolving, and the future is tangible. All the practices are ready, and what we need is a story that puts it all together. And film is a powerful tool for that. Film reflects and shapes our collective consciousness. Through films, we express our pains, our desires, and we build solidarity and connections. So I want to make a web space where we can co-create these stories and these connections. The website is an access point to collaborate on a Creative Commons film, now called I Am Mother Earth, which aim to unite in one space all the stories of movements that are building a new Earth economy. So the film will be continually updated through a game called Nonfiction. And as people contribute content, the film will expand in more sub-stories. This game will be, basically this game will democratize the composition and editing of the story. So everything about the film can change, even the titles or the rules of the game. The only constant is Mother Earth. She will always be at the center of the story, and she always will be at the center of the story. Our communities will be decentralized, but we are all connected to one Mother Earth. So the next step is basically, I want to like prototype the game to start building out the film narrative with DSS cohort members. And so this will create an opportunity to link together our ideas, projects, and work. And so I'm going to organize a fast prototyping event either on Thursday, March 24 after DSS class, or Friday 25th at 2:30 p.m. during the co-working hours at the Futurist Cafe. And I'm also free to meet with anyone who wants to learn more and get involved, basically. And so, are you all here still? Oh, stop sharing. I didn't stop sharing, but yeah. So I would like you to write in the chat if it's better Thursday and Friday. For whoever is here, you can make your decision now and just throw it in the chat. And I just pull out whatever day. And I would like you to show the actually embassy, Mother Earth embassy. That do I have time?
Yeah, show it real quick. Let's bring it up.
So actually, I'm going to share the screen again then. And, all right. Here it is. And well, water brings life. No, and basically, so an embassy is like a vital connection between your home country and your foreign nation, and what really connects everyone in this very case on its water. And this is like what I call the healing chamber. I did not share this. Voila. No, it didn't work. I wanted to share the sound, but it's not working.
Do you want me to share?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Also, for some reason, I think Aaron logged off and accidentally turned off the stream. I'm going to turn it back on, although I don't want to be, oh, I turned on the studio. It's trying to record me in my messy background, which you can't see. Okay. Let's see.
No. Oh, I know. I know what happened. Okay.
Aha.